Hey y'all, happy Halloween. We're gonna watch some Art Bell. We got a 12-hour all night Art Bell marathon. So hope everyone's having a good Halloween. Don't get too scared. Some of these are like super scary. So enjoy. I mean, oh wait.
Well, if you've had a long day just sitting on the couch, it's time to go to Russ's house.
Okay. It's time for the show. Here we go.
Throughout his career, he has investigated ghosts, poltergeist activity, UFOs, and ancient civilizations. That's a lot to take on. Dr. Lynch uses a digital infrared video system and the latest technology to capture evidence of the paranormal. Now, over the past 14 years, he has hosted Paranormal Tuesday at 97.1 FM in St. Louis, has been on the Discovery Channel, Sci-Fi, Fox, Family, ABC Family, Destination America Channel, the National Geographic Channel, appearing on shows like Scariest Places on Earth, MTV Fear, and Is It Real? He has also appeared in Shadow Worlds, The Haunted Boy, Children of the Grave 2, and the Soul Catcher documentaries. Here he is. Welcome, Doctor, to Midnight in the Desert.
Yes, it's time for the gathering gloom. Watch lights fade from every room.
Yes. It's great to have you. Have we ever talked before?
We have not talked, but one time, many years ago, you had a substitute, and I was on your program with the replacement. And we talked at that time. You were on vacation or something. I forgot what it was. But anyway, you had a substitute fill in, and that's when I was on your program. So I was lost in your Rolodex or your mainframe for many years until Heather found me and reactivated me. So I'm like the sleeper cell of the paranormal, you might say, something like that.
Heather is quite a sweetie, isn't she?
She is wonderful. Give her a raise whenever you can. You know, like the rest of your staff, I think they're incredible staff.
She told you to say that, right?
Yes, she actually paid me. No, I'm just kidding. No. She is a sweetie. She is a sweetie.
Yes.
And so, let's talk Halloween. I think that's the direction you want to go.
Oh, it is. Ghosts and Halloween seem to go together, right? So.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. You've been investigating for a very long time. 27 years. That's a long time, Doctor.
Yeah. It was in the early 90s we got started. And
why?
There was why? Good question. Oh, yes, I do know why. I'm sorry. I'm getting so old now, I can't remember how I got started in this field. I was at a used bookstore. And there was a book by Lloyd Auerbach. It was like How to Investigate Ghosts or something like that. I forgot exactly. And he wrote a couple of chapters on some of his older cases and some of the methods he used.
Okay.
And I read that book, and I sit back and I thought, why is it that no one really, jumps the fence and looks into this a little bit more? Barry Taft had done the Entity case, very popular. Lloyd Auerbach came out, published several books. Bill Roll came out, did several television documentaries. There's several guys on the East Coast that have come out and have been studying for a long time. They just didn't have the equipment at the time, I guess. And then about 93, 94, the Russian military, Russia went bankrupt. And so there was a whole new plethora of infrared equipment suddenly flooded certain markets. And I had a friend who could access those markets, and we started looking at that technology. And it wasn't till another 3 more years till we actually developed a lighting system that would go with a certain type of camera that we could actually start seeing what we saw was energy plasma, a plasma form of energy. And then as the cameras became higher and higher resolution, we're up to 700 lines, almost HD. We can now see these things very clearly with the proper lights and the proper frequency of light. And we can see these things now as clear as possible. Now, we cannot see them with the human eye because our equipment, even though it can go into UV, we go toward the infrared.
I think you're talking about orbs, right?
Yes, well, not only orbs, no. Now, we're talking about a lot of variety of things.
Okay.
And that's where we're going to go. Now, orbs are generally 90%, 80% of basic consciousness in its basic state, because it has to meet some type of three-dimensional standard. And that term, orb or globe, has been around for a long time. Dave Oyster coined that phrase. We just kept it. And so the orb is a three-dimensional sphere, and the sphere is basically energy in a wave packet. It's a packet of energy.
All right, Doctor. So what you and I are going to tangle a little bit on orbs, I think. Or maybe not. Maybe you can prove to me that I'm wrong. Let's back up.
Okay.
How do you know, or do you know, that ghosts are real? And let's define it so that we know what we're talking about. When I say ghost, I mean an entity that has once been alive as a human being and is now presenting itself in a different form. That is what I mean by ghost.
Right. Now, a ghost, how do we know that it is real? Because it has an energy signature that reveals itself, and that is what we're after. A 10-watt light bulb has a glow signature just like similar to 100, but we can tell by the basic density of the light that it is a different type of entity. So a lot of this deals with energy. It is energy signature. It is a plasma form.
I get it.
Now,
I really get it. I mean, you're saying that these things, whatever they are, present themselves as energy, and that does make sense. We have energy in life. Our brains contain energy, and people think it continues, and you're saying, oh, yes, it does, and that's what these are. But I just wonder how you prove it.
Okay, because this is how we prove it. Not only can we see them, we can analyze them, but the idea is that what is so unique about a ghost is that it never forgets. It maintains a memory, and it normally remembers its last form. So if you get a full-bodied apparition or even a cloudy apparition, it will start to reform until what it remembered its body last. And so one minute you'll have a three-dimensional man standing there. The next minute you have a cloud, and it just seems to swoosh into another area. It reforms as a man.
Have you personally seen this?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
In other words, you've seen something go from an energy state, whatever that is, a cloud, an orb, or whatever, and form into the image of a human being.
Human being. Now, again, there is another side to this, which we'll get into maybe a little bit later, but not all orbs are humans, and not all ghosts are from this planet. There are entities that are animals, and then there are entities that are just not from this planet at all.
I'm completely willing to buy into that.
Okay.
I think that our animals, let me rephrase it. I think animals have souls if we do.
Mm-hmm.
You buy that?
Yeah, all mammals, as far as we know, because of rapid eye movement and memory, all mammals, and maybe some birds, we just anticipate that they have an afterlife. There is an afterlife for them. Now, what do they remember? They remember that they were a dog, and so their memory is that of a dog. I investigated a house, and this was just a basic, average neighbor house, and they had a dog, and the dog died. But days after the dog died, they still heard the footprints or the nails of the feet of the dog clamor around on their kitchen tile.
Yeah.
And so they knew their dog was still there. I had another friend who had a cat, and this cat was very old, outlived most of the others, cats by the longevity was just, extreme. That cat died, and then suddenly the owner, maybe this is a phantom memory, but actually heard the cat, who normally slept on the staircase, meow.
Oh, listen, I could fill the phones with people telling you about experiences like that.
Oh, yeah. I was at a house. We were investigating. We were actually doing a little documentary on the Exorcist case that was here in St. Louis. And the house we were actually filming in was haunted. We were kind of doing a little two-sided documentary. One was to investigate the haunting of this house, and then also extend it into another chapter, which was The Exorcist that went on in St. Louis. Well, anyway, while we were videotaping, while we're filming, we hear this knock on the door. And I'm thinking it's the audio guy who's outside, and, he was smoking a cigarette, and he's going to come back in. Well, we reach over and open the door. There was no one there. It is all on camera. We record it, and it's all on camera. And this was not an echo. This was not a car backfiring. This was not an aberration of any type, because 6 people heard it. We recorded it. We opened the door. There was absolutely nothing there. I have case after case like this. Toys move. Anything electrical comes on. Lights flicker. It just goes on and on with electrical problems in the house, with the computer, with wireless communications. We actually got to the point where we took a voltmeter. Now, this is just a basic voltmeter.
Right. I know what it is.
And you put it on millivolts, DC millivolts.
Right.
And we would put up the little antennas, and these things would go to 100, 200 millivolts. So this was electrons in the atmosphere that had been activated. Now, when we turned on our video equipment, when we got that perfected, we could see these balls of energy, these orbs, flying by our electronic equipment, and it was giving us an electron output. So that means this energy is buffering, or it's flying through the air, but it has to move through electrons. Electrons don't pass through it.
All right, so you could actually monitor on your equipment as something got closer, you registered higher, that kind of thing.
Exactly.
And as it moved away again. Okay.
Yes.
Before we get any further, you have sent some disturbing photographs.
Right.
And I presume what we're talking about relates in some way to those, right?
Exactly.
All right. So, folks, I want to have you right now, if you haven't done it already, go to artbell.com, click on my guest's picture. By the way, people have commented, Doctor, that it is a kind of an eerie-looking picture of you.
I did a series of eerie-looking pictures and several things. So I sent Heather a few different ones, and that's the one she liked. So
I see. All right. Well, I like it too, by the way, and a lot of people thought it was over the top serious, but I think it's cool. All right. So these are really serious photographs. Again, go to artbell.com, click on his picture. This will take you to a series of, 4 photographs? 1, 2,
4 or 5.
3, 4, 5. All right. I want to give them a chance to get there before we get the story behind this.
Right.
What are these photographs? I mean, I'm trying to give them time. Tell me the story that involves the photographs they're about to see.
Yeah, let me back up. Every year, this radio station that I have my segment on does a Halloween special, and they pick. Listeners call in and say, "Oh, my house is haunted," or "This place is haunted. Let's go and investigate it."
Right.
Well, in this situation, we had a house which was totally modern, built only a few years ago, but was infested with entities. And there was some people that lived in the house, and there was a little girl that lived in the house, and she kept talking about her grandmother. Well, her mother knew that her grandmother was dead. And this little girl kept talking about an elderly woman coming to the house and saying that she was her grandmother.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this frightened the entire household to the point they just grabbed a bunch of stuff and left. Well, 97.1 FM thought this would be a good investigation, modern house, there shouldn't be anything there.
Sure.
Well, we get there, and there is what we call a soul collector.
What?
And this is a soul collector. This is an individual that goes around and collects lost souls and tries to keep them in a certain area.
What?
Yes.
That's a soul catcher.
Or soul catcher. We call them collectors because they have to use some form of intimidation to keep these souls together. And they don't really capture them, they just
Holy
keep
mackerel.
them.
Hold on.
Yeah.
A soul catcher, a soul collector, whatever.
Collector.
This is a individual
who's human, who's dead.
human, who works in the same field, parapsychology, right?
No, they're dead.
What?
We're investigating them. Yes.
Excuse me?
Yeah, they're dead.
The soul collectors are dead.
Are dead. Yes.
Then how did you know that you suddenly had walked into the presence of a soul collector?
Well, we caught her voice, this elderly woman's voice, on an EVP on our recording equipment.
Really?
Because we were doing a show, you see, for radio.
Oh.
And the audio guy is sitting there with the best brand new equipment that radio can afford.
Yes.
And we're standing in a circle in the living room, and we are debating our next point of strategy, which was probably not a good idea that we should do. And in the background, you hear an elderly woman's voice as clear as day, as if she's standing right there in the middle of us.
Yes.
And she says in a very elderly voice, she says, "No, I don't want you to do that. Go downstairs."
Yikes.
Now, she says that is clear, but she's not talking to us, even though we're talking about going back downstairs and doing another a full-blown investigation with video equipment, audio equipment, still photography, and things like that. So she is talking to another entity. She is talking to another entity while we're talking about going back down and rethinking our strategy.
Was this EVP recorded?
Yes, it was. It's on the Dave Glover 97.1 website. He has reactivated all of our past investigations, and we have all the EVPs there. You may have to
you really should have told me about this before airtime. I would have put
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Next time. We do EVPs on this program, and it's a whole separate category I'd love to talk to you about sometime. I think it is perhaps the best evidence for ghosts, frankly, if it's done right.
Well, yeah, a lot of people say that. A lot of people say, EVPs, what it is, Art, is that, okay, I'm working with this radio station. They have the best equipment possible. They're recording, live conversation, and we decide to go back downstairs. We do not hear this lady's voice until later. So what happens is we go back downstairs, and the entities follow us. Now, one of the radio talk show hosts are just standing there. He's not doing anything. He's up against the wall. We are now going back down. I'm taking still photography. These are all my photos, so I'm taking still photography as we go through the basement. And then suddenly he goes, my arm is...
Wait a minute. Doctor, welcome back. And so you said suddenly, and I think that's where we broke.
Suddenly, this gentleman looks down at his arm, and he says, my arm is on fire. It is just burning. And we pull back his sleeve, and my colleague, who's a registered nurse and also a psychic, looked at the wounds. And so we saw the scratches appear almost before our eyes. There were 17 claw marks, scratches, and they were from the inside out.
What?
So underneath his dermis, his dermal layer, his skin layer, there was some type of hemorrhaging, and then they pierced through the dermal layers, and then they look like scratches.
I sure do.
Okay, now, if you're a skeptic, you can say, oh, yes, he took a paper clip and he scratched himself and it was just something for the show.
Oh, no.
No, this is not the case. As soon as the burning, I took him upstairs and he went into shock almost immediately. And it took 3 weeks for most of those scratches to heal. Now, this is not the first time one of the people in the group have been attacked. Actually, this gentleman was attacked at another investigation, almost strangled. And there were handprints on his throat from the attempt of strangulation. I was also in another investigation where one of my former partners, we saw the entity on video. It flew right by him, and he goes, something's wrong with my shoulder.
All right. Well, we skipped right down to that fourth or the fifth photograph, whatever.
Yes.
I don't want to do that because if you go a little bit higher, folks, you'll see the setup. You'll see the guy standing there, and you'll see. Well, Doctor, what is it that's in the first picture adjacent to him, please?
In the first picture, there's probably some orbs, and they're in a digital, we call a digital echo, meaning the orb is moving so fast that it leaves its footprint throughout the photo. And let me pull that up real quick.
Looks like it's near his hand, actually, at that point.
Right, exactly. Now, this is probably the same entity. You see it 3 times because it's a digital echo. It's just moving toward him.
Gotcha.
Now, he's looking down at his hand in the first photograph because this orb, I know we agree to disagree, is attacking him under or through his clothes. And you zoom in. I zoomed in on the orb to make sure that it was a solid structure. And then he pulls back his sleeve, and he has these scratches.
All right, Doctor, these photographs you took them. They were taken by a still camera, right?
Yes, a still camera.
Still camera, okay. So could you see, when you took these photographs, what we are seeing now on them?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. As soon as it's a digital camera, so as soon as you take the photograph, you see it pop up on the rearview screen.
No, I meant with your naked eye.
Oh, no, you can't.
Okay.
No, you can't.
All right. Mm-mm. All right, so this must have occurred within seconds, I would presume, right?
Yeah. All
right, the next photograph down, you see this, I must admit, it is unlike anything I've ever seen. The orbs that I've talked about in the past that I kind of don't believe in so much are these just single points of light. But what you've got here, there's a construction to this thing. I don't know what it is, but...
Right. Correct, yeah. It's a 3-dimensional object just being squished into a 2-dimensional surface. But whatever shape it took, and whatever shape it took, it could scratch individual marks on this gentleman. Now,
All right. In the next photograph, it's even brighter, or else you enhanced it. I'm not sure.
I enhanced it a little bit just to show that it was right on top, or next to his arm, is right in front of him, right on his arm.
Okay, I don't want to ignore this. There's structure.
No.
There is structure to this thing.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I don't know what that structure means, but there's something there.
There is something here. This is, a lot of people say they see faces, they see this, and that's just a Rorschach test. We commonly see that. But what's really here is some type of three-dimensional ball of plasma. And the plasma has the ability to attack and scratch or maul the person. And
so did he begin to feel this, Doctor, instantly?
Not instantly. It was something like a warm, burning sensation. So, the excitement of the moment, we're doing a radio show, and then all of a sudden it became very painful.
Sure.
Like it went from a warm electric pad, to all of a sudden there's intense pain. And then we pull back his sleeve.
I totally get it. Looking at that arm, my God.
Yeah. So what is unique is that dust flakes, dust specks don't scratch. And they sure don't leave EVPs on your recording equipment.
No.
So something with human voice and human intelligence defending its space or just not very friendly attacked this gentleman. And with no provocation. There was no forewarning, and he did not provoke anything that was there. He was just like in the way, I guess.
No wise remarks or cracks, nothing.
No. And he is the nicest gentleman you ever want to meet. He would, go the extra mile for anyone. He's just that kind of guy, and he seems to be the one getting attacked. Now, I'm doing this, I've done this, crossing my fingers, a long time. I've never been attacked. Maybe it's just because I haven't been in the way. Or that, whatever it was just kind of left me alone for reasons. But whatever this plasma is, if it's consciousness, human consciousness, it has the ability to affect our world. Now, during that investigation, there was something to do with a Barbie doll. Okay? It was the little girl's Barbie doll. She kept it with her all the time. Well, we set it up as like a trap or something. Not a trap, but we put it out to see if it would move or these entities would do anything with it.
Yes.
Well, while we're setting this up on a little table with some of the other toys that the little girl would play with, all of a sudden we hear on the EVP a growl. And this is like a deep, big dog kind of growl. No
man, you should have brought
Don't even know where it came from. Okay, and then the next thing we know, the Barbie doll disappears.
Seriously?
Yeah, it disappears. Okay, so everybody goes, this is madness, because we were just in that room. There's no way this Barbie doll could disappear. It's the closest object to the little girl. All the other toys, we brought them and set them up. We searched the entire house, find it in a closet, like back in the back on the top shelf of this empty closet. So these things can move objects, manipulate matter, can scratch or manipulate the human body.
Obviously.
And can put people into states of shock.
Okay,
now,
I have a question for you, again, regarding these photographs. Since you were taking the pictures, how much time between snaps was there to capture what you captured?
As soon as the flash could recharge, it was just like 1 second, 2 seconds,
Gotcha.
1 second, 2 seconds, as fast as the flash could recharge. There is a series of cameras which we use. It's a Canon class. It's called the Sport Shot, or SP30,
okay.
SP40, and SP50. We use those, and those have the best flash for them. after that series, the encoded chip started to change, and they started not to produce these anomalies because the flash on the cameras changed.
Well, that's interesting. What is it in that camera or that flash that allows you to see what is not seen on later models?
Yes, it is because, uniquely, they put out what we call an infrared. There was an infrared halogen scenario in the flash.
Okay.
So there was a yellow cast to some of the photos. A lot of people didn't like that, so they took out the halogen and put in what we call the blue light.
I get it.
So you didn't get the red eye problem, so they put in a blue light. So a lot of your stuff, like your iPhones today, have an LED, but it's on the bluer, it's on the UV side,
right?
Not on the halogen infrared.
Right. The bluer is a little bit more pleasing to the eye, actually. To me, but obviously it doesn't capture this, and so this is really important information. There's a lot of people out there in this field who are saying to themselves, well, then I need one of those. Where do they find them?
Go to eBay. You get them for about $10. They're older technology.
$10?
And, yeah, $10. I bought one off of eBay the other day for $10 and some shipping cost. People are just like throwing this stuff away.
Okay, and the model again, please?
It's the SP30 Canon, and it's the digital camera. And I got a couple laying around here somewhere. But
how
anyway,
many megapixels? Do you know?
It's 5.
5. Okay,
megapixels.
That's good. That's good.
It's not necessarily HD that everybody wants. Now they want 12 to 32 or 16 or whatever.
No, but is the uniqueness of the flash associated with this camera?
Exactly. Now, if you do capture an orb, okay, it will have what we call a digital echo because the orb is moving. It's moving. So the digital camera can't make a blurry picture, technically.
Right.
Technically, it's designed not to make a blurry picture. But on a speeding object that's moving incredibly fast and burning through electrons in the air, the camera, through the flash, absorbs the flash, and then what it sees is this multitude of digital echoes. So I have this friend, he's over in Kansas City, and he goes, every time I take a picture in a haunted house, I get this dust, and it's just all over. And I go, dude, that's like, there's not 40 ghosts there, but there's like 5. And you can actually blow them up and look at their unique signature or their thumbprint. And we can see it by eliminating through contrast and brightness, not through any other form, just by contrast and brightness, we can actually see which is an echo and which is the solid form, because we're looking at its density, its opacity of brightness. The less bright it is, the more the echo it is. And you can see them in different sizes, shapes, structures, contours. That's why the anatomy of these things are so unique. And once you recognize it and recognize that it's interacting with you, then we're not in Kansas anymore.
Okay, Doctor. So are you suggesting what we're looking at here in the third picture down or so, the one enhanced, is a soul? This was once a human being. It is a soul, or the energy. What's left of that?
No, it maintains its identity. Remember, you can't have consciousness without memory. Right. Memory requires a form of energy, right? So whatever this was knew how to scratch, and it knew how to attack. So the memory may not be. Let's say the memory is of someone who's just not very pleasant. A bully. Let's just say a bully. Well, that bully dies. It's still a bully. You see.
Well, that was another area I was going to go. I've had countless people come on, including EVP researchers, who say, look, whatever you were in life, if you're on the other side, you're the same thing. If you were a grouch and a mean person, you're a grouchy, mean ghost.
Yes. Odors and smells go along with some of this. Some people are notorious smokers, and when they die, people smell the pipe smoke or the cigarette smoke or cigar smoke still in that same area. Odors go along with this as well as everything else. And like I said, in 2001, we kind of broke the barrier, and after that, we started to realize these things are real. They're large and in charge.
Doctor, imagine for a second a smoker who dies and then becomes an orb, as we're seeing here. And on the other side, there's no cigarette, so that orb is going to be ticked off.
No, because let me tell you a little secret about quantum energy. Only the human consciousness can control, or a consciousness with 20,000 genes. Human consciousness can control quantum fabric. So if you're over there, all you have to do is imagine a cigarette, and you're smoking again. And the memory of the smoke, becomes real.
I find that in a perverted way comforting.
Yes. Here's another thing. I was over in England, and there's a couple of researchers over in England, and they sit down and they go, "Here, Mike, listen to this." And I go, "Okay." And they turn on this tape recorder, and I'm listening to footsteps, boom, like boots on wooden floors, because there's a couple of castles over in Europe. And they go, "There was nobody there. This was just boots on wooden floors." And I go, "Well, that's interesting. Where is this castle?" And we go, and there's no wooden floors. It's all limestone and marble. And I go, "Wait a second. There's no wooden floors here. How come?" And then we talked to this guy who knows the history of this castle, and they said, yes, back in the 16 or 1500s, this was a wooden floor. So the memory of this person remembered what his boots sounded like on a wooden floor, and it is recreated.
Right.
So when people talk about like The Secret, they're projecting their wants into the universe. The universe, as a big machine, starts to generate certain things, because why? The human mind can control it. We can demand from our reality certain things. In the afterlife, it's compliant. It's exactly the same thing. When you're an entity on the other side, the universe becomes compliant to you, just like it becomes compliant to us.
I like that. Okay, let me stop you now and ask you. Many people say there is a heaven and there is a hell, and there may be in-between spots, and that a ghost is simply an entity that has not yet moved on. Is that consistent with what you believe?
Not necessarily consistent.
Really?
It's similar. If you have not gone on, it's because you cannot accept the unconditional love of God. There is a creator. There is an afterlife. Our universe and 198 other universes are in the afterlife. It's a very big place. It's 200 zillion light years across. If the Earth was an electron, if the Earth was an electron, the size of an electron, the afterlife is 200 zillion light years across. And heaven, the creator...
How can you know this?
The area that God dwells is 50 zillion light years across.
How can you know that?
Because two things. One, it's a fractal, and it's a torus. It creates a torus field, so it's constantly moving. It's always vibrating.
That was torus, not torsion, right?
Yeah, right, torus. Yes,
okay,
torus. It's an energy field inside. So it's a replica. It's a replica of what we see in these orbs in this anatomy. So the consciousness of the afterlife is the same, like these orbs. The anatomy is almost identical. And the torus is a common field effect in our reality. So it emulates from an intelligent mind through the frequencies to support our dimension.
Okay. A lot of people who do photography, Doctor,
Yeah.
get these orbs, and they think they're ghosts. Now, I'm somewhat more doubtful. I've done a lot of photography, and I've come up with orbs myself.
Yeah.
But usually they're an artifact of the flash involved from something, a reflection, something like that. I don't know how you differentiate. Certainly not all things seen as orbs are ghosts or souls, right?
That's correct. That is correct. And we, over time, like any forensic, anyone in forensics will see that if it's raining, you have to discount that. If there's snow, you have to throw that out. If there's fog, we have to throw that out. But I have seen these orbs in fog, and they are not raindrops, dewdrops, or whatever. Now, the other thing is, I'm comparing this with video. There is on my website something called Exterior Forces, which is a little mini-series. I have lectures on the paranormal. In episode 10, you'll see 30 minutes of nonstop orbs. And this is, real-time video. I slow it down for the observer to see what I'm pointing out. And you will see that these are three-dimensional round objects moving amongst the people, flying by the camera. They are not insects. They are not, aberrations. They are intelligent.
I was about to say, I used to interview a fellow called Jose Escamilla. Do you know him?
Yeah, the Rod guy. Yeah.
Right, that's right, Rod's. Now, he sort of makes the same claim in a way, Doctor. He says, look, what I'm photographing, what I'm taking video of, these are not insects. These are living somethings, but not insects. In other words, he believes that they're entities of some sort.
Oh, yeah.
Have you looked into that, his work?
I have looked into that. I cannot find what he finds, but this is an oddity. I don't know how much time we've got. I'll just throw this out real quick. There is a ghost walk in St. Charles. The gentleman who gives the tour is a very good friend of mine, and he goes from site to site and talks about ghosts that may inhabit this place.
Yes.
Well, when he was with a tour from Canada, I did not know them. They did not know me, and I'm sitting there filming this group as they walk down the street to go from location to location. I see a unique orb traveling with this group. And now I'm sitting there going, wait a minute. One of these people has either A, a guardian angel, B, a relative that has died recently and still connected to them, or C, unknown.
Now, when you say you saw an orb traveling with them, do you mean with your own human eyes you saw it?
No, not with my human eyes. No, with my equipment.
Okay. And your equipment is what?
Infrared, high definition, black and white, set at the proper frequency to see this energy signature.
All right.
Okay. Now, we go along. Now, I see this entity again, so I get really curious. And so it seems to be around one particular individual.
Okay.
I go up to that individual and I said, did you have a relative that died recently? And she said, my father died. And I said, I think he's with you right now.
Really?
And throughout the rest of the tour, this entity stayed with the group. Now, what I'm trying to get to is when I processed that from videotape into my computer, it looked very similar to a rod, the squiggly lines.
Mm-hmm.
But on my videotape, it didn't. It was a solid white mass moving incredibly fast and maintaining an orbit around this group.
Wow.
Not only did she say that her father died, her mother was there and gave me the same information.
Wow.
And the mother said she was his favorite child, because they had several children.
Of course.
So So there you have it.
All right. Now, here's another question for you. Since you know so much about the other side and this process, see, how can I put this? Does a ghost, after a period of time, find their way, or does their lack of faith, I guess would be a way to put it, that you claim keeps them here in the first place, have an opportunity to change and have them move on, or are they eternally here?
No. The whole idea is that they have to accept if a person hates themselves so much, they'll never accept love. They'll never think they're good enough for love, and especially unconditional love. So
unconditional love shouldn't care.
Well, no, but let's say you don't think highly of yourself.
Yes.
So I'm not going to accept that unconditional love because I'm not worth it. I'm not worth it. You see how the
so you lay in judgment of yourself.
Bingo, exactly. And Daniel Brinkley has always said, he said two things to me one time. He says, you will always judge yourself, and you'll see yourself in 3D being the biggest ass of your life, because you'll get a past life review.
Terrifying.
You can't have a 3D image, okay, because you're dead, right? But somehow the universe in the Akashic Records or the Hall of Libraries remembers your life individually in 3D. It can't do that unless it has an analog memory. Now, how can all this take place? We have 10,000 to 40,000 people with near-death experiences almost on a daily basis.
Yes, we do.
And they come back and say amazing things.
Some do.
Yeah, some do. I've listened to some of them, put them on YouTube, and I've watched some with amazing fascination. But what they kind of talk about is that they are in a real place, a real place that exists in 3 dimensions.
Yes.
And they remember themselves, but slightly younger and better looking.
Yes.
Okay? To have a memory, you have to have a loop. You have to have a loop. Now, if you have a torus field that's rotating.
But a loop, Doctor, a loop, and I've heard that theory regarding ghosts before, a loop is just that. It's a loop. We're going to break here. A loop is not consciousness as I imagine it.
Exactly, because it's a fractal design.
Yeah.
And so the further you go into it, the further it looks, and you can go to almost infinity. So the idea is it's metaphorical. It's just to saying that it's incredibly large and it's filled with energy, and it has trillions and trillions of different frequencies that are in that energy. Now, how all this becomes consciousness is a very unique digital problem. Every human has genes, a genetic code, and every gene has a frequency. This frequency, whatever it's resonating at, is where the energy of the afterlife creates this consciousness to interface with that genetic code.
Okay. All right. So before the break, we were talking about loops, and boy, have I heard a lot about this with respect to ghosts. It seems to me, and a lot of people have noticed loops. In other words, in a house that's haunted or near a haunted area, the ghost appears to do the same thing again and again and again and again. And to me, that's either not associated with consciousness as we understand it, or it's hell, because to be condemned to do the same thing again and again and again is hell.
We all have that private thing. Now, when you study like post-traumatic stress, there is something it's like a psychological wall that some people just can't get through. They just can't overcome. And this is a trauma. It's a psychological trauma. Now, whatever it is, this person becomes ashamed of not only their weakness, but of the trauma itself. So they cannot get past it. And that becomes what we would call a living hell. Now, when you die, the trauma is revealed to you in 3D. And if you can't get past it then that is what we'd call a hell. Because you live that loop over and over, and you can't break your cycle. You can't get out of it.
So you're saying that you're absolutely sure that in that loop there is a consciousness suffering it again and again and again.
Again, exactly.
And this occurs most frequently when there is a violent death of some sort.
Yeah, suicide, violence, something like that. Yeah.
Really?
Murder. There is a place in Tombstone, Arizona called the Birdcage.
Yes.
And they almost kicked me out of there. But anyway, I went on the tour there, and we saw several ghosts there. I proved all of their artifacts that were there. Now, at the end of the tour, we had a little seance. All right. Well, there is an entity in the Birdcage in Tombstone that can try to somehow communicate through a speaker, a stereo speaker.
Really?
That has no connection. It's just bare wires at the end of it. There's a speaker sitting there, and you'll hear this static come across it. This is the entity shorting out the speaker wires and applying just enough current to it that it actually sounds like, static interference, and it's not plugged into anything. This entity is called Timothy or Timmy. I'm not really sure which one it was. Anyway, during the seance at the end of the tour.
And you know this how? The name?
The lady who led the tour is psychic.
Uh-huh.
And she claims that she has seen several full-blown bodied entities early in the morning at that location, walking around like they owned the place, dressed in clothing from a period 100 years ago.
Wow.
Now, she was leading the tour. She was convinced it's haunted, and she can hear. She's some type of audio cleric, where she can hear the voices. And there is this one that remains there at the Birdcage, and it's either Timothy or Timmy. I don't remember which. But anyway, we were having the seance, and I had my equipment there. And I noticed one entity, but it didn't hang around. There was another one that attacked a gentleman who was sitting across from me. And so we had to break the seance circle. I picked up my equipment, and I watched as this orb, again, plasma, leave the back of his neck.
The back of his neck.
And he was choking. We thought he was just nervous. And then suddenly he lost all ability, neuromuscular ability in his throat to even say that he was in pain. He was actually being choked, or he felt like something was choking him. Well, I'm watching this on my camera, and I see this orb eject itself out of the back of his neck, and even in different stages of slow motion, it was dramatic. There was no physical cause, because all of her hands, there's no one there to choke him, because all of her hands are connected. But when I videotape this, I realized that if that is Timmy or Timothy or whomever that is there was using him to try to communicate, use his vocal cords, however, through a neuromuscular sense. Now, this guy, let me tell you a little bit about this guy. He was a soldier. He was going off to Afghanistan in 10 days. And him and his girlfriend came down to go to the Birdcage just as tourists. So this guy is a straightforward, honest shooter. It took me 30 minutes after that to calm him down, to try to tell him that it wasn't his fault, that he was attacked, and he was attacked by an entity that he could not see or defend himself against. And after that, he kind of said, okay. And then he said, in 10 days I'll be in Afghanistan. So, so he was not, a fly-by-night, excitable type. He was a trained soldier.
All right. I have had people tell me, Doctor, that it is possible to trap an entity, or if you will, trap a ghost, trap a soul, depending on how you want to look at this. I guess they could all be one and the same, but you can actually trap something. Is that true?
No, that is not. We tried for years. We were able to design a machine, but it's like Ghostbusters. The more you throw in there, the bigger the field to maintain it has to be.
Well, yes, but I would think one would be okay. I mean, if you can trap one entity, you can prove a lot, right?
Oh, true. You can prove everything.
So you're telling me that, like in Ghostbusters, you would need an electromagnetic a field to actually contain it?
Right. Contain it, correct. Because it would have to be a stronger electromagnetic field than the plasma field that it is in. So after you do these readings, we decided that it was easier to keep an entity out by reversing certain polarities using a generator. We could wire a room, very similar like a cage or Faraday cage or whatever, and we could reverse the polarity and keep them out easier than we could ever keep them in.
Well, it makes a nice safe room, I suppose, from entities, but other than that, I don't know, I kind of like the idea, perverse as it may be, of capturing something.
Yeah, we've tried that, and the expense and the time and the coaxing became problematic. And so we didn't really give up on it. We actually have a design. It's like capturing anything in the analog world. You just have to have the right design, and you have to have some assistance. So it was easier for us to now this is where we get into a little situation, and it's not belief. Believe you me, it's not belief. Some people say we can go on ghost hunts and we are never attacked, nothing ever happens to us,
right?
And we always come back with a photo or whatever of a ghost or orb or whatever. And I say, yes, that's fine, but why aren't you possessed? And they just look at me like they're like stunned. They'd never come across their minds before. And I said, well, either two things. The ghost didn't want to possess you, or you have some type of angelic guidance that is preventing you from being possessed. And so we developed a suit. It was kind of like we built a vest. And what it is, it's very fine wiring that's built into some type of capacitor. And as the entity drags electrons, because electrons really affect us in this reality, as they drag the electrons, the suit picks up the electrons and puts it in a capacitor. So those things don't affect us. They can't turn our reality against us.
So you're saying you can actually suck a soul into a capacitor, which of course holds a charge.
Which would hold a charge. So what we're doing is we're bleeding off. We could virtually bleed off a lot of it, a lot of that energy. Now, we couldn't really maintain it, but we could bleed it off. So an entity like this gentleman who was scratched, that would have been preventable with the proper suit. He could have worn it. We actually came up with a halo.
In essence, you're grounding them out, right?
Exactly. We're just grounding them out using plain physics just to ground out their effect on us. Now, this gets into a different field, but we had actually worked up the schematics for all this, and then it got to a point to where we had to kind of enlist the help of a psychic, because we were getting into a point of saying, are we becoming adversarial? I don't want to become adversarial. I just want to be, pleasant with these entities. I don't want something to attack me that I can't see.
Right, but how do you, if you're looking for a psychic, how do you decide the real McCoy versus all the frauds and fakes.
Yeah. Well, after you worked with one for 20 years,
I guess, yeah.
You get to know them pretty well, and you get to know what they can do. And so once you get into what their specialty is, and they can pull information to you through that specialty. So, if I hurt my knee, I don't go to a cardiac surgeon.
Right.
I go to a kinesiology guy who's going to tell me
Right.
about my knee.
Mm-hmm.
So you work with their ability, whatever that ability may be, to download information that you may be overlooking. There might be a better way. That's the idea of using a proper professional psychic, is to save time, save money, and try to lock in on how this is all working out. And
it makes sense to me. I mean, I know there are people who have the ability to either call up or communicate with those on the other side. There are some people who really can do that, and then there's a bunch of fakes. So
yes, I agree. I'm right there with you. So I happened to have bumped into one, as serendipity or synchronicity happens. I bumped into one, and she was just kind of, a natural born. She was naturally born. This was the way she was all of her life. She was a registered nurse. She had become a certified hypnotherapist. She had her own client base and things like this, but she wasn't aggressively seeking clients. So after a situation, a period of kind of getting used to each other's methods of operation, we realized very quickly that we had to double up. So if I have one colleague who's a still photography specialist, someone else in the team had to become a specialist in still photography. If someone was a video editor and expert, someone else in the team had to, so we could always back each other up. But when it came to the psychic situation, we only had one. So we had to trust that one. Now, I had
the proof is in the pudding, of course. So if your psychic can produce information saying, look, there's something here, and then you otherwise prove there is something there, pretty good.
That's it. So when we go into a house and she says there are 6 entities here, and I have videotaped or taken still photography and I've captured 4, I know we're in the ballpark. we're in the ballpark. You know what I'm saying? So if she says they've left the house, then we'll go outside. And 9 times out of 10, we were investigating a school. It's supposed to have been haunted. We get in there. We don't find anything. I'm with another team. They can't find anything. And I just say, okay, if they're not inside, they're outside. So we walk outside, and there they are. These orbs are right outside. We're not only getting them on still cameras, we're getting them on video equipment. We walk back in, they follow us back in, and there they are. So
I've always been an orb skeptic. I'm sorry, but I have been. On the other hand, what you've captured, I'm impressed by. I mean, you've got something different there. I don't know what you've got, but it's very different.
Now, I'm going to draw a little picture here. Okay, now we have the Max Planck Institute of how the universe is diagrammed, and it looks exactly like the human brain's neural network. Okay, so the entire universe is electromagnetically connected, just like the human brain. Not only just like, it is exactly like. So if you're really telepathic, or if you're really psychic, you can jump on this galactic superhighway and go to your power station sitting off 1,500 light years away and tell you exactly what it is. Why are we sending spaceships into space or whatever when if we had the right psychic, the right capability, even technical remote viewing has evolved to a certain extent. We could be looking, NASA could say, here is the planet, 1, 2, 3, go. And technical remote viewers could come back with more data than ever. I had a friend of mine was a NASA scientist, worked on the space shuttle program, and we were on a radio show together. And he pulled out the latest planet that NASA had found, and it was just slightly larger than Earth. and but they could not figure out if it had life on it or what was going on.
And?
Well, he laid it down on the table, and I said, okay, I'll look at that. So I have recently become a very good dowser, and so I dowsed if our life could live on that planet, and the answer was no. Okay, then a few more questions later, it comes back that the sun in that solar system is giving off lethal radiation to our type of life form.
Okay.
And that planet could not be colonized by us because we could not survive on the surface.
Right, okay, fine. But that doesn't mean some other life doesn't survive there and thrive there.
True, that's true. But to save time, instead of sending a spaceship out there, which would take years, we can send psychics first. Find the planets that are perfect for our life form.
Well, that's a good point.
And
some remote viewers are full of baloney. Other remote viewers are spot on. And you and I talked for a moment before the show, and of all the seers that I've had on my radio program, Evelyn Paglini, who claimed to be a witch, she has now passed on, hit everything on the mark. I mean, everything that she said she saw coming. Brother, you could take it to the bank. It was coming. And I know you heard her, right?
Yes, I remember that show.
That woman was astounding. There are some people I know, Doctor, that are going to think you're a lunatic. Absolutely crazy for thinking these things, and others not so much. It depends, I guess, on what you believe. So here we go. My public number is area code 952-225-5278. That's area code 952-225-5278. Not so much a lunatic, though, if you look at the photographs that he's got. That's pretty telling stuff. And then if you want to come in by Skype, you can come in that way as well. In North America, simply add us as a contact, and then we'll be on your contact list. So the little plus sign on Skype, you would put MITD51. MITD as Midnight in the Desert 51. And elsewhere in the world, MITD55. MITD55. And we do have a first-time caller line. Let me dig it out here. And let's see. Our first-time caller line is area code 775-285-5800. Area code 775-285-5800. I know there's a lot of people out there that look at orbs and believe in orbs, and I have not been one of them. But I must say, what the doctor has captured on film here seems to me to be a very different sort of animal. Now, I had my producer look, Doctor, for the sound you talked about. I think it was sort of a grunt or a scream you mentioned that was on your website.
No. It's on my website. It's on the radio station's website at 971talk.com. Yeah. And it's under the Dave Glover Show or DGS Halloweens. And I'm sorry, that's owned by the copyrights on the radio station's website. No,
I see. All right. Well, then scratch that idea. Boom.
But next time, if we do another show on EVPs, I'll definitely get their permission, and we'll run some EVPs. There's another thing about this. We were doing an investigation, and I was shooting off some photography, and I caught a couple of orbs. And immediately, I took the microphone, which was a wireless microphone, during this show, and I raised it up to the air, and I said, if there's anyone in the room who would like to talk to us, go right ahead, and now's your opportunity. And, everybody got upset because they thought I was hogging the show, and when they played the tape back, there were two voices on the recording exactly. So those dust specks were talking to me, which I don't think so, or they knew English and they were They were speaking. They were speaking directly into the microphone.
Huh. Odd indeed.
Certain paradigms we have to shift to gain better perspective. It's just one of those things.
How is the soul, or if you will, a consciousness, created in the first place?
In afterlife, there is so much energy and there is so many frequencies that the frequencies have to set up with our genes. And so those frequencies are selected for our genetic profile. And that energy is inserted as we become a vessel. 21 days before we're actually born, our consciousness
21 days.
Inserted, into our genetic makeup. And so we are born with the consciousness for those genes. And this is where we get into a lot of debate on, is it nature or nurture? Is it,
sure,
epigenetics, or is it something else? Is it handed down? If you have an abnormality through genes, is it handed down and things like that?
All right. Well, here's another one for you, Doctor. So it has to do with reincarnation. The Buddhists firmly believe in reincarnation. I also believe that when a person dies, it seems as though their presence, or whatever they are, their soul, seems to remain in the area for a certain amount of time, typically 3 or 4 days, and then they do move on. Have you heard anything like that?
Yes, I've heard variations of stories. I've heard that sometimes it's every 100 years a person gets reincarnated, and I've heard it being within a few years. And in India, there was a little girl not too long ago who came out and said she was one of the astronauts who died in the space shuttle incident. She actually knew her father's name. She knew the village where she lived, and she was, less than 5 or 6 years old.
Yes, that matches up so well with a recent movie called I, Origins. Did you see that?
No, I haven't seen that yet.
Oh, my. You should see that, trust me. All right, let's go quickly to Skype and start to take calls. Hello there, you're on the air with Dr. Lynch. Skype? Hello, Skype?
Hello?
Yes, hi.
Hi, Art. Gentlemen,
Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So I wanted to share an experience that I've been having. I had at one point heard you talk about the refresh rate on screen monitors.
Yes.
And how that can affect perception.
Right.
So I built some LCD glasses that can vary the blink rate. And I've been playing with those, and some very strange things have been happening.
Such as?
Synchronicity, but continual. Like things happening that are so beyond the possibility of coincidence. And another thing that happened is...
Well, you haven't told me yet what happened. Things that are so beyond coincidence. What do you mean?
Well, for example, I would mention something, and it would manifest itself in some totally unrelated way shortly thereafter. For example, I'd mention something to my wife, and it would happen. I would do something, and something would happen that's related, but no way they're connected, if that makes sense. But the second thing, the disturbing thing is, a couple of days ago, I went into our house. I was working in the backyard, and I couldn't find my wife. And I said, that's strange. Where did she go? And I went back in the kitchen, and she was sitting there. And I said, oh, where were you? She says, well, I've been sitting here all the time. And I thought, well, that's odd. The next morning, I woke up, and for a brief second, I saw an entity standing beside me. And a brief fraction of a second later, it was as if I reawoke. The fabric in the background changed, and that entity was gone.
All right. Well, this is
very weird.
Yes, very weird indeed. All right. Well, thank you for the call and the story. Doctor, I had a recent experience. It was, weeks before I actually began doing this program in July that I'll describe to you briefly. And you can make of it what you will. I was working, and this is why he mentioned what he mentioned. I was working late at night on my computer, and I was doing research for this show coming up. You know, I knew I was about to be on the air in July. So, sitting at my computer for hours, late at night, after my family had long gone to bed, hours and hours in front of that computer, looking up stories and things, and all of a sudden, on my right, I saw what was a human figure shape, Doctor.
Mm-hmm.
And it startled me really badly. It scared me. And it blinked away, and I looked behind me. Why, I don't know. But there it was behind me. At this point, I'm terrified. I mean, really terrified. I swung it back to the left, and oh my God, it's right there to the left of me, and then gone. And it really didn't have, you know, appendages to it, but it was a human form. Head, torso, something where the legs should be. I don't know what this thing was. I call it a shadow person. I guess we can call it whatever you want to call it. What is a shadow person anyway?
Basically, a shadow person is something that's absorbing light energy, and that's why they look like a shadow. They're darker. They're absorbing light, and they're not reflecting light.
Is it a ghost?
Yeah, we have to walk a fine line here. Now, okay, everybody thinks I'm on the crazy side anyway. So let's say it's not a ghost. Then what would it be? And then it would be a psychic projection of an entity. So let's say there is someone incredibly telepathic or remote viewer, and accidentally they're viewing you.
Why is it not, I'm sorry, why is it not as likely to be a ghost? Is it because of this energy deal, or?
Yeah, okay, on the flip side, let's say it's a ghost. Okay, if it was, it would be able to, at that size of energy, to memorize this entire body, should be able to move something, it should be able to reappear, and at later dates, be interactive, be more interactive. Now you have some wanderers that just, wander through the neighborhood and they just move on.
I'm not seeking this stuff, Doctor. I don't. No,
you don't have to. No, it's curious about you. It's just curious about you. Here's Art Bell, legendary radio announcer.
Oh, come on.
Let's look over his shoulder and see what he's looking at. And, curiosity on the other side is very curious. We used to go to this one place, which was incredibly haunted, and we would open the door. We'd have to start videotaping when we opened the door. And as we opened the door, the two little balls of light would be sitting right there waiting for us. And then within a few minutes, they were gone. They didn't care about us anymore. We weren't exciting enough for them or whatever. And so they'll meet you at the door. They're curious.
All right.
Really
we're in the final hour here. Let's take a call. Spartanburg, South Carolina, I believe.
Hello, Art. How are you today?
I'm okay, sir. You're on the air.
Yes, sir. Just wanted to let the gentleman know, or I had a question, rather. I saw a full-bodied entity, and I didn't know that was possible. But it stands over along Interstate 40 in Tennessee, and I'm an amateur radio operator also. And when you drive by this entity, and this has happened many times, I can actually hear the entity on the 20-meter and 80-meter bands. And I knew that they communicate electronically.
You're hearing them on the radio? Really?
Yeah, right, on the HL. And I never knew that this was possible.
I know there's some evil entities on 75 meters, no question about that.
I agree with you totally, exactly.
All right.
Yeah. I just wanted his opinion of that. I just never knew a full body could do that.
Okay, well, so, Doctor, they can project themselves, if they can project themselves to a recorder, and become an EVP, then it seems to me they could project themselves to the radio spectrum if they wanted to, right?
Absolutely. There are something like a police scanner that scans hundreds of frequencies. And you can run this apparatus, and it will start to scan. And when it hits a frequency, you may get several words. You may get a couple. I've seen this apparatus actually work. They call it different names, the ghost box or ghost antenna and things like that. And as it scans, you'll actually be able to pick up certain conversations. Other people have tried to narrow in the frequencies, but sometimes they change per entity to entity. There is something called, I forget what the name of it is some triangle out east, and if you drive through it, you'll see apparitions alongside the road. Sometimes they're Native American Indians, or they're the redcoats, from a different time. There is also the ancient story of Resurrection Mary, where she comes out of the cemetery in Chicago, and she'll be walking alongside the road, and people will pick her up, think she's absolutely real, deliver her, and she disappears.
Okay, Doctor, it's not that I want to see anything. Thank you very much. However, it was my theory that staring at that computer screen for that long period of time affected me, that the refresh rate of the computer screen affected my brain after a while. Now, that's just a wild
that's
theory.
True. It's hypnosis, a form of hypnosis. The 60 cycles or the 120 cycles form in the mind, the subconscious brain, and you start becoming hypersensitive to suggestion and autosuggestion.
That was just my theory. Okay, listen,
Yeah.
a lot of people, I'm somebody who doesn't want to find these things because I'd rather not see them, thank you. But if somebody actually wants to find a ghost, Doctor, what is the best advice you can give those who would wish to actually see?
You would have to go to some place that's public and that advertises that they're haunted, and then you could take your equipment with you. Like I said, sometimes a still camera is better than a video camera if you don't have the right frequencies, but that's the way you kind of get started. I don't recommend going to cemeteries, but
Why?
With my equipment, at night they have certain restrictions, and I've been to several at night, and I don't get a lot of evidence. I get more evidence walking down the street. Like I got more evidence walking down the street of Tombstone, Arizona, than I did inside the birdcage.
That's really, really interesting because the best EVP people I know also say they don't get their best evidence in cemeteries. They go to places like prisons.
Yes.
Places where...
The loop.
The
you
loop.
get caught in that loop. You can't forgive yourself. You're not good enough. And you have to stay in that prison because you just can't pass that reality. So what do you hear? You hear the same things over and over. They're new conversations, but you get that EVP because they can't break out.
See, that is legitimately scary to me, to imagine being caught in a loop.
And then you're
with consciousness doing the same damn thing again and again and again.
Yeah. You can't forgive yourself. So when someone comes around, you're in my space, they become territorial or predatorial. And so normally when you're like in a prison or an asylum, they become very predatorial and territorial. So they'll almost want you off their property, and they'll do whatever they can. I mean, I think in certain cases, not to step on Barry Taft's toes, but I had a case where a lady was being sexually assaulted by an entity, and we could videotape the entity, so we knew it was there. What shocked her was she thought it was all a psychosis until we actually showed her the videotape of the entity in her bedroom.
Oh, my God.
When she got home. And so we had to...
You're telling me you have video of this?
Yeah, I've got it in my library. I mean, I've got years. Ever since 2000, we have, and then prior to that, we experimented on frequencies in order to see this. So we get into certain private matters, you might say, I can't reveal names or locations, but we get into certain situations that don't make any sense to us. But if you're just free-flowing energy and you're caught in the, self-ridicule, self-hatred, you'll never break out. You'll never break that loop. And that's why when you go to these prisons, you go to these asylums, their minds can't forgive themselves.
Okay, well, apparently that is a good hunting location if you really want to find these things. JN on Skype, hello.
Hello, Art Bell. This is Jeremy in Aransas Pass. Thanks for having me on. Art Bell, I've been listening to you since 94, 95, and this is my first time to get to talk to you, so I'm really excited. Mr. Dr. Lynch, great show tonight, man. I'm really enjoying it a lot. A quick little thing, and then I'll let you get on with some other people. I'm sure there's plenty of people who like to talk to you. When I was young and we had this ranch out in Goliad. I used to wake up a lot of times with scratch marks all over my stomach. Now, when I was a kid, I never told nobody that because I was more or less scared, you know. And I know it wasn't from playing or something like that, but I remember them being almost like, you know, five fingers, which you would notice, and they'd be like on my stomach and on my...
Caller, let me ask you this. Did you feel it happen to you at the moment it happened, or only when you woke up did you see this stuff?
Yeah, only when I woke up. It was like, you know, I never felt it in the night, you know. It was always like whenever I woke up the next day. And it was only when I went to the ranch. It was only when I went up there and we spent the time at the ranch with my grandparents and stuff. It never happened to me like at my house where we lived. It was always only at the ranch. And, you know, I know it wasn't from playing because I was a pretty careful kid. You know, I would remember these scratches. But I just remember him being, you know, the size of a hand, and they would be on my stomach, and they would be sometimes on my chest, and even I think sometimes on my back. But I would just like to get Mr. Lynch's retrospect on that.
Okay.
And
Dr.
I
Lynch.
appreciate you having me on.
Yeah.
Right, thank you.
Yeah, that entity was trying to get your attention and not trying to lethally harm you. So that entity was in that room while you were there all the time. Now, you don't have the ability, we're not telepathic, we don't have the ability to find out what they really wanted, but they were just trying to nudge you to get your attention for some reason.
All right, well, it sure gets my attention. You know, some of what we talk about, you know, you can either believe it or not believe it, but when you have these scratches, I mean, really bad scratches, as depicted on our website, the photograph you sent, my God, that just doesn't come from nothing. Or in this case, sort of in a way, I guess it does. Let's go to Silverdale, Washington. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
I just wanted. Hi, Art. Hello, Dr. Lynch. I wanted to say, years ago, I took a class with a lady, and during the class, psychic class, she was talking about the fact that her father, she would go to the Akashic records at night for the class, and she said she'd always see her father, who had passed. He was a French soldier, and he had passed years before, and he was laying there always with looked like angels around him working on him, and she'd see him every night, and they would reassure her he'd be all right. And she told our class one time about it, and I just got kind of guided. We'll work on him tonight by my guides. And the next morning when we went to our class, she said the most wonderful thing had happened. She said he had come that night, and it's the only time he'd ever done it, and he sat on her bed and said he was fine now, and they conversed a little bit, and then he left, and she said, I know he's fine, and she said, I didn't see him laying there that night in the Akashic records on the way to the Akashic records. So I think he probably needed to forgive himself for something that happened during the war, is what she felt too. So it was probably a matter of forgiveness.
Yeah, the odd thing is that there's a lot of things that we talk about, like angels and miracles, and the Vatican has a whole room of these things. We look at them very lightly, but at the same time, the energy to do this is out there, and it's a medium, it's a matrix of energy that's fueling not only this reality, it's fueling this reality in a way that our conscious mind is looking at it. And then we can alter it if we so desire. So to have psychoanalysis on the other side with angels or superior beings or guides, I say absolutely. I say why not? And we may be totally embarrassed once we go on the other side of, our lifestyle or our lives or whatever. But at the same time, if we can forgive ourselves, accept this next life, then we are re-immersed in that energy, and we are reconnected on the same level. So my energy is absorbed back in, and all my memories come back. I can go back to all my past lives, all my future lives, if I so desire. It becomes infinite time, infinite space, because you're nothing but energy. If we look at the process, even Einstein said, if you go to the speed of light, time stops. Well, if you're just pure energy, electricity, if you're just pure electricity, you have no time, zero time. It's when you drop out of that is when linear time.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, earlier you were saying zillion, and that doesn't work, but I mean, you're talking about infinity, basically, or
yes, let's just say infinity. Yeah. So when you start looking at that and the infinite energy that's backing that up, and how that connects to the genetic code in your body, the genetic matrix, then we start to see that we're interconnected. We're in a medium we're in subatomic energy. We're in subatomic plasmas, and this is a benevolent, gentle enery. But
you're throwing around a lot of phrases that I don't understand. Genetic matrix.
Yeah. No, I hate to say that we're back in the Cold War, but there's a Russian scientist, a Russian biophysicist, who's talking about molecular biology, and he's talking about the DNA and how it resonates, and that they think in Russia now that by using certain DNA frequencies, they can cure genetic
Wait a minute. What's a DNA frequency?
Well, we all are resonating. Our DNA is resonating at frequencies related to our body, our genetic code, our genetic blueprint. And the Russians think that they can use other frequencies, energy plasma frequencies probably, and they can correct DNA or manipulate DNA or genes at a at the cellular level. So there's other people looking at this, and if we're all resonating, that means we're harmonic. Now, I was in Europe, and I went to this museum for harps, and I was just amazed at these harps, and these people were playing these harps in a symphony.
You're leading me all over the place here. I'm not.
Yeah, well, I'll tie it up. So these harps are resonating strings, and if each part of my gene is a resonating string, we are a symphony of vibration, a symphony of energy.
Yeah, I'm going to actually have a guest on audio energy. It's a very, very interesting subject. Somebody named Chaz on Skype very quickly. Hi.
Hey, Art. Hey, Doctor. I'm calling from Vegas. Quick question. You see all of these shows on TV where these investigators are going out and they're investigating prisons and asylums and that type of thing, but none of them ever talk about the possible attachments that these ghosts or entities or whatever could attach to them and go home with them and cause havoc. I can take my answer off the air, but what are your thoughts on that?
God blesses the naive mind. I'm just going to say they are incredibly fortunate if they don't take something home with them or something doesn't follow them home. And that is something that
now I'm with you. I think that I've been warning a friend who's using this program, this app to find ghosts. It's like, in my mind, it's like using a Ouija board. Mm-hmm. You're going to invite something into your life, and you're not sure what you're inviting into your life, and you may not be able to uninvite it from your life. In other words, once you get something hanging around you, you've said it yourself, those orbs, those energy balls, whatever they are, those spirits may not leave. Once you invite them in, they may not leave, like a bad guest at night.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of the Ouija board, I later on this week will be going back to the Exorcist house in St. Louis. And that's a story within itself.
All right. Anyway, if you want to join us, national number is area code 952-225-5278. The first-time caller line is area code 775-285-5800. 775-285-5800. And, of course, on Skype at MITD51 or MITD55. And, Doctor, you're back on the air again.
Yes.
Okay, let's explore what we've got on the phone for you. And on the first-time caller line, you are on the air.
Hello. Hello, Art.
Hi.
I am a huge fan. I just want to say I'm so happy that you're back. But I just wanted to call in and talk about attachments for a moment.
Attachments? You mean like to email?
Well, no.
No, not those, huh?
The spooky ones that I was unaware of until I had one. Your guest was mentioning, locations such as, prisons or things like that. This is our regular hospital where you're hospitalized and your stay, isn't very comfortable depending on what you're there for. But I had an emergency surgery and ended up being there for a couple days, and something came home with me, and I didn't realize it until, weeks later. I had just a lot of depression, and I didn't know why. I felt really gloomy, and anyways, it took quite the toll on me.
How do you know, excuse me, how do you know something came with you? How do you...
Well, I didn't know it at first. It took some time for me to realize, because I kept questioning myself and wondering why I would feel a certain way or these mood changes. And it really wasn't until I was actually revisiting one of your shows with Malachi Martin.
Yes.
And he was talking a lot about, your mood and people who can, feel energy or negative energy and those sorts of emotions that can take over, even just with...
So this wasn't even close to the normal you?
No, it just felt like, part of me is present, like I am right now, but some of these emotions would come over me and I just was wondering where it was coming from. And eventually, I found out by meeting with a person who had a lot of I guess psychic ability and asked me questions, and it took a lot of digging, but when I found that out, it was a little scary. It was like, that ride at Disneyland where a ghost follows you home.
Yeah, so how did you get away from this? Or did you?
Well, I did. It took a lot of energy just to... Basically, what it is, we are all lights and we are all, energy. And I think what happens possibly is when someone isn't ready to go and they're, in the hospital and, they have that moment of being released from their body, perhaps they're stuck there and they're trapped, or maybe, they're trying to find that light in other people and they attach to it and
Doctor, let's ask, Doctor, if you're close to somebody, for example, in the hospital, and they pass away, is it possible they attach to you?
Yes, it is. Now, sometimes that's not necessarily true. Many people who die in the hospital no one ever dies alone. There's always someone standing by,
right.
A relative, angel, whatever. But sometimes they just can't give up that mortal coil. And so they will attach to someone who is healing, because the energy from the wound somewhat bleeds out to repair the skin, repair the body, and they can survive off of that. I've got an interesting story. It is spooky.
Wow.
That a friend of mine who's also a partner in my organization, she hypnotized a gentleman who had chronic shoulder pain. She hypnotized him and pulled him kind of out of his body to look around psychically. Mm-hmm. And noticed that there was an attachment on his shoulder where he was receiving that pain.
Wow.
And then, she said, okay, if there's anyone from the other side who would like to come and get this attachment and take them to the other side, please do. And then she asked the gentleman, what is happening now? And he said, while under hypnosis, he said, God called his name, and he went into the light. The man came out of hypnosis, didn't remember anything, because she erases that memory.
Let me guess, the pain was gone.
Exactly. Now, this also happened with another patient who swore up and down she had arthritis in her ankle. And she had a brace on it, and her doctor said, you have arthritis. After hypnosis and after entity detachment, she got up and walked out.
After an entity detachment. Okay.
Detachment.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much for the call.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Right. Take care.
Yeah.
Okay, so those kind of attachments are not only possible, but, I mean, what if you work in a hospital? If you're a nurse or a doctor, how do you avoid such attachments?
I don't know. But my partner in this is also a registered nurse. So she's not only a registered nurse, she's also a registered hypnotherapist. And so she works in the psychiatric ward of a major hospital here in St. Louis. And she sees all types of abnormal behavior. Now, some of it's controlled through chemicals and drugs, and others just requires a little bit of, conditioning, socialized conditioning. But she says what we're up against on the other side is uncontrollable, because we have to deal with it on its level. So whatever level it's at. So if it's cowering in fear or regret or dread, all that bleeds through. And if that attaches to someone, then they're going to suffer that.
Okay.
It's not a possession, but it does play with their mind.
All right, so here's a question for you. If somebody calls you, I would imagine with the work you do, you would get calls from people distressed with an attachment or with a haunting or with, do you get these calls? And if so, how do you react to them?
I go over the trouble list, the list of things. Do they have migraine headaches? Are they suffering from any chronic pain?
No, what I mean is, do you actually go to people's...
We go. Yeah, we can go and investigate and get evidence for them, either audio or video or still photography, hand it over to them, and then say, what would you like us to do? Because you're not crazy. There is something in your house. What would you like us to do? And then I hand it over to the psychic. The psychic calls in angels or whatever she needs to do and clears the house. And I have seen this on video. The entities just sweep through and they don't come back.
Okay. Going to Skype, you're on the air with Dr. Lynch. Hi.
Roswell is Art.
Hi.
And hello there, Dr. Lynch. Pleasure to have you on the program and to be listening tonight. I just wanted to call in and sort of validate a previous caller's experience tuning in through the radio and hearing what he said were sort of spirits or phenomena.
Oh, yes.
And those spirit boxes, I'm telling you, Art, those things are 100% real. They're valid. I've heard dozens of hours and seen from dozens of different devices clear, concise communication, entire sentences long to direct questions. And this stuff is so real. But what
I sure would like to hear recordings.
Oh, an excellent person that does this almost on a daily basis. Video, audio, thousands of dollars of equipment, top quality. His name is Steve Huff. And
okay, well, we'll look into
he doesn't
Steve
do
Huff.
it for money or anything, but
that's
if
fine.
you want to
In
look
fact,
for
it's
spirit
better
boxes,
if he doesn't do it for money. I really am a hands-on guy. I want to see. That's why I was impressed by the doctor's photographs tonight. I want to see evidence, either photographic evidence, or I want to hear it, or whatever. So if he's got actual, you said, sentences, right?
Yes, Stephen Huff has whole sentences from dozens of different boxes, communications with dozens of spirits. It's all up on YouTube, so it can all be validated. But I have one quick question for the doctor in relation to these. Sometimes these spirit boxes get used by people who are speaking in English. but they do it in countries where that's not the primary language, say in Mexico or someplace in Europe, and they're still getting responses even though they're in another language. Would the doctor perhaps have a possible explanation as to why that's the case?
I'd love to hear it, sure. Doctor?
There's a gentleman in Kansas City who does EVPs, and he gets EVPs in foreign languages. Not only in English, he gets them in Hawaiian and some other American native dialect. Not all of them are in English. I think it's just the entity's way of trying to communicate. I don't understand.
All right. So here's a question, Doctor. Do entities remain in the general physical area where they passed?
No, not necessarily, no.
In that case, we ought to be getting EVPs in Swedish, German, Japanese, Chinese.
French, yes.
All
absolutely.
of it, right?
If you go to those countries and let's just say you go to a family who's had a recent death.
No, wait a minute. You're reversing yourself. You're saying, if you want to hear it in Japanese, go to Japan.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, then wait a minute. Entities do remain in the area of their passing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, right. But I'm sure that if you had Japanese in America, just like these Canadians were in America, and the entity followed them here, they could easily be in America and converse with them in Japanese. They could be with the family, not necessarily with the place. But the rule of thumb is a person, place, or thing can be haunted or attached.
Okay. Very quickly to the phones. Hi, you're on the air with the doctor. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Oh, hi. This question's for the doctor. So I go to a school that actually used to be an insane asylum in California. It's called California
No,
State
don't tell me.
University.
No, don't tell me.
Oh, sorry.
I don't need the name.
No,
Yep.
no name? Okay, all right. Sorry about that.
You go to a
Well,
school.
it used to be an insane asylum. So I'm calling from the dorm right now. My father used to work at the insane asylum. And I was just wondering if there's a way to either, like on both sides of the spectrum, stay away from any kind of activity or maybe, invite any kind of activity if I want to,
Is that what do you want to do, sir? You want to invite it or you want to stay away?
But, both. I'm not really sure. I guess, I want the doctor's opinion on that.
All right, doctor. So,
He should not invite it. No, I'm of the content that no one wants another person's lifestyle imposed upon themselves. So, no, I don't classify to invite it or do anything like that. I don't even recommend them having a school. These buildings like this that remain dormant clear across the country should be destroyed. They should be destroyed.
Really?
And even though the entities would probably move on, they need to be cleared through some type of, clergy or psychic to pass these people on, to pass them on so there's no residue of them, occupying this space.
Well, here's what I don't get. You say that can be cleared, that those spirits can be, I guess, sent on. Is that correct?
Sent on, right.
Sent on, okay. But on the other hand, you said so many are caught in a loop in judgment of themselves and that nothing moves.
Nothing can move them, right. This is because the structures are still there. The prisons are still standing. The old asylums are still there. They're still standing. And they have a residue of energy that,
So you remove the building, you remove the place for the spirit to continue to cycle.
Exactly. And then you send those on to the white light. You do it through I'm going to say an exorcism, but it'd be a form of exorcism to send them on, because the longer those buildings remain, the longer those entities are probably going to stay in that area, not unless they wander off. And if they wander off, they're wandering into the subdivision that is right next door, and you have no idea what's going on. You see what I'm saying? So
All right.
You don't want that to happen.
No, you don't. TMAC on Skype. Hello. Skype. Going once. Gone. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Hi, I just wanted to ask if you're going to have a Halloween special.
Oh, you know I am. We're going to be, yes, and we're going to be on Halloween all week in a sense, talking about this sort of thing. But, oh, yes, we're going to finish it off Friday night, Saturday morning with Dead.
Cool. And I wanted to ask the doctor, what's been your worst case ever where you said, you know what, I'm just going to back out?
Okay, good question.
Yes. We were doing a television show for Scariest Places on Earth. Triage, I think Corporation was doing it. And we were at this haunted location. And somehow I got separated from the camera crew and the audio guys. And then suddenly I realized I was by myself, which is the worst possible scenario.
Yes.
And I'm standing there on the second floor. And something comes into the room. It is as cold as ice. I can see my breath. I see sheets and curtains flying around and moving around like a big wind, or someone has just opened the door. Like a big wind has blown them inside the room. The next thing I know, I have this cold wind pushing me up against the wall. And I cannot see anything. There's, my camera is on. I still can't see anything, but I am ice cold, freezing.
What is it, by the way, about ghosts that makes it cold where they are? Why?
It's something about the way thermodynamics work, and they are colder than the environment. They are always about 10 degrees colder than the air molecules around them. And when these things get big, like a cloud, they can force you right up against the wall, and it's freezing. It is ice cold.
That'd be enough for me. Out I'd go. All right, Doctor, I want to thank you for being on the show tonight. We're way out of time now. You're about the only person in the world that I have told, and how long ago was it, Heather? I told you about this encounter I had with this damn shadow thing.
Oh, I think about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I told you about 2 weeks ago. That was actually before we even got on the air, right?
Yes,
yeah,
it was.
That was
it
before.
was a few days before you got back on the air before the 20th,
That's
and
right.
you were terrified.
Yeah, that's right. And it was a few days prior to that it had happened. So I just sort of wanted to bring you on for two reasons. One, to say, listen to the voice of my new producer, because if you're a guest, you'll probably be hearing it. And number two, I told her my story. I wasn't going to say it. I wasn't going to do it on the air, but I finally thought, what the heck? And I just thought I would verify that I did, in fact, tell you then.
Yes, you did. And what was my suggestion? I think the audience needs to hear this.
Yeah, I know you said that. I'm always really hesitant because I do a show on this kind of thing. When finally something does happen to me, I don't know, I feel hesitant to talk about it because it sounds like it's cooked or something, but it's not. It really happened. Heather, you're a sweetheart. Thank you for coming on the air, verifying my story and all that stuff.
Anytime.
All right, take care. That's Heather Wade, my new producer. So there you have it. It really did. It scared me as much as anything has scared me in my whole life. I guess, to be fair, I was in shock after the UFO incident, actually a couple of them. Shock, but not as scared as I was. That night I was scared. I grabbed a gun. Not ashamed to say that, because I had no idea, no idea what I was dealing with. I still don't. No clue. It's completely and utterly unsettling. And here is, I believe, Debbie. Hello, Debbie.
Hey, Art. How are you?
Well, I guess you can hear how I am.
Well, I'm really enjoying the show, and it's really great to have you back.
Thank you.
Anyways, I've got two stories. I guess I'll let you pick. One is a shadow person thing that happened to me back in the 80s.
Really?
And, yep. And the other one was an out-of-body experience that I had back on May 20th, which is equally as amazing.
Yeah, but right now, let's go with the shadow person, if you don't mind.
No, not at all.
Can you describe to me what your shadow person or what it looked like?
You know what? I know it's going to sound corny, but it looked like Dick Tracy. Do you remember the Dick Tracy cartoons?
I do.
From the 60s, and they were in the funny papers.
Sure.
Yeah. It looked like Dick Tracy, only in the shadows. And this being would stand at the end of my bed any night that my husband didn't come to bed with me.
Oh, good Lord.
So, yeah, he would stay up and watch television sometimes.
Well, it must have been the point. The first couple of times, you must have been dragging your husband into the bedroom.
I was I can't tell you how terrifying it actually was. And I had 3 small children at the time. So I was exhausted by 8 o'clock, and I would go in, and sometimes I would just fall asleep. And this presence was, you could tell that someone was there. It would wake you up. It would wake me up out of a dead sleep, and I would see him standing at the end of the bed.
Well, that's even more horrifying because at that point you're between sleep and being very awake, and boy, if that doesn't give you a heart attack, I don't know what will.
Well, it was really, really frightening, and and this went on for, I don't know, I'd say years.
Okay, did your Dick Tracy years?
Years.
Did he have arms, legs, discernible, everything?
Only thing I could tell was, this person was in the shadows and just, like I could see a hat and a face and kind of like just square shoulders, long and black. I couldn't discern any arms or legs, but what I later determined and what I later found out, which is the really interesting part of the story, is that someone very close to me had put a hex on me.
Oh.
And I wasn't a big believer in hexes, but I got it on pretty good word that this thing that followed me for so many years was a familiar, and this was a male that had put this hex on me. Was his familiar.
Was this some male that you had felt you had treated him incorrectly or something?
I had not. The male figure was actually my father.
Oh, your father?
My father.
Why would your father put a hoax on you?
A hex.
Or a hex. Sorry.
Well, I married someone that he didn't like. And that person was killed in a motorcycle accident, and he sold him the motorcycle.
Now, dads don't generally put hexes on daughters. I mean, it's not one of those things that a dad would do. Your dad must have been, what's the right word?
Well, it was hateful, spiteful.
Definitely hateful. And you'd think he would put the hex on the husband.
He did, and he was killed.
Okay, so it was the both of you, really.
It was.
Yikes.
And there's many other things that go with that, and I'm not going to go into all of those because it'd take an awfully long time. But anyways, the Dick Tracy shadow figure stayed with me for many years. And, I tried to call in when you had Evelyn Paglini on several times, way back when.
Right. God bless her. I hope she is well. We are now looking for another Evelyn.
Well, I hope you find her. She really was a spiritual warrior, and I really admired her a lot. And I wanted to tell her my story so bad because, she was so knowledgeable on, these different groups and, all of that.
This is why I want a real witch.
Mhm.
They
Yeah, a
know
real one.
they know about spiritual warfare, and a lot of people call themselves witches. You know, they're not spiritual warriors, and that's what I want, because frankly, a lot of the serious things are battles.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, thank you so very much. I appreciate your call. Good talking to you. And again, anything you want to talk about is fair game tonight. That was a good one. That was definitely a good one. Can you imagine that? A hex on the both of them. What daddy would do that to his daughter? I could understand a hex on the guy. But his own daughter. Wow. Let's go, I don't know where I'm going. It doesn't really matter. It says anonymous. Welcome to the program.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
It's funny you're doing this topic. I was going to call you on Friday. A few years ago, I had a serious problem with the shadow nonsense.
What is this? Yeah, what? It's so common.
I know what it is, and I can tell you how to see it for yourself, and then I can tell you how to get rid of it.
Getting rid of it, part of it, I want to hear right away.
Okay. Well, it's kind of like getting out of sleep paralysis. You know, the harder you fight it, the worse it gets. You have to relax and let go of the fear. And it's kind of the same thing with these things.
Right.
I saw one.
So how do you do that? How do you get rid of fear? I mean, when you see something that is pretty much not of this world, I mean, you can see through it, and you can see other parts of the room, right? It's just a figure. I don't know how you conquer that fear, because it's just abnormal.
What I did was the first time I saw the thing, it scared me to death. I mean, and I'm a fairly rational person, and I looked at this thing. I didn't blink. I didn't look away, because I assumed it was one of those things where, you know, my mind was mistaking shadows and making a shape that wasn't really there, like a coat rack looks like a guy standing there. Anyway, it wasn't that. And I never looked away from it, and the thing was standing in a stairwell, and it just kind of tipped back. And, you know, I got up, I turned on all the lights, I got a gun, I freaked out. The next day I was telling somebody at work about it, and I never heard tell of the shadow person my entire life. And I was describing it to him, and he said, you know, that's a real thing. You got to look it up on the internet. People have seen these things. So I went home and looked it up. I thought, well, this is horrible. So the more research I did, I never found anybody that got hurt by one. There was never, you know, nobody was sent to a hospital by a shadow person. So I was resolved that the next time I saw one, I was going to do the same thing I did with sleep paralysis. It didn't hurt me the first time I saw it. I'm just going to assume it's not going to hurt me the second time I see it. I'm going to relax.
And so you did?
I did. And you can do this too if you can get rid of the fear. And the trick is to not look away.
Okay. What happened?
Okay.
You relaxed, and then what?
I relaxed. The second time I saw it, it was a praying mantis. And
wonderful. That'd just cheer me right up.
Well, it sounds ridiculous. And what's weird is same height, same place, same kind of like standing in the shadows. But this time it was, you know.
Praying mantis.
Praying mantis, like things on the wall.
Yeah, okay, so small, like you would have on the wall, or big?
No, it was like 8 feet tall. I mean, it was terrible. So
sure. I'd just relax away with that.
Well, I looked that one up too, and apparently in the area in which I was living at the time, that was something that people saw commonly. But anyway, I guess it has something more to do with the extraterrestrial experience. But all of that aside,
listen, I'm sorry, I've got to interrupt you. I'm 70. If what I saw had turned into a praying mantis, I'd be dead now. I don't know. You're talking this relaxation stuff. You're going to have to do better than that. I don't, once it turns into, I relax with the shadow, and it turns into a praying mantis, and you're telling me that was a good finish.
Well, yes and no. Now that I knew what I was dealing with, I mean, do a little more research, and I could, the internet's your friend, but I went and did a little more research and found out this was another common experience that many people had. And again, nobody had been hurt by one of these things.
Sometimes the internet's your friend. I remember back when I started this whole damn topic in the first place, long ago, I went and looked it up on the internet, and all it had was terrifying pictures of these shadow people. I didn't even think it was real when somebody first brought it up. I said shadow person. It's all over the internet.
But anyway, the way to get rid of it, is positivity, and that sounds kind of cliched. The way I got rid of it was with Howard Jones music in 80s comedies, but it kind of feeds on. It seemed to get worse the more afraid I was, but the less consumed. Because at the time when I was seeing these things, I was miserable. My life sucked, and I was upset about a few things, and it seemed to kind of show up more often the angrier I was. So I consumed myself with, I made sure I wasn't watching anything dark on television. I surrounded myself with, upbeat music. And anyway, it just kind of went away after that. Like,
okay.
I still see one occasionally, but I'm not afraid of it. It doesn't bother me. It's not this. But it seems to be, you need to relax, get rid of the fear. And
I would like to say that you have calmed me right down, but you have not. And nevertheless, I appreciate your attempt. Thank you very much.
Good luck. Bye-bye.
Yeah, take care. No, that didn't do it. I mean, the shadow person is terrifying enough, and then see it move or have it move on you and then be first to your right, then behind you, and then to your left. I just fled. Once I saw it to the left and it disappeared, and it did, I fled. And I've already told you. I went, got a gun, went all around, was prepared to try a shot. If I saw it, I didn't. That's probably how you end up shooting the wrong person or something. God, it was terrifying. And what if I had managed to somehow suddenly relax? Do you honestly think this thing, had it turned into a gigantic 8-foot praying mantis, would have relaxed me? No. Not even close. It would have finished me off for sure. Once again, if you're outside North America, that means America and Canada. Anywhere in the rest of the world, it's really easy to get through. Just call us on Skype at MITD55, MITD55, outside the U.S. Love to hear from you. Stacked full of calls here in the U.S. And speaking of calls, in Ottawa something or another, you're on the air.
Oh, hi, Hart. It's Rob from Ottawa.
Hey.
Roswell's to you.
Thank you.
I'm, I guess, one of your tasty Canadian time travelers.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. The first call you got after you made your
mission.
Yeah, you made your mission public. Yeah, I don't know if you asked if it's a shadow person or a ghost. I don't know. I'll tell you what happened to me quickly. Like I've seen, the corner of your eye thing.
Yes.
You see something there. We've all seen that. What made mine different, this thing went across the room. It went from left to right, like it didn't want to be seen.
Yeah, there you have it. I want to add something just real quickly.
Yeah.
This was not a corner of your eye thing. I mean, when I first noted that something was there present, it was a corner of my eye, but then I turned toward it and I saw the damn thing. Then I saw it behind me. It had form. It was real. It disappeared. It was then to the left of me and then gone.
No, mine was just like the other caller. It had no legs, no head. It was about waist high. It was a dark object. I was in we had gone to Vancouver. We were staying in an older hotel, nice hotel, 1912, and we were on the 5th floor. I say that because there's no headlights at that floor. The drapes are very, very heavy, so I'm not getting any light. And I just happened to get up 2 in the morning, went to the bathroom, went into the small little kitchenette, grabbed some orange juice. Now, the reason I wasn't afraid probably because I was half asleep. I took my slug of orange juice, and I was appearing in from the kitchenette back in the living room. This thing just right across the room. And I went, oh, okay, that's kind of interesting. And I wasn't afraid probably because I was half asleep. So I lied down. My wife's there. She's not moving at all. And it's a king bed. She's not moving at all. So I lie down, okay, and I'm just thinking about this thing. And then at the end of the bed, I feel some pressure. Not a lot of pressure.
Yes.
But a little bit of pressure.
Yes.
Now, I'm thinking, well, I'm not going to look back. I'm thinking now, there's no way I'm going to look back. And I figured, okay, if this thing doesn't touch me, I'm not going to look back, and I'll just let it go. And I fell asleep, but there was definitely pressure at the end of my bed as well.
How did you fall asleep? That'd be the last thing in the world I could do after that.
Well, I was tired. It was 2:30 in the morning. I felt a little pressure. I didn't want to look back. I just was afraid to see what I would find. So
I'm going to guess you're on a Bluetooth, right?
I'm on a Bluetooth. No,
Yeah.
I'm on a cell phone. Yeah.
Cell phone, okay.
Yeah. So, I figured as long as the pressure doesn't become any more so, or this thing doesn't grab me, I'm not going to look back.
So you fell asleep, and when you woke up, everything was all right?
Everything was fine. I told my wife about it. I thought, and then I started trying to put pieces together. Okay, well, the curtains are heavy. There's no light. We're up on the 5th floor. I figured whatever this thing was, didn't want to be seen.
Outside the country somewhere, you are on the air. Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I hear you. I'll tell you what. Get good and close to the microphone part of your computer, if you would.
Okay. My name is Michelle.
Hi, Michelle.
I'm calling from Sydney, Australia.
Sydney, Australia. Excellent. Welcome to the program.
I'm going to make this real quick because I do childcare, and I just had to give you a call. I had an incident back in 2006 where I woke up in the middle of the night. I think it was around 2 a.m. and there was a very tall, dark creature standing between myself and the television. I was in bed.
Michelle,
TV.
Did it have form, or what kind of form did you see?
Yes, it had form. It had a long cloak on, and it had a hood.
Oh.
It nearly reached the ceiling of my bedroom, and it said, everything will be all right, go back to sleep. And with that, I went back to sleep.
Really?
And when I woke in the morning, I could not understand why I went to sleep, as I was terrified.
I'm with you.
Absolutely terrified.
Obviously, It put you to sleep.
Yes, it did.
And
most definitely.
Probably the kindest thing it could have done for you.
Yes,
And
I think so.
It sounds like your charges are climbing the wall, actually.
Yes, they are. Sorry. As soon as you want to make a call, they want to come inside. But I've had many other experiences, unnatural experiences, or natural, I'm not sure. But that one was very concerning to me.
I bet it was. What would you, if you had to guess about what was that? An entity, a ghost, a shadow person?
It had solid form. It was there. I don't think it was a ghost. Somehow, I don't think it was a shadow person. To this day, I don't know what it was. And I'll tell you another experience is when I was in my early 20s. I was living in the city in Sydney with my boyfriend. And I woke up one morning, went and had a shower, and I found a whole lot of squiggles. So, like somebody had been drawing with red texture or red pen on my stomach. Now, I'm a black girl. And so, but it was very, very bright.
Wow.
And I thought it was my boyfriend. So I got out of the shower, went and woke him up. And I said, what were you doing in the middle of the night drawing on my stomach?
Right.
I was very angry. And he said, don't be ridiculous. I did nothing of the kind. But what was most peculiar was that all my life I had an outie belly button, very predominantly out. And from that moment on, he said, what happened to your belly button? It was gone.
Wow, a positive experience. Kind of.
No, I was happy with my outie, thank you very much.
I love it. All right, thank you so much for the call.
Oh, I'm very surprised that I got through. First time I tried, so thank you.
Right, you call again, thank you. Pretty easy to get through if you're outside the U.S. and Canada, because, there's just not as many people. If you think about it, in Europe, for example, it's very early morning right now. It's easier for the Aussies, the Japanese, maybe people in Hong Kong to get through, maybe Thailand. We're at a better time of day there. Who wants to call a talk show when they're just, sitting at the kitchen table with their first cup of tea or something like that? So, all right, so where to go? Let's go to, I think, Buffalo, New York. You are on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
Like everyone, so happy that you're back.
Oh, I'm so happy to be back. You just don't know.
Yeah, well, we've missed you. Two things. The other day you were talking about the car out of your window. It was going to be hit.
Yes.
And I tried calling in how you had that strong, strong feeling.
Sure.
And I wanted to mention the fact that I had that one time about 30 years ago where I was keeping score at the bowling alleys, and the little voice said, buy a ticket for the 50-50 split.
Right.
And I never spent money on it. And so I bought 2 tickets, and everybody was like, well, who's the winner? Who's the winner? And I go, I am. And they were like, well, how do you know? And I go, well, the ticket's in my pocket. I just know. And I did win. So that confirms your story with the car. But as far as the ghost thing, there's a place in south of Buffalo. It's Jamestown, and it's called Lilydale.
Right.
I've gone there for seminars. And when you're dealing with spiritualism and mediumship, and they have prayers that you can open the door to communication, and they train you to become intuitive. I mean, we all are. But there's a prayer, and I don't know if if do you want me to give you the prayer over the air?
I'll tell you what. Email it to me.
I don't have a computer.
I'm willing.
It's a real simple one. You surround yourself with God's white. I always say a prayer when I'm driving. Almighty God, surround me with the white light of your protection 3 times for body, soul, and mind.
How about praying to keep those idiots away from me?
Well, and the thing is that when I have dreams,
My problem,
always,
I always reach out with the negative,
you reach out and you send them back to, if they don't come with the highest good and your best interest and intention, you can empower yourself and send them back. If they don't come with the highest good for your intention.
Let's put it this way. When you're doing 65 miles an hour, let's say, on the highway, somebody passes you doing about 80, and then they slow down in front of you to about 50. I want to send them somewhere, but nowhere good.
Well, you know what? That's where it's kind of crazy. You can call me nuts, but when I surround myself with the white light, I'm on the thruway, and I go 60. Speed limit's 55. I'm not going crazy, but they're all passing me anyway, even if I am going 5 over. But when I'm driving, it's uncanny how I'll look in the rear view, I'll look in the front, and I probably have about a 4-car space in front and behind me.
That's good.
I don't know what it is, but it's crazy how I have a circle around me. They're driving. There's 20 in front, there's 20 behind, but I've got a circle of freedom around me.
Okay, so you think that circle of protection keeps trouble away?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, it's either that. Thank you very, very much for the call. It's either that or, I don't know, like a machine gun mounted in the right place, which everybody who drives a lot wants.
Well,
I'm sorry, that's just me. That's really just me.
All right, you're being funny and you're being,
Actually,
dry.
I'm not. I'm really not. I'm being serious. I don't have a positive attitude about it. If someone does that to me, it's like I could strangle them. I could, with my bare hands, watch the breath go out of their bodies.
Yeah, that's not good, though.
I know.
Not good, but you can practice it. You can surround yourself with white light. You can any negative coming your way, return to sender.
Yeah, I mean the only white light I want to see is the tail end of a Stinger missile headed toward them. I appreciate your efforts anyway. I'll give it a try, and listen, if white light works, if good, wonderful vibrations actually do the trick, I'm willing to give it a try. Thank you very much for the call. I think we're going to Johnstown, Pennsylvania.
Hello, Art.
Hello.
How are you this evening?
I'm fine. Perplexed, but fine. Fine.
Glad to hear that. Well, my name is Matt, and I am calling from Johnstown, Pennsylvania. And I just want to start by saying that it is an extreme honor to be able to speak with you. So thank you very much for taking my call.
It's an honor to be here to take it. Believe me, I am so glad to be here.
Well, everyone is so glad that you're back, so thank you for that as well.
All right.
But I just wanted to briefly discuss with you about a possible guest that I would love to have you speak with.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure you might have heard of her. Her name is Dr. Judy Wood. And she is a PhD, and she's a brilliant woman. She has I don't think theory is quite the right word. she's come to believe through her own examination, through her own expertise, that the World Trade Center was destroyed by a high-energy weapon, a free energy weapon.
The World Trade
9/11.
Centers, really, but we have all these high-resolution photographs of the airplanes crashing into them.
Well, she doesn't really speak so much about the airplanes. I know with 9/11, there's a lot of theories. There's a lot of information out there, a lot of differing opinions.
Oh, you're right about that, and there are, but we do have incontrovertible video proof of what hit them.
Right. Well, be that as it may, she discusses more about the collapse and what happens. I'm sure you're familiar with the Hutchinson effect. Did you ever speak with John Hutchinson?
Oh, yes.
Okay, right, yeah. She references the Hutchinson effect, and believe me, her research and her looking into this is so extensive. I wouldn't be able to do it justice here with this few short minutes that I have with you, but she's a fascinating guest. She's also caught the eye of many people, including Richard C. Hoagland, who's looked into this, and I don't know if you can say that he is a convert to her line of thinking, but I mean, it definitely, caught his attention.
Well, are you aware of the fact that he's got a show that follows mine?
Absolutely. Art, I used to fall asleep listening to you. Now I force myself to stay awake till 3 a.m., and I fall asleep to Richard, so he's got the pleasure now of being the one to lullaby me to sleep, so to speak.
I'm not sure if I should be honored or I think I am. In other words, you now stay awake for me and fall asleep with Richard.
I do. Nothing against Richard. It's just, the human body can only stay awake for so long, and, your program is can't miss in my book, so.
Now, we're discussing all kinds of things tonight. It's open lines. Don't feel bound to discuss shadow people. But if you do, I really would like the description of what you saw. I'm wondering if there's any commonality here. What I saw really is haunting me, and I guess haunting is the right word. That doesn't mean it was a ghost. It means it's haunting me. Hello there, Brian.
Hi, Art. Brian from Montreal.
From where?
From Montreal.
Okay. You're on.
So first things first, I like to do the art caller trifecta.
What would that be?
So 1, is this art? 2, am I on the air? And 3, can you hear me?
Yes, and mostly.
Perfect. So I like to quickly suggest open lines in the future. I sent this to you on Friday, and I just thought it'd be a good idea. A Children of Time Traveler line, perhaps, that you can open up. One night you're doing open lines, because I think it'd be interesting.
I tried, but getting good time travelers is not an easy job.
That's fair. I totally understand that, but I'm just figuring, with who knows how John Teacher actually spent his time here if he was supposedly here, right? Perhaps
yeah, you've got a good point. You don't have very good internet, but you've got a good point.
I'm sorry about that.
That's all right. No problem. Let me give out. Let me do it. I don't care. I mean, we can do anything you want. Let me open a time traveler line right now, just in case. You ready to copy, time travelers? If there really is a time traveler out there, call me at my Roswell number. That's right. It's routed through Roswell for a good reason. And the number is area code 575-208-7787. Any time travelers. The real McCoy now. Area code Area code 575-208-7787. That's by request, I guess. All right, let's go to somebody in, I think, Nashville, Tennessee. Hi.
Oh, hello, Art. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
I don't know what the subject is because I've had my radio turned down.
Oh.
What's the subject?
Well, the subject is whatever you want it to be. Now, we were talking about shadow people or whatever in the hell they are, but we can talk about anything you want.
Okay, well, first, can I give a plug for our new Art Bell Time Travelers Facebook page?
You may.
Okay, we have this brand new
Art Bell Time Travelers Facebook page, and it's only been up like 2 or 3 days, and we've already got some really great people that have joined, and everybody loves you, and we're so glad you're back.
Okay, what is the actual, if you don't mind my asking, name of the Facebook page so people can, is it called Art Bell's Time Traveler or what?
It's Art Bell Time Travelers. They can put in up there in the search in the Facebook, they can just put Time Travelers.
Right.
Or Art Bell Time Travelers, and it'll go right to it.
Okay. Well, I'm sure that will attract some to you.
I hope so, and we're having fun, and we're enjoying you, and we missed you so much. You just don't realize how much we have missed you
It is
being on
great to
the
be here.
air.
Thank you so much.
And we're hearing you on shortwave here, too. Ted Randall's got it playing, on 5085.
Right.
And it comes in very well.
I love the way a Southern person says that. 5085.
I know what you think about us.
Not at all. No, I actually love the accent. I love it.
Well, thank you, but there's not much I can do about it.
Actually, you know what? A lot of singers, whether they're from the South or not, when they sing, pronounce the things as though they're from the South. I.
Really?
Yeah, I becomes I. And so
Are you
forth.
talking about country music singers?
Not just country music singers, but any singers.
I never noticed that before.
It's the truth. Anyway, so I like your accent. Thank you very, very much for the call. And let me add, in addition to an apparent time traveler page, I'm learning through, I get all these messages that come through the wormhole. Stryker says, TuneIn has its own chat room for any channel, so there are plenty of us chatting about the show in there. I had no idea. These chat sites and different things pop up all over the place. All right, on what I called my time traveler line, I'll give it a try. You're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art Bell.
Are you really a time traveler?
No, actually, I was availing myself of the, why, did I call the wrong number?
Oh, yeah, you sure did. Sorry. That was for time travelers, and so I had to, let me try it again. Time traveler line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi. Does it count if it's a time traveler story about a child seeing a time traveler? Art, I've been wanting to tell you this story for years. When I was a little girl, 9 years old, I believe I saw a time traveler.
Well, wait a minute. Let me qualify you first. Now, this is a time traveler's line. Are you a time traveler?
No, but I saw one when I was a child.
Okay, well, how do you know you saw one? I might go for this. Go
Well,
ahead.
I believe I did.
All right.
I was in my backyard, and I was about 9 years old, and it was after dinner. I was pulling up my bike out of our cellar, out of the cellar stairs, and I turned back, and I looked behind me, and there was a man standing in my backyard about 30 feet. There was no way he could have gotten in there. And he looked kind of shocked or kind of confused.
Yeah, but what makes him a time traveler?
He was out of time. His clothing was out of time.
Oh.
His clothes were like in the 50s, and this was like 1977, 1978. And he had like a haircut that you would have in the 50s, and a type of shirt and khaki pants. And then as I was pulling the bike out, I looked back, I saw him, looked forward again, and then I realized, wait a minute, this is something wrong. I turned back around, and he was gone. And there was no way he could have left my yard. There was no way. He was too far from the gate.
Okay, well, thank you. I'm gonna let you slip through barely on that. I really want, now I'm gonna be strict about this. That line that I gave out is for time travelers only. All right? Let me give you the number again so you don't make a mistake. You better be a time traveler if you call this line. It is area code 575-644-7224. 208-7787. Non-time travelers, well, I've got a little button here, and I can send 130,000 volts right through this phone line. So the potential danger for you extends beyond being hung up on. Time travelers only. Kurt, hello, on Skype, you're on the air. Hello, Kurt. No, Kurt.
Hello, I'm here.
Oh, you
Sorry,
are there.
I have my mute button on.
Oh, that'll do it.
Let me turn my radio off. Doggone it, I'm sorry. I came up fast.
Oh, well, that's
How are
it
you
happened.
doing?
Doing well, thank you.
I wanted to tell you about, I want to tell you about a little time travel story that happened to me.
Okay.
I was in, oh, I'm getting nervous. Okay.
Big, deep breath.
Okay. Yeah. I was in high school in the marching band in the hour one. We would march out on the field and practice. You know, in halftime you do all the designs on the field. Mm-hmm. And so that first hour, I think I was a sophomore at that time, and there I am and have my saxophone and in line, and Diana, happened to be my cousin too by marriage, but she played saxophone with me too, and we're standing there, and all of a sudden somebody comes walking out on that field. Look, just spit an image of me. It was me walking out on that field.
Oh, my.
Looked at me, Diana said, Curtis. Looking at him, said, and laughed, Curtis, there you are. And he looked at me, or I looked at me, and he went up and talked to Mr. Yeager, our band director there in front, and went up there, and whatever he said, I have no idea. And he walked away and looked back at me and walked away, and I never saw him again.
And you're sure that was you?
It was me. It was a spitting image of me. But I didn't know. I just know that it was me.
A younger you, an older you?
It was the same age as I was as a sophomore, but it was a spitting image. Even Diana said, Curtis, there you are, laughing, and people looking around laughing. And I said, what was I to think? But then the next year, 2 years later, when I was a senior, I had to do the announcements and say the pledge, being president. I made president, and so that was my duty. Second hour, I'd go in there and do the announcements. I forgot to go in and do the announcements on this one Tuesday or Wednesday, and there I'm sitting in geometry class, and my voice comes up on the air to do the pledge and do the announcements, and there I'm sitting listening to myself on the announcements.
Right. So in other words, you met your. I believe you. Thank you very much. No need to swear. I believe you. Met yourself twice. Outside the country we go. Hello, Raymond.
How we doing?
It's going well. Where are you, my friend?
I'm in Edinburgh, my friend.
Where?
It's good to hear you. I'm in Edinburgh.
Edinburgh. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's good to hear you back on the radio, Pat.
It's good to be back.
As well as me. I was just want to talk about when I stayed in the flats one time.
You what?
And I stayed in the flats, in the blocky flats, and I was sitting, seeing out my window, like in a big ball.
Okay, you're cutting out a little on me, and you. Besides that, you have an accent that I could cut with a knife, but I'm trying. So you were in a flat in Milwaukee, was that right?
No, I was in a flat.
No, I'm sorry, you cut off. How did I manage to get a flat in Milwaukee out of that? I don't know. Kind of sounded like it. Going to a cell phone in Virginia. Hello.
Hey, this is Plasma Fullerton in Virginia, listening on 5085 kilohertz, shortwave WTWW. We transmit worldwide, a great station, and if you got a shortwave radio that picks up 60 meters, you can listen to it for free.
Yes, sir.
Over the air.
That's right.
Now, I am also a little bit familiar with this phenomenon you were talking about before, that with the computer screens. And in fact, years ago, I developed a thing called pattern light, which is very similar to what they're now using for the backlighting, where they move the lighting around to follow the video.
Really?
And I think that may be what's going on. I was able to make a machine using pattern light that allowed large groups of people to dream together and have the same dream right away.
Really? Yeah. Now, what started you doing that?
I was working on an exhibit for the Science Museum of Virginia,
Yeah.
and I was working late at night one night, and I was standing across the room looking at this display. It was basically a simple LED large-sized display for a rocket countdown, and I noticed all these speckles in the light, and I said, well, wait a minute, I'm getting coherence like from a laser out of this. There's no coherence in that plate. I started investigating and finally discovered the coherence was inside my own neural network, inside my skull.
Wow.
And I was able to refine that to the point where I had 6 dials that I could tune, and everybody see the same thing the same way because their neural networks are similarly wired.
Okay, how did you get from, experimenting on yourself to others?
I made a device to experiment on myself, and then when I realized that it worked on others, I pulled in several more headsets to wear. And, I plugged them all into the same thing, and we had parties where we'd tune around and dial up what was in our neural networks, and people would gasp and be awed at the same thing at the same time when we asked them what they just saw.
Huh. So what have you done with this?
You could even dial up an extra visual field on top of your other one so you could see right through things. So what you're saying about seeing through things makes a lot of sense to me.
Well, I definitely saw through this thing. I would say, the room was fairly dark, but it obscured only about half, I would say half, of what was behind it, what I could see behind it, to give you an idea.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I want people to describe these things to me, because I know exactly, I don't know what I saw, but I can describe what I saw.
Art, it's so good to have you back. I'm a long-time listener, and I've got one comment I'd like to make about how you're pioneering a new way of delivery. I mean, I know a lot of people have done online streaming, but the way you're doing it, I think, is kind of pioneering. And the one drawback that I see in this plan is that people got to pay a lot for bandwidth, and that's not your fault. That's the way bandwidth costs in the United States, and it shouldn't.
Yeah, but you know what?
There's a patch around this.
Well, there is. For one thing, at this time of night, my friend, the majority of people are at home, and so if they're using the Wi-Fi on their phone or their tablet, it's not costing them, or their computer, it's not costing them anything.
Yeah, it depends on what kind of package they got for internet service. That may well be true. But there's people on the road and truckers and the like that really can't partake. And there's a lot of rural people who simply do not have rural internet.
True.
There's a thing called White Spaces Radio Networks, which was approved in 2010 by the FCC and went operational in 2012, and it's just sitting there fallow, unused. And if the listeners would support this and band together and form co-ops with this new White Spaces internet service, they could become their own service providers.
Okay.
And they could do it for both the uplink and the downlink.
How do you get to it?
Well, first of all, what's happening now is it's about to be destroyed by a move in Congress started by a bill introduced by Senator Mark Warner in Virginia, unfortunately, that wants to take the UHF TV spectrum, which is the largest spectrum grant ever given to the American public in 1952, and repackage it and remove all the white spaces so we can't have it. And I would like your listeners to think seriously about how nice it would be to have about 15 or 16 TV channels worth of spectrum in your portable device.
Okay, well, you are aware that, most of the companies providing internet now, along with phone service, are increasing drastically the amount of data that you can get. And I'll tell you a little secret. If you call them up and say, listen, I'm kind of fed up, I'm thinking of canceling, they will send you over to a retention person who probably will increase by a gigabit or more how much they give you just to save you.
And I agree with all that, but if you're a road trucker, you may not be able to get a plan because there's no connectivity out in the some of the rural areas along the roads. And there's a lot of areas in the Southwest that are just dead except for satellite.
I know.
Now, if you can have a satellite downlink with these little spot beams coming from the Exceed satellite, and then have that be propagated out to the surrounding by a mesh network,
right?
Then local communities could set up their own downlink and internet service provider amongst themselves, like a rural electrical co-op.
You're definitely a time traveler?
Without a doubt, Art, I am a time traveler.
All right. From what year do you originate?
Well, I'll tell you how I did it, Art. I went backwards in time from the year 2010. I went back to 1915. This is just one time.
That was 19 what? 50?
No, 1915.
1915. All right.
No, yeah, exactly. I went to the Indianapolis 500 on Salvia Divinorum, and I stuck my head in through the bleachers, and I was there.
Really?
Right at the last lap, the checkered flag is coming down. People are going crazy in the stands, waving their flags, and turn to the left, and I can see these old cars coming. I'm like, wow, man, this is too much. I'm not even really a race fan. I'm thinking, this is fantastic. And I wanted to tap somebody on the shoulder and say, here's my phone number. Call me in 10 minutes. I'll be back.
Okay.
I've also gone back to the 1950s on Salvia Divinorum, and it's pretty common.
All right. I want to ask you a couple of questions, please. One is, by what method, if you can tell us, do you travel in time?
By smoking Salvia Divinorum.
What the heck is that?
Salvia is a hallucinogenic herb from Oaxaca, Mexico. It's safe and it's legal, and it's 10 times stronger than LSD.
All right, so how do you know you're actually traveling in time versus so high you can't even move?
I think the reality factor and the fact it only lasts for 5 minutes and you're back and able to recall it completely.
Yeah, there is that.
There is that. So, let's see.
Have you ever gone into the future?
No, because the future hasn't happened yet. I don't believe people can travel into the future.
Some claim they can.
My experience has always been backwards.
Fascinating.
And I just believe that the key to time travel is going to be drugs, and it's not a machine. It's going to be a substance. Terence McKenna said that, and I agree with him. And he says Salvia Divinorum is the key.
All right, I appreciate. Yep. I very much appreciate your call. Thank you. And Terence very well may have said that. And I'm not ruling it out. I'm really not ruling it out. I'm not a proponent of drugs at all, but you can't rule it out. It may well be that time travel could turn out ultimately to be a function of the brain. A lot of movies are based on that. One of my favorite movies of all time, Somewhere in Time, was actually based on that. If you've never seen that movie, make it a point to do it, Somewhere in Time. Okay, where to go? Let's go to Michael on Skype. Michael, hello.
Yeah, good morning, Art. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Where are you?
I am in Virginia.
Virginia.
Yep.
Beautiful part of the country.
It is. It really is, yeah. So I have a couple +1 questions for you.
Okay.
If that's all right.
Sure.
So I called into Richard Hoagland's program, Other Side of Midnight, last week.
Yes.
And I asked him if he had considered doing a 3-hour show instead of the 2 hours.
Actually, he has.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said he was interested, but he wasn't sure if the network would go along with that. So my question to you is, have you given any consideration to Richard's show going 3 hours?
I have. He said to me, Art, I don't know if 2 hours is enough, to get deeply into the subject he wants to get into. And I said, look, Richard, why don't you do this? Why don't you try 2 for a while and see how you do? And if you want to go to 3, probably the space can be made.
Ah, okay. So there is an option for that also.
Oh, yeah, sure there is.
I've really been enjoying that show. It's got kind of an audio verite flavor to it.
It does. Fun. It does. It's like, what's coming next?
You never know. Yeah.
That's right.
Okay, so my second question is, I know that you haven't been actively pursuing it, but are you aware of any other terrestrial radio stations across the country that have expressed interest in picking up your show as an affiliate?
Yes. We have.
Ooh,
and, well, you know what? We're not. You're absolutely right. We're not aggressively pursuing it. We haven't called any of these stations that have joined us. they all came to us, and I'm still not sure. I mean, I guess it's cool, but, this is such an experiment we're doing. Then I don't know what direction we're going to go. Ultimately, maybe the commercials will go and we'll be listener supported. I don't know. Sure. Everything's open.
I think that having terrestrial stations gives you a larger audience, certainly, right?
You know what? That's changing. And certainly now that is true. Yes.
Yes.
And I'm not going to, as I said, I'm not going to turn them down. I can't think of any reason to turn them down. And
why would you, right? Yeah, sure.
And we'll give them the ratings, guaranteed. There's let me go on. There's this interesting experiment going on up in Portland. We're on a big one there, KXL. Big, right? And when the ratings come out, there's going to be a shock that goes across the American radio community. And I'll leave it at that.
Oh, exciting. I certainly hope that you're getting good ratings up there. Uh-huh. Anyway, my final question is one that sort of just came up in the past hour.
Sure.
Apparently, the host of the other Unlistenable show has promoted this evening that how their streaming service hasn't had a price increase and whatnot. But this coming from the guy who claims to never play dirty pool, right?
The guy just
He's
cannot.
Always above board, right, Art?
He just can't help reacting, can he?
No, he can't. He's scared, and why wouldn't he be? You're Art Bell, and he's not, right?
Yeah, well, I hear that he's crowdfunded his way to the star system turmeric, where he'll probably attempt a landing on the planet
at 11:11, I'm sure.
Ridulai.
Anyway, you wouldn't suspect that tonight's scheduled guest was, I don't know, advised by the other show to abandon his appearance?
Oh, who knows? Who knows? I doubt that. I
don't.
Anyway, it doesn't matter to me. I'm cool. Radio. I'm cool. I'd rather do open lines anyway.
Fair enough, Art. We're very, very happy to have you back, and hope you have a good day. Roswell's to you.
Take care, bud. Yeah, I'm easy. I really am easy. I mean, I can go any way at all. If I have a guest that doesn't show up, well, that's life. Life goes on and all that stuff. So we'll just do whatever's fun. That's the cool thing about, I suppose, two things. One being my age, and two, doing something you love. It's not like all stops, when somebody doesn't show up. It's okay. What's next? Julie, hello, Julie, from somewhere.
Hey, Art. Thanks for taking my call. We're so glad you're back on the air.
Thank you for making it. Where are you, Julie?
I'm in Furcrest, Washington.
Okay.
So my husband listens a little bit more religiously than I do, and he mentioned that you were looking for the Washington State Patrol trooper that feeds Bigfoot.
That's right.
So I don't know that guy, but I did go to my trooper friend's house last night, and we mentioned the story to him. And he had a kind of funny story to tell us that there was a candidate to be a trooper, and they have to take a polygraph examination before they can become troopers.
Okay.
And they asked him, they said, they asked a series of questions that they've already asked them, and he answered in the affirmative when they said, have you ever been the subject of a police investigation? And he was kind of sheepish and looked down a little bit, and he said, yeah. And they said, well, you haven't disclosed this before, so what's the deal? And he said, well, I used to dress up in a Bigfoot costume and run across the highway. And the police ended up investigating it. He never got caught, and he's a trooper to this day. I don't know his name. My friend didn't disclose that, but it was pretty funny. I thought.
All right. Well, the story about the trooper in Washington seeing Bigfoot is real. So if you can get me a name, I'm Art Bell at artbell.com.
Well, I'll try, but I don't know that anyone's going to disclose that. But
well, he can talk to me anonymously. Really, I'll figure out a way. We'll change his voice. I don't care. I just want to interview the guy. He's 20 feet from Bigfoot. He feeds Bigfoot. I want to talk to him.
All right, well, I'll let him know and see if they want to talk to you.
Please, thank you. Tell him, email me, and I will, I'll figure out a way. I guarantee I'll figure out a way. Okay, here we go. Time Traveler Line. You are on the air.
Good evening, Mr. Bell.
Good evening. Are you really a time traveler?
I have traveled one time to visit my son.
One time to travel, traveling to visit your son.
Well, my son arranged the transportation.
I see. Okay. And your son was when?
2060.
2060. Okay. I guess your son could be that age. And you actually, how did you do it? That's the first question.
Well, as I say, he arranged it. And the reason that I'm calling before I answer your question is because he's very interested in revealing some facts about the future that might cause a spin-off in the space-time continuum and provide other possibilities for alternative futures.
Okay. Having said that, how did you travel? Was it a machine? Is it something you did with drugs like our caller a little while ago? What?
Well, I without being too specific, I was told to go to a specific location. I met some people there. They were very polite and friendly, and they placed me in this device, kind of a bell-shaped unit. And to look at it, it looked really ancient. I mean, it didn't look like something that, was from the future.
Right.
And within moments, I was with my son, where he lives on Mars, actually.
Your son lives on Mars?
Yes.
Okay, see, that's harder to believe than traveling in time.
Well,
how does he live on Mars? By then, have we established a colony?
Well, he lives in a colony of 200,000.
So we have a big colony. And all this by the year 2060?
Yes.
Man, we can't even get the space shuttle. We can't even. All right, thank you. I'm not buying that. And the reason is that, we can't even get up to the International Space Station anymore. So, a colony of hundreds of thousands on Mars by 2060? I don't see it. I just don't see it. But then again, technology's pretty wild. No question about that. All right, let's go to somebody whose name... No, we'll hold that. We'll go to the phone. We should be going back to the phone. Laguna Beach, I think you're on the air.
Hi, I can't believe it. Oh, my gosh. Hello, Art.
Hello. Thank you.
Oh, my God. This is Sylvia from Laguna Beach. Roswell's to you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm so happy you're back.
Well, I'm so happy you're so happy at this time of night.
Okay, I have so many stories I want to tell you. I don't know which one to tell. I'm just going to...
Well, here's the thing. Take the most shocking, interesting one and tell me that one.
Okay, then. I will tell you about my father's visitation to me 2 months after he died. This is what happened. This little bit of backstory. I'll be as quickly as possible so I can get to the point. I was dating a man for a couple of years, and he wasn't an American citizen. He was from Asia.
Right.
And he had decided to go back to his country to visit his mother.
Right.
And I said, that's fine, no problem. Go see her. She misses you. So he leaves and never comes back.
Oh.
And I'm thinking, okay, that's weird. What's going on? A year later, I find him on Facebook, and it turns out that he was already a married man with kids, and that everything about him was a lie. And I felt so deceived by this, and not only was I felt deceived for what he did to me, but I thought about my parents and how he had deceived them as well. And I wanted to tell my parents at the time, but unfortunately, my father was dying from brain cancer, and I figured he can't be burdened by this.
Right.
So I never said a word.
Right.
2 months later, on November, my father had passed away. And 2 months later, he came to me in a dream. And in the dream, he was normal, cancer-free, very young, I would say in his 30s.
Oh.
And he was furious. He was so furious. And he's gripping my boyfriend by the shoulder. And he's looking him hard, like, you're not going anywhere. And he's looking straight, my father's looking straight at me in the eye. And he says to me, you have to tell her. And I'm thinking, who? What are you talking about, Daddy? And then he shouts, he goes, Mija. And that means my daughter in Spanish. He goes, Mija, I know everything.
See, now we're talking about a real dad here. Did you hear the poor lady who called about the hex earlier?
I did.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, that gave me chills. Who would? Well, I couldn't believe that. Oh, my God. Anyway, my father said to me, you have to tell his wife what happened.
Right.
And then I said to my dad, Daddy, I can't. There's no way that I can contact him. And then he says to me, go on Facebook. She just joined.
Mm-hmm.
And I wake up. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm having a heart attack. It was such a vivid dream. And I'm thinking, that was a fluke. That can't be real. But, of course, curiosity got to me, and I decided to go on Facebook.
Right.
So I go on Facebook. I find my boyfriend's Facebook account, and there's an update. It's linked with his wife's Facebook account. And so I click on her name, and I see her Facebook page, and it says at the very bottom, just joined 1 hour ago.
Wow. Wow.
Good. I like that last comment there.
Yeah, well.
Hey, what a great show. Who needs a guest when you got all these callers?
Well, there is that.
I just put Skype on my phone tonight, and this is the first time I'm trying it.
So you see how well it... Oh, an echo? Really?
Let's see. Let me turn down the volume.
Actually, you sound cool to me.
Okay.
Oh, what are you on, actually? A computer or a phone?
iPhone 6 Plus.
iPhone 6. Oh, a Plus, huh? I always wondered about those. It's like holding a, I don't know, big thing to your ear.
Yeah, but I kind of liked it for the bigger screen, and then later I got glasses, so maybe I didn't need that. But
well, let me tell you, your audio here is like you're sitting next to me. That's how good it is.
Oh, well, great, thanks.
You're very welcome.
With when I hear you over my mixer, I just turned it down. You sound like you're sitting in my room with me too. So
there you have
it. Like that. Hey, I wanted to share a shadow cat story, but first I wanted to express my concern over anybody that dresses up as Bigfoot and walks across the highway at night.
Boy, no joke.
There's been talk about the first person that can shoot one and capture it should be not illegal or something. So it's really dangerous to dress up as Bigfoot in the Northwest and walk across the highway.
It sure is. And I wonder how it would resolve if you shot what appeared to be a Bigfoot and it turned out to be some idiot in a costume. I wonder legally how that would come down. I guess the guy could say, look, this monster was coming at me and I was scared for my life, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think technically shooting the first Bigfoot may not be illegal, but so...
Well, if it's a real Bigfoot, yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
But I mean, if he's tall and you really thought he was Bigfoot, I don't know. So.
Yeah, it's a good point, and I really appreciate it. Anything else?
Well, my shadow cat story.
Yes.
I bought my house some years ago, and it's an older house, and I had my friend with me, and we were taking out a temporary wall, and we pulled back the ugly paneling, and we both saw this, what we thought was a cat, jump out from behind the paneling in the wall and run out the front. But when we both acknowledged it to each other, we realized, first of all, it had no solid form. It was black, it was kind of fuzzy, and it dissipated once it got out of the room.
Ooh, that's weird.
Turned into nothing. So, but we both saw it at the same time.
Well, see, there you are. You both saw it. Now we've got a sighting by two people.
Yeah.
Yeah, very impressive. Thank you very much. And I submit to you that really counts. When two people see it, My word for it? You don't have to take my word for it, even though I guarantee you what I told you was the absolute truth. But if 2 people see it or more, that has some pretty serious meaning in my mind. Kimberly with a bunch of zeros. I can't read the number, but Kimberly, you're on the air. Hi. Hello, Kimberly. Oh, I guess she bailed. She was probably somewhere outside the country. No idea where. But Kimberly, you would have been on the air. All right. Not a lot of time, so let's go to Larry. You are on the air. Hello.
Me?
You.
Holy crow.
Yeah, extinguish your device.
There we go.
There you go.
Hey, I talked to you. My God, it had to be, I don't know, way back when you first started. And I wanted to talk to you, and you put me on, I'm getting nervous.
Probably back when you were young, huh?
Well, yeah, we were both a lot younger.
All right.
But I got put on hold, and then we lost contact. I never got a chance to get back to you. I'm so glad you're back on the air.
Well, here you are.
Anyway, I was always wondering if you and I had met in Namanui boat docks way back when, because I was on that,
He's talking about Okinawa.
I'm sorry?
I said you're talking about Okinawa. A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Where the GIs weren't allowed to go there, but I did. We did. Me and my buddies. But,
well, it was pretty cool. I was at first military there, of course, but I turned around and went back to Okinawa as a civilian. And
right.
I lived in Naha, so I was all over the place there. You can bet on it.
Right. I was stationed at Naha.
Well, there you are.
And this would have been like 1967.
Sounds about right.
Oh, my God. We got to talking about tasers and lasers and all this stuff. And
sounds like me.
Way back when, and I always wondered if it was you that, years later, I hear you on the air, and, geez, I wonder if that was that fella.
Yeah, sounds like me, all right.
Oh, my.
All right, my friend. Listen, I'm short on time. I got to go. I've got to look for somebody overseas very quickly. Hello?
Hello?
Ito, hi.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, is this me?
It's you. Ito, where are you? Yes, where are you calling from?
Ireland.
Ireland. Excellent.
Yeah. Is that Art Bell?
Yes, this is Art Bell, but...
Art Bell, I'm delighted to speak to you and honored. Hello.
I'm honored to speak with you. Ido or Ido? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, hi.
I'm here. My name is Colin. I'm from Ireland.
Oh, Carlin, your Skype says IDO.
Oh, I do not know. Yes, sorry. Yeah, that's a silly name. I do not know because
it doesn't really say that though. It says IDO space NOTKNOW. I get it now. I do not know.
You get it now.
Yeah.
I do not know, basically. Right. How are you, man? Great show.
Thank you.
I missed most of it today, but usually I get your show from somewhere on TuneIn,
Well, now we have these archives.
I love it from before.
We have archives, and you can go back and listen to old shows. Pretty cool.
Cool. I'd love to hear this again because I really didn't think I'd get through.
Okay, if you go to artbell.com, that's my name, ARTBELL.com. You can sign up there, and right now it's $5, and then you get grandfathered in at $5. It's really cool.
Cool. That sounds good to me because I want to support your show. It's awesome that you're back.
Thank you.
Am I on air like right now?
Oh, like right now, yes.
Oh, I nearly cursed actually. Sorry.
You see, we don't.
You probably don't have much time with me, so no. Just thank you very much for taking my call. It's awesome. I'm glad to get through. I'd like to suggest a few things today, if that's cool. No.
Go ahead.
Have you ever heard of this mythical island off the coast of Ireland that was on maps up until 1872?
What's the name of it?
I thought, High Brazil, it's called.
High Brazil, no. Wait a minute, maybe I have.
You may be able to find an expert on that,
What's the deal?
Basically, it was a tiny little. It's a mythical island, Irish myth sort of thing.
Sure.
And it vanished in the fog. That sort of. It was only seen once every year or so.
Yes.
And I just thought it was a pretty cool subject. You might be able to get somebody on it.
I'd love to. You're in a better place to, get that person for me than I am.
It sounds cool. Yeah. I can't really get much information on it, but I'll send you links if I find something.
Would you please?
Yeah, of course. And we have on Dohercoo as well as a lake creature as well I'm interested in. I'd like to hear somebody who knows stuff about that sort of thing.
Oh, we've heard about your creatures.
Yeah.
So I would love to hear more about that.
Plenty of those.
All right, buddy. Thank you very much for the call, all the way from Ireland.
Thank you for taking my call.
You're very welcome. Let me very quickly go to my time traveler line. Hello.
Hello.
Are you you're the guy, aren't you?
I'm the guy. Yeah.
With the sun on Mars. I did. I cut you off too soon. What else can you tell us? I mean, 200,000 people.
Well,
that's a lot.
I can tell you that I live in the present. I mean, I was born in 1956, so I am from now. But the drive that enabled or will enable them to colonize really the whole solar system has already been developed.
You know what? After you called and I got those messages, I thought about that and I thought, oh my God, what if we develop a drive that will move mass people? Some sort of gravity drive, I would imagine, or what?
No, it's electromagnetic drive. It's a sealed engine that NASA has already approved, or has already tested and verified.
Really?
And and that's in a hard vacuum. And, they're getting minimal thrust, but once they start to use a superconducting reaction chamber, which, by the way, is sealed, there's no exhaust tube.
Right.
They'll be able to increase the Q up into the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands and be able to get, 1 million pounds of thrust out of, using electricity to power it. And that's, that's in 5 years.
All right. Let me ask this. What is it that motivated that many people to go to Mars?
Well, what always motivates them? Gold.
Gold?
That's one of the primary gold mining colonies on Mars, and plus there are quite a few of them on the asteroids, and there's extensive things going on the moon.
Well, that certainly, through the ages, has motivated many people to go on many gold rushes. So I get that.
The reason that I called you is because my son wants to arrange a live communication from 2060 to you from Mars.
Oh, good Lord, yes. Good Lord, yes.
And
here's what I would suggest.
It will take some preparation, and it will take some time to arrange this.
Okay.
But there is a very good reason that he feels very strongly that this needs to occur.
I'm with him.
And he's potentially could get into some trouble. In fact, well,
I don't want that.
But it's for the good.
All right. Let's do this. Let us set up something by email. I'm artbell@artbell.com, and we can set up whatever you want.
Okay. I will talk to the people that will actually do the technological part.
Yes.
And then I will get back to you. I don't know how I will verify that I am who I am, but you can refer to me as Frank. I don't know if that'll help.
Done deal, Frank. This has been a good call. So get in touch with me. We'll arrange exactly what you just said.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you, Frank, and take care. See, this is why you do open lines. This is exactly why you do open lines. You never, ever know what you're going to run into. You just don't know. Ithaca, New York. Hello.
Hello, Art. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
I am very grateful to you, not only for all the time you've been on the air, but some special peak moments of it. And one of those is when you talked about crop formation that has come down now to be known as the Arecibo reply.
I remember the Arecibo reply well.
Yes, well, I was so inspired by that to do a science project. And I actually had called Lisa at the time because I wanted to be on Coast, not about that, but about some research I'd done with genetics, about the genetics of altruism.
Yes.
But I told her that I could have a field day analyzing those agroglyphs in the computer.
How do you analyze them? I mean, what kind of, what do you put them through to analyze them? I'm curious.
Well, okay, if you have two rectangles on the ground on very flat land?
Yes.
And if you remember, the alien face and the Arecibo reply were rectangles, but they were not parallel to each other. No side of one rectangle was parallel to any side of the other.
Yes.
And when you have that, there's enough information in a perspective picture of the scene to reconstruct a perfect map of the scene as it would look looking straight down on it. And if the pictures were a hoax, that map would reveal the radar dish as an oval instead of a circle, and the parking lot a third non-parallel rectangle in the scene.
You know, that actually makes sense. In other words, we rarely, almost never, see a directly looking down photograph, do we?
Yes, but the thing is, if you reconstruct the straight looking down photograph,
yeah, I get it.
If it were a hoax, the radar dish would come out oval on the map, and the parking lot would come out not as a rectangle.
Right.
Now, I told Nancy Talbot, a crop circle expert, about this research project I did, and she got very angry. She said, my great friends in England were there. They walked around in it. How could you dare to do research to demonstrate that it might not have really existed and might have just been a fancy drawing? And I said, but science doesn't work that way. And the thing she didn't give me time to say was that there are certain autistic savants who, when they look at such a photograph, can generate the map in their head and just draw it.
Totally got it.
All I really did was write a computer program to emulate an autistic savant and create the map from the photograph.
Listen, I would love to see the results of some of what you've done. Could you get them to me?
Well, I sent you an email at artbell@artbell.com with the 4 versions of the manuscript I wrote for After Dark. Unfortunately, Lisa lost interest in it. At first she said, I won't have you on about it.
No. What I'm asking for is actual renderings of what you came up with, if viewed.
There are schematic drawings. I'm blind and I can't do much good artwork, but I have what's the computer-generated pictures of the maps. And what's interesting is, at first the maps came out as if it had been hoaxes. But I found out what happened is the photos weren't hoaxes at all. The scene was very real. Mm-hmm. What happened was people had doctored some of the pictures to make the details in the formation show up in perspective. And they took the pictures off of the picture, as it were, turned them into rectangles, put in the details, and then tried to put them back in perspective again. And they didn't put them back exactly where they had taken them from, and that ruined those pictures.
Of course, yes.
One picture where they didn't do any doctoring at all, the radar.
Okay, well, can you get me one example even?
Well, it's in the email I sent you. If you can give me a subject header you want me to use so you can find it, I'll send it again.
Crop formation phone call.
Okay.
All right.
I would love to be on Midnight in the Desert to be interviewed about this project. I put a lot of time and energy into it.
I can understand, and that might happen. Thank you very, very much for the call. And what he is saying makes so much sense. It's almost like Contact. You remember Contact when they were trying to figure out how it all fit together, and it turned out to be a 3-dimensional thing, and you had to put it together. And until you put it together, it made no sense at all. Make sense? Okay, so many things ringing here. Let's try for Dale on Skype. Hello. Dale? Are you there?
Hey.
Hey, Dale.
How you doing, Art?
Very well.
Wow, this is awesome. The first time I remember talking to you, I had been listening to you for a couple of years, and it was in 1994, and the story of the Trumbull Trumbull, Ohio UFO came on.
Sure.
And that captivated me. It was like 2 or 3 hours of this amazing story. But I wanted to talk about you. You were talking about shadow creatures earlier, and it got me to thinking. I'm an electrical engineer. And I'm wondering what substance they're made out of, or do they only manifest as something in the electromagnetic spectrum? And then I'm wondering, how could we interact with them?
I want all the same answers, buddy. I want all the same answers. I can tell you that I could see about halfway through it. In other words, stuff in the background behind it was about half as visible as it should have been with the amount of light in the room. Follow me?
Yeah, like a 50% gray filter, right?
That's right. Thank you.
Yeah,
Correct.
so I wonder, like people who see these, maybe they might want to keep a flash unit with them and see if you could get their attention, light them up with a flash unit, see what kind of reaction they'd get. I'm wondering about microwave, sound bursts, laser, or a taser. I mean, if we want to be unfriendly, we have a lot of options we can explore.
I don't really want to be unfriendly, but I also don't want to be a victim.
Right, exactly. If they're pests, it seems like we have a better mousetrap we could try. But if we want to be friendly with them, what kind of things might they want? Music, pretty pictures,
or whatever it is, I'd be glad to hand it over.
That was my thought.
All right, thank you very much. As I said, whatever it is, I'd be more than happy to hand it over to not have to see them again. Thank you. Let's see. Kirkfield, Ontario, is that correct?
That's correct, Art.
Hey.
Terry, I'm listening on CFRB 1010.
Yes, sir.
And or I don't actually need it, but they also do shortwave, CFRX 6.070 megahertz.
I was hearing that. People have been telling me that they actually have their own shortwave station, and we're carried on that?
I haven't had a need to seek it out.
Okay.
My understanding is that it would be a simulcast, yeah.
Wow. That's pretty exciting. We're all over shortwave. It's so appropriate. I love radio.
Yeah, it's wonderful, and amateur radio is a great hobby, too. I wish I could afford it. I wanted to ask a question.
You can afford ham radio. Find somebody with a second-hand rig for sale. There's tons of them out there. You'll find something. Get on the air. Do it. Get your license.
It'd be great.
Anyway, go ahead.
Okay. I'm hearing very familiar theme music. I'm hearing a very familiar voiceover guy. And down the street, they're carrying a Best of Art Bell show on Saturday nights. I'm very confused about who's on speaking terms with whom.
Yeah, I'm confused too. So join the club.
Okay. I didn't realize. Okay, so it's pretty complicated. In other words,
complicated beyond even my understanding. Yes.
Okay, that's really all I wanted to ask.
Well, I wish I had an answer for you, my friend. I really wish I had an answer. Thank you very much for the call, and take care. If they want to continue to play those and in effect advertise the fact that Art Bell is still here, all you got to do is, twist the dial, fire up the phone, fire up the iPad, fire up the computer. We're everywhere. Oh, my. Let's try. I think we've got somebody on Skype. Hello? No, I think that was a hanger-on. Let's try here. Skype. Ken? Hello, Ken.
Hi.
Hi, Ken. Turn your device down, please.
Okay, I'm getting to it.
Okay. We're waiting. Down. Volume down.
Yeah, I'm there now.
Okay, good. You're on the air.
Oh, great. It's so good to talk to you, Art. It's been quite a while since I talked to you, but how would you like to take a ride?
Her name is Rebecca O'Donnell, and she found out about 2 minutes ago or 3 minutes ago that she was the winner of our ghost photo contest for Babushka. So, Rebecca, welcome to Spooky Matter.
Thank you, Art. It's a pleasure to talk to you.
Congratulations. You know, you got a brand new radio and you got a 1-year subscription to Sirius XM.
I'm so very excited.
Yeah, it's a good deal. How did you come upon the show?
I actually had heard many rumors about the great Art Bell, and one of my friends is an XM subscriber, Sirius subscriber, and I just happened to be over, and I got to listen to a couple of your programs, and I loved it.
Uh-huh. Well, we depend on that kind of thing for sure. Anyway, tell me about Babushka, would you please?
Okay, I actually worked with a fellow at a cable company, local here, and he knew that I did some amateur ghost hunting, and we would talk about that. And he was kind of shy to show me, but he actually showed me this photograph that I entered in the contest, and said that was at his sister's house, and that they had been experiencing creepy stuff that had been going on in the home. And when I saw that picture, I had never seen anything like that before. I had gotten orbs myself, but nothing ever like that.
Oh, I've seen orbs too. Yeah, but orbs are not what you brought us. And by the way, yours was picked as the winner by the most positive comment. There were like 100, I think, positives on you for that, and it was clear winner. There was one other, but it got qualified because somebody had poached it from another website.
Oh, okay.
So yours is an original, and it's totally a winner. And whoever took it, who took that?
That was my coworker's name was David.
Okay, well, boy, he did a good job. I mean, to be able to catch something like that with a camera.
Oh, it spooked him. It spooked him very much so. And he didn't even really know what he had captured until he had seen it in his phone, really saw it. So it was before all those applications on. I was going to say, before all the iPhone applications and all the little things that you could do trickery with, it was before that even really evolved yet. So that was what made it even neater,
Do you actually know the date or rough date?
Yeah, it was taken around 2007.
Okay, 2007. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, Rebecca, bless your heart for entering. Bless your heart for having a really good ghost photograph, and enjoy the radio and the 1-year free subscription. And we'll expect you to call back.
Thank you so much, Art. Such a pleasure to talk to you.
Take care. All right. That is Rebecca O'Donnell, the winner of the radio and the 1-year free subscription. Told you somebody was going to win. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Spooky Matter. Now, what tonight is going to be, as I mentioned, is a combination of those who have sent in ghost stories as requested. And we are in the process now of calling you. Now, we will augment that, if need be, with open line ghost stories. However, I want to serve up a warning to you. I want to be scared. If I'm not scared by your story, it's probably not a really good one. It's got to put a little chill, raise the hair, maybe on the back of my neck and put a little chill down my spine. And I scare fairly easily. So they've got to be good ghost stories. If we take pot luck, they've got to be good ghost stories. And I'm also going to make a special request tonight that if you're an over-the-road trucker, I know there's at least 4 or 5 of you out there, that if you want to tell your ghost story, you pull over safely into a rest area or the side of the road somewhere where you're safe, so you can tell your ghost story with a good cell connection and with reasonable quiet in the cab, as it were. So that said, I think we ought to get underway. All right, Spooky Matter underway for Halloween night. I'm Art Bell. You've got to love that laugh. I can do it sort of. How's that? Spooky Matter on Halloween night. And I know many little ones are out there tromping through the night. By the way, including mine. In fact, one of the photographs on the front of artbell.com tonight is of my little one, Asia Rainbell, ready for candy collection. As you can see, very ready for candy collection. She lives in fear that when she gets home, Daddy will claim all her candy. In past years, I have played around with her like that. And so now I believe that when she gets home, which she will before I do, of course, she will hide it. Who knows where? We'll probably find it next year. All right, let's go to Tennessee. And Osage, I guess the name is, right? Is the name Osage? Hello, Tennessee. Hello, Osage. Are you there, my friend? Well, let me try it again. Osage, are you there, buddy?
Yes, Art. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. I thought we had lost you for a moment, but no, we have you. All right, so what's spooky in Tennessee?
Nothing. The story I have is actually whenever I was overseas in the military. First, I just want to say I'm a little nervous, so I apologize.
Oh, relax. So, in other words, it's like an alien ghost story.
Okay, yeah. I also want to give a shout-out to Bill Gab, to all those guys out there.
The Belgab people? Yes, indeed. Yeah. What do I call them? Vicious but vaguely lovable? That's really an apt description.
Yeah. Well, the story had to do whenever I was in the military. It was the 2002-2003. I was stationed overseas in Korea. I was at a Camp Stanley base, which is kind of far north. And
right.
And I
May I ask? Let me stop you. What is it like? You know, I've been to Korea any number of times, but being actually in the military and stationed in Korea. Well, put it this way: I've heard of our troops in Korea referred to in interesting ways, as though you're kind of there so that if the North starts a war, America's automatically brought into it. Is that how you guys looked at it there?
Kind of. I mean, well, you know, a lot of people don't know, I guess, that we were never actually, we signed a ceasefire. We never signed a peace treaty, so we were technically still at war.
That's correct.
And they stationed me there because I after the 9/11 happened, I wanted to combat. I thought I was going to go to Iraq, but instead they sent me to Korea instead. So
well, you darn near got some combat anyway. It got pretty tense there for a while.
Yeah, it did. We had riots and stuff outside our base, and they had an accident. It's kind of a long story what happened, but
all right, I'll let you get to it. Don't worry. Every year, a whole bunch of South Koreans get together in like almost a mob, and they march on the gate. Going north, and I always thought, what is that about? These guys are down in South Korea where they have freedoms and relative good life. The economy's in great shape, and Korea's just booming, and yet they march on the North Gate. I always thought, what they should have done one year is just open the damn gate, let them march on north, and close it.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of stuff that goes on that the public doesn't hear about. The reason why they were rioting on our base was because we had an accident where two girls were actually ran over by one of our tracked vehicles. And I'm sure you could look about it on the internet, but they were pretty bad. They were actually throwing the Molotov cocktail bombs over the fences, and we had some buildings catch on fire. But yeah.
All right. Well, anyway, I don't want to stop you from your story. Proceed, please.
Okay. Well, during the end of my time, I was usually when everybody does their last 3 months, they try to keep them on light duty so that they don't get injured, because if they get injured, it causes complications. So they put me on the unit police, which anybody who's been on a base over there knows what a UP is. It's kind of like NP, only you're a security guard, I guess you could say.
Yeah, in the Air Force we call them APs, but yeah.
Yeah. So basically, I would be in charge of the gates, and they would rotate us around the different gates. And I always liked the night shift because just kind of a night person, you know. And so they picked me to work on this gate, which I actually worked there whenever I was doing my time up in the upper part. It's called we call it the AHA, which is the ammo holding area.
Right.
And up there that's where the last line of defense, I guess you could say, for artillery. The North Koreans had their artillery focused on us, and the only thing we could do is store ammo inside the mountain and in a big tunnel. So to get to that tunnel, you had to go through the gate, and that was the gate that I was, stationed at, in charge of. Mm-hmm. So during the night shift, first I want to say that place had a reputation already. The people there, the Koreans, I've heard them talking before, and I remember one time early on when I first came there, I asked them what they were talking about, and the Korean guy told me, kind of laughed it off. He said, well, they were talking about how that place is haunted. Wonderful. And this was during the daytime. I really didn't understand, what it was about. But I found out later that during a safety briefing we had that there was a soldier that was killed there in the area, and it was pretty gruesome. He died when he was airing up a tire, and a split ring came off and killed him.
Ooh, ow.
Yeah, and it was probably instant death, but it was in the area that I worked, in the area, right. So, anyways, I would work there at night shift, and things were pretty calm. Nothing really happened. It was me and another person at all times. And we really didn't have anything happen. I mean, we had cameras there, and it was really quiet. And one night when we were up there, one of the vehicles, and these are HEMTs, these are pretty big vehicles, it just started on its own. And first we heard the rumble, and we didn't know what it was. So we got up, we went outside the door, and I could hear it running. And we looked at each other, and that's when it really kind of got spooky, because I worked those machines, and I know that we don't have those malfunction and just cut on their own.
Right. That's bad to start the story off. A vehicle starting by itself is not good at all.
Yeah. Well, it kind of spooked both of us out, and I decided to go because I knew those vehicles to begin with, so he stayed in the guard shack that we had, and I went over there to the vehicle. And first of all, I was really creeped out because it was in the dark area, so I had to kind of walk in the dark, and I looked around the vehicle, and I didn't see anything at all. So I opened the cab up, and I cut the vehicle off, and then went on our way, and we just noted it in the log. Anyways, so that was the first time something had happened, and we had similar incidences with other people where the lights had cut on. People had noted in the logs about similar incidents like us. Now, I don't know if they took it serious or not, because I don't think maybe nobody read the logs, because that place clearly had something going on. But later on, I guess it was maybe like a week or so, or maybe 2 weeks later, the horn on one of the HEMTs, and I mean, almost, I think it was the same one. It might not have been, but it was in the same area, started just going off on its own. And this is maybe 2 o'clock in the morning, in the middle of the night, and we're both in there, and it goes off, and we're just nearly jump out of our seats and fall down, because it scared the crap out of both of us,
By this time, I'd be worried that thing would start up and head toward me.
Yeah. I was actually so scared, I made the other guard get out and go with me, which we're not supposed to do, because someone's supposed to be at the gate.
Right.
And so, yeah, I mean, I actually had to go up there and undo the chain, and it was just really weird. I don't understand how that could happen. I mean, I don't know. If you think about ghosts, if ghosts are real, how can they influence real things? I don't know, but I do know that a guy did die there. And
I guess your story kind of says they can.
Yeah. Well, it's just too weird. Yeah.
I really appreciate your story. Thank you very much. Yeah, you know, a vehicle does not start itself. A vehicle does not suddenly start, especially if it's the same one, begin blowing its own horn, so to speak. So there you have it, a story all the way from Korea. And when you think about it, hauntings certainly would not be exclusive to any one area. They would be all over the world. And guess what? They are. Ghost stories are as famous in Japan and Germany and every other country in the world as they are here. In other words, ghosts are universal. Let's go to right here in Nevada and John. John, welcome to Spooky Matter. Hello, John.
Yeah, good morning, Art. Mega Roswell's.
Not morning yet, not even on the East Coast, but
yeah, not
hey
really.
There.
Great to talk to you.
Good to talk to you too.
Yeah,
and so you've got a story for us, I take it.
Yes, I bought a house out in Eldridge, Iowa, and I only lived in it 14 months. I worked for Caterpillar, and they closed the plant, so I moved out of Iowa and moved out west here. And we were moving in, and I had just put a 9-drawer dresser into the one bedroom that was going to be my daughter's bedroom. And me and my son, he's 15, carried it in there and put it in. And I went out to the kitchen to grab a cup of coffee, and I come back to the room, and I couldn't open the door. And the dresser had slid in front of the door. At first, I thought my son was in
What? The dresser slid in front of... Now, was somebody in the room or no?
No one was in the room.
A 9-drawer dresser, that's big,
right. Yeah,
moved itself in front of the door.
Yeah. And I thought my son was in the room doing something, you know. And
sure, of course, yes.
And I turn around, and I'm hollering through the door. I said, "Open this up. I want to get this other stuff in here." And then he comes in out from the front door with another box of stuff, you know, and I'm going, well, who's in here? So anyway, I had to pry the door open and slide that dresser out of the way to get back into a room that was empty.
Well, that's just plain impossible.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought. And, I mean, me and my wife sat down, had a cup of coffee, and like, you know, you just bought the house. What do? You know.
I know. I'll tell you, I think what I would have done, did you buy from an individual or a realtor or what?
No, I was a realtor. But I knew the guy that had lived there before, and he had never said anything about the house. I mean, I had worked with him at CAP.
Yeah, no reports of ghosts, right?
No. And it was a very strange thing. And my dog would never go in that room. We sat there and decided, well, this is pretty strange. So she said, well, it's not going to be my daughter's bedroom. She says, that's going to be your poker room then. And so,
so is that what
I moved
it was?
my dresser and the daughter into the other room. So all I put in there was my poker table and stereo, you know.
How did you do at poker after that?
Not real well in that room.
That's just, well, I love the story because it's impossible.
Yeah, you know, and you sit there and you look at yourself, you know, I was looking at my wife and going, did this really just happen? I mean, did I have to pry this door open to get in here? You know, and it's like, you know,
it's impossible. Yeah, it's impossible.
Happen any other way.
But, no, it couldn't have. I really appreciate your story, and that's 2 stories in a row.
Well, I wanted to mention one other thing. I had moved back to Iowa. My dad had Alzheimer's and stuff, and I was driving down the street, and I saw they had an open house at that house. And I was telling my girlfriend, I said, you know, I used to own this place, and I said, let's go in and take a look, you know. And I'm talking to the realtor. And I did want to check. There was a little cheap little under-the-counter kitchen light that I'd put in when I bought the place, and it was still there. But I talked to the realtor, and she said that house had sold 7 times since I had it. And
7
so
times?
Nobody ever stayed very long in it. I don't know if anybody else had trouble or not. But
did you tell the realtor about what you just told me?
Yeah, she says, I don't want to hear anymore. She says, I got to be here all afternoon.
I completely understand. And you know what? Despite the laws that say, now anyway, that you have to tell somebody if a house is haunted, if it was sold, bought and sold 7 times.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody ever mentioned it.
Yeah,
this was, let's see, I bought it in, I think it was 82, and then I left in 83 when they closed the plant, and I moved back there in 2005. So it had sold 7 or 8 times between then, so I don't know. Right. Very strange story.
All right, thank you very much, my friend. Listen, second one in a row of, how can I put this, things being moved without human interaction, or things being moved by a spirit. A vehicle started, a horn that goes, probably on the same vehicle, and now the real impossibility. I'm not sure I'd move into a house like that if something like that happened. I mean, after all, if anybody had moved that 9-drawer dresser up to the door and blocked it, they would then have to still be in that room unless they went sailing through a window. And he said his son was still outside. So that means something that we don't understand moved that thing. And I guess the message would be, not this room. And obviously Mom understood that message because she did not allow the daughter in there. Jason in Louisiana, hi there, and thank you for coming on the air.
Hello, Art. Mega Roswell.
Thank you. You have a ghost story for us, I take it?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
This is a story about when my wife and I were newlyweds, and as newlyweds kind of do around that time, they'll go visit their parents, once a week or so. And my wife said she was going to go visit her mother. I said, that's fine. I'm going to go ahead and just stay home. I'm in my pajamas. And about 40 minutes later, she came back and she said, you're not going to believe what happened to me on the ride home. And being the foolish young husband, I said, that sounds great, honey, but let me go ahead and just finish up this video game that I'm playing right now. And so that frustrated her.
You're already like a husband. You're already like a husband of about 10 years. Not a newlywed. A newlywed jumps up.
I was in hot water.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So she was a little frustrated, and it wasn't until the next day that I was able to get her to tell me what happened. Apparently, on the ride home, she had just left her mom's home, and she got the feeling that you get when you're being watched. And she looked off to her left, and she saw the classic shadow figure staring at her. And followed her.
Excuse me. This was when she was driving?
Yes, sir.
And this shadow person or whatever was moving by itself and keeping pace?
No, it was standing behind a sapling, which she thought she saw a tree out of the corner of her eye. And when she looked, there was a sapling, and the shadow figure was behind it, standing behind it. And as she drove past, its head followed her. She got the chills, and she picked up, she sped up a little bit down the neighborhood. And as she made her way to the end of the neighborhood, the lights, starting where the creature was, started going out one at a time until it reached her. And once the lights reached her, she stopped. And that classic fight or flight kicked in, and she got mad. She was angry. She was scared, but she was angry. So she threw it in reverse, and she rushed back to the point where the creature was, and nothing was there. It was just a sapling, and she had a cold sweat, and she was just sitting there, and the car was idling, and all the lights turned on at once. And
you sir have a wife with cojones. Let me tell you, I would not have.
I know.
Yeah, that's right. I would not have gone back. There's no way I would have gone back. So,
It was
She
it
must
gave
be
me
a tough
goosebumps
one.
the first time. She is a tough cookie. I'm not afraid to go out in public. She's got my back.
All right, my friend. Thank you for the story. No, thank you. I guess, insert myself into the stories as I hear them, and it's kind of like, what would I do? It would be bad enough. You see the shadow being behind the tree. You see the head pop up, and the head follows you, and then the lights start going out. Would I go back? No. I'm being honest with you. No, I would not go back. So, big cojones. Down to Texas and Chris. Hey, Chris.
Roswell's Mr. Bell.
Thank you, sir.
I'm glad to finally get in to talk to you. Since the first time I heard you, you're talking to Mel Waters.
Mel's Hole.
Yes, I've been a fan ever since.
The story goes that Mel sold his hole to the... Selling his hole. He sold his hole to the government and moved to Australia, where he's living presumably happily ever after, but I'd sure love to talk to Mel. Anyway, proceed.
Yes, sir. 25 years ago, I was a brand new Border Patrol agent. We had more trainees than journeymen, so they would stick two trainees together and say, go do your job. And usual shift, there might be 4 people working. So we had 2 guys upriver, myself and my partner downriver. Very little experience between the 2 of us.
What would you see? I hate this, but I have to know some things.
Yes, sir.
As a Border Patrol agent, you said with very little training. So it's like they send you to the, when you say river, the Rio Grande?
Yes, sir. Not so
they
much
send you down to the
training,
Rio Grande and they say, watch.
It was very little experience, not training. I may have misspoke there.
Okay.
We had just gotten from the academy, but neither of us had a half a year in yet.
Okay.
So they send us down. They tell us to go fight crime midnights. So we're driving down the river looking for anything that we could see that didn't look right, not really knowing what we were doing, but trying to get on the job experience. We see a bonfire out on this hill that we used to refer to as the party house. It was, at the time, it was out of town quite a ways, but now it's almost in town. And we drove towards it thinking, well, maybe somebody's down there, maybe some aliens, maybe some smuggling.
Right.
And at the time, we had switches that we could throw that would turn all the lights off in the vehicle. So if you hit the brakes or the backup light, nothing would come on. It wouldn't show where the vehicle was.
Sure.
So we turn out all the lights. We're driving down this long dirt road towards the river. And as we come around a corner, there's about 15 or 20 people standing in a huge circle around a giant bonfire. They're all wearing brown, full-length robes. They got their hands up in the air like they're doing some kind of religious ceremony.
Ritual.
Yes. I saw a movie called Race with the Devil with Peter Fonda and Warren Oates several years before this, and that movie came to mind. I looked at these people just in time to see 2 of them turn towards us and start running at us in a, not an aggressive manner, but like we didn't have any business in their little ritual.
Oh, I'm sure you didn't. It was this is on the U.S. side of the border, of course, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, about
okay.
2 o'clock in the morning.
Gotcha. And 2 of them start running toward you. And you were, I'm sure, 2 armed.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, okay.
But they were armed in Race with the Devil, too.
Oh.
Well,
so what do you 2 armed guys do?
I looked at my partner, he looked at me, I threw it in reverse, and I hit the gas. I said, I don't see any immigration violation happening here. I went backwards with no lights. I made a 90-degree turn, and I didn't slow down until I hit the highway.
I'm with you all the way.
Once we get to the highway,
yes,
we're trying to decide what to do because our nearest backup is a good 20, 30 minutes away.
Right.
There's one sheriff's deputy, and he's way the heck out of town.
Right.
Who would you report this to? They didn't cover this at the academy.
No. Local law enforcement? I don't know.
Well, we're out of town. We were in the county, and like I said, there was one deputy working, and he was way the heck out of town. And we discussed it the rest of the night. Who should we report this to? And we could not come to a conclusion. So at 8
Nor
o'clock
were they
in the morning,
necessarily breaking the law, really.
none that I could see.
So maybe God's law.
Well, we decided that we just weren't going to tell anybody, and we're going to try and pretend like it never happened.
I don't blame you at all.
We've managed to keep our mouths shut for about a good 20 years. Well, finally, about 3 or 4 years ago, I was invited to tell my story on the other show, and unfortunately, the night that they called the house for me to talk, I had a schedule change, and I had to work that night.
So you never got to tell the story?
Not to them, but it really upset me because I've listened to that show, like I said, ever since Mel's Hole. So a couple of weeks go by, and I'm teaching a class, and I mentioned to the class that I'd almost made it on the radio. And I told them this story about what had happened to me and my partner, and how it would have been neat to tell people I'd managed to tell my story to the entire United States and parts of the planet. And one of the students said, hey, you know, about a couple of years ago, I was driving around down by the river, and I came across the exact same situation.
Oh?
Yeah, so apparently whoever these people are, they're still out there, they're still doing their little ritual, and I have no idea who they are or what they're doing.
And this person, this student, what did he do?
Exact same thing.
As you did, and as I would have done as well. I really, really appreciate your telling this story on Real Radio.
It was an exciting night.
Thank you, my friend, and take care. Glad you came by tonight for Spooky Matter. I love stories like this. What do you suppose that was? Probably not ghosts. But also, on the other hand, probably not a group of people that you would want to upset, armed or not. Fascinating. Ben in California. Hi, Ben.
Hey, is this me?
It is you, Ben.
Hey, Roswell's.
Thank you.
I've actually called in and told you my ghost stories before, but I've got one more story I haven't told you.
You've told me ghost stories before?
I called in on open lines tonight, and I was the guy that had been physically assaulted by a ghost.
Okay.
But I've got one story that I don't know if it's ghost or not, but it definitely qualifies as spooky.
All right.
I'm living in eastern Kentucky, growing up on this haunted hill.
Mm-hmm.
And besides the neighborhood there is a dirt road. It's a gas road. There's gas wells out there. And this is where we rode our dirt bikes and four-wheelers and everything like that.
Right.
So nobody ever walks out there, but I didn't have any gas for my dirt bike one day, so I decided to take a walk out there. I'm about 15 years old. I think I'm a freshman in high school. And I'm walking back. I've got my machete on my side. I'm looking for snakes and whatnot, looking for deer.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking around, and then suddenly there's two men in front of me. And this is a straight stretch of, I would say, 200-300 yards. And suddenly they're about 20 feet in front of me. So I tell them, well, you scared the you-know-what out of me. And one of the men says, well, I'm sorry. And they walk up to me, and they ask me questions like, how did you get out here? And I told them, well, I just live half a mile from here. And they say, they're just very confused. They say, how did you get past the gate?
Mm-hmm.
And I told them, there is no gate. There used to be a gate there, but it had been ripped out a couple of years ago.
Right.
And And keep in mind, this is the only entrance for miles. This road runs for miles and miles, and a few miles the other way, there's another entrance, and it doesn't have a gate either. So anyway, that's a really weird question. And the direction they were coming from the direction of my house, and there's only one way in, one way out, and I'm thinking they should know there's not a gate there. So anyway, the whole time I'm talking to them, I'm really creeped out. I'm really freaked out. They're staring directly at my eyes, and they're not looking anywhere else. I'm motioning to my house. I say I'm out here with my machete. I'm looking for snakes. They don't look at my machete. They're both just still fixed on my eyes.
They're not even concerned with your machete? I mean, when somebody says, I'm out here with my machete, that gets somebody's attention, you would think. You'd look down. Ooh, big knife.
Yeah, you would think so, and be slightly interested. But only one of the men's talking to me, but both of them are looking directly in my eyes.
Yeah.
And so anyway, I'm freaked out. So I got to go, because I never really see anybody out there unless they're riding a motorcycle or a dirt bike or a four-wheeler. But I start walking back towards my house. We cross paths, and of course I'm scared, nervous. And within a few feet, I take a few steps and I turn around. They're not there.
As in disappeared.
As in they are gone.
Well, maybe they vanished back into a time when there was a gate.
Yeah. Say that gate hadn't been there in a couple of years, and I don't really know what that was about. But I start walking fast. I'm really nervous now. My heart's racing. I'm panting, and I'm walking fast. And I turn back. They're still not there. There's nowhere for them to hide, but they're not there. So I'm convinced that something bad's about to happen. So I'm running back to my house, and I reach the road again, and there's not a work truck there. There's nothing there. So I make it home. I run to the house. I slam the door, lock the door, tell my mom somebody's coming to kill me. 2 men are trying to kill me. And sat there freaked out for the rest of the day. So I didn't tell that story because I didn't know if it's a ghost story or not, but it was definitely.
Well, it is. All right. Thank you very much. I'm not sure what to call that story, but these odd things do happen. Yeah, and I understand. Sometimes you don't say it was a ghost. I kind of like my guess, actually. They asked about a gate that hadn't been there in a long, long time in a very weird way. And I'm guessing they went back to whatever it was, time-wise, when that gate was there. I could be wrong. It's just a guess. You're listening to Spooky Matter on Halloween. I'm Art Bell. Don't forget a picture of my little Halloween girl, Asia Rain Bell, on the website, artbell.com. That's me. I used to be able to scare Asia to death with that. It is Spooky Matter. It's Halloween. The little ones are about collecting candy in some time zones, and others are probably well done by now. Let's go to, these are your stories, Illinois, and Larry. Hi, Larry.
Hello, Art. Roswell's.
Thank you.
And I hope Asia comes back with a whole sack full of goodies for Daddy.
Oh, she will, and she'll hide them before I get home.
That's when you get into your daddy experiences, and surely you know where at least half the hiding spots are.
Well, usually she knows I grab the candy and run around the house with her chasing me. That's how it usually works out.
That's Daddy's job.
Anyway, you have a story for us.
Yes, sir, I do. Picture it. You're a corrections officer.
Uh-huh.
Working a midnight shift. And at the beginning of each shift, doesn't make any difference which one of the three, you send your officers out to do an external a perimeter check of the sensors on the fence and make sure everything's where it's supposed to be and working.
I don't need any names, but I mean, is this a pretty good sized prison or a jail, or what are we talking about?
This is a state institution.
Okay, big one, yes, sir.
Male, pretty good size. We was generally we run around with about a population of about 2,350.
Oh, big one. Okay.
Yeah, pretty good size. And I was a zone sergeant, and my officers automatically, went out and done their duties. We done an external perimeter check and an internal perimeter check.
Sure.
And the internal perimeter check not only included the inside pits, but also making sure that the doors and windows and everything was secured on the buildings.
Right.
And part of the institution was handed over from the Department of Mental Health. And this one particular building, which was right across a service road from another old mental health building that had inmates in it, but the building in question did not. It was not inhabited. And down on the basement level, there was it's still there, an extremely heavy steel fire door. And there for about at least twice a week, for about 6 weeks, we would find this door open.
The fire door.
A fire door. And
did an alarm go off? I would think it would be
there's no alarms. This building was built about 1910.
Okay, gotcha.
And my officer that was doing the inspection reported to me that he found this door open, and these are all deadbolts.
Oh.
And so we find doors open, not real frequent, but from time to time, somebody would leave the building, on the evening shift if they had a class or something in there and failed to secure their door. But this building nothing was going on in there.
Right.
And the problem is that to secure this door, no personnel whatsoever inside our perimeter has a key to that door. You have to go to the communications room where we were issued our keys and our radios and get this one specific key, which took the authorization of the shift commander. And you had
again, this door is normally always dead bolted.
Yes.
Okay.
We had keys to all the other doors in that building except that one particular door.
Right.
Nobody inside the perimeter had that key. Well, I had to get authorization from the captain to get the key in writing, and naturally he wanted to know why. Well, to keep the sergeant that I relieved, keep him out of trouble, I just told the captain that I wanted to do a security check. So, fine. So, got it. We went in. Me and 4 of my officers, we went in, done an inspection, and the place was empty. And we secured the door. And I reported back to the captain, no results. Everything's fine.
Right.
And then the next day when I come in, I talked to the sergeant that was in charge on the evening shift, told him what I found, and he said, "Did you put it in writing?" I said, "No, I don't think there's any need for that. Ain't no sense of getting a whole bunch of other people involved in this."
Right.
So he said, "Okay, I appreciate it." He said, "Was on the evening shift. They done 2 inspections, and one of them was right around 10 o'clock at night, while everybody else was performing a count. They'd go around and do their same inspections as when they come on
Yes.
shift.
Right.
Well, this went on for about 6 weeks, and we kept.
Wait a minute. You're saying this door was open every night?
At least twice a week.
At least twice a week. Oh my. Okay.
And I'd still have to go up there and to the comm room call the captain, get authorization. Well, by this, after about 3 or 4 weeks, he's starting to get really curious as to why I keep wanting to go in there.
Sure.
Especially, with that particular key, because I got keys to every other door in that building, and it was a pretty good-sized building.
Right.
So after about 6 weeks, it was getting pretty old, and me and my 4 officers, we went in, done our inspection. Well, this time the captain called an emergency count. And this is about 3 o'clock in the morning. And while they're counting, we're going in there and looking around. Didn't find anything. Secured the door. And as we were leaving, we're going down a little service road in between these 2 buildings. And not a whole lot of light back in that area. A few security lights on the buildings, but the main lights was from the perimeter lights around the fence. And I happened to turn around and looked up on the second floor window at the end of the wing, and I seen a little girl about 8 to 10 years old, blonde hair, and I just told my other officers, "Hey, come here." So I said, "Look up there. What do you see?" And all of their jaws went slack, and their eyes got about as big as silver dollars. And I said, "What did you see?" He said, "Do you see a little girl?" They all went, "Uh-huh." And about that time, she raised up her right hand and waved at us. And never seen her again. Never had any more problems with that door. Needless to say, that did not go on our reports.
No, I wonder what her connection to that door was. Maybe
there was an old mental health building, because part of our institution, especially we had 2 sides, and the side that I was on, we had about a half a dozen of these old mental health buildings. Like I said, built around 1910, 1908.
No, I've got it. Maybe she had a dad or a mom that had been in that building.
Well, there was children there too.
Children too?
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, because a few of my officers worked in there for mental health when it was still in operation. And
all right. Well, all right. Well, you've given us, thank you very much, another story of, in my opinion, something that's been something physical that has been manipulated by something else. All the stories that we've had so far virtually have involved things physical moved by things not physical. 6 weeks of a deadbolt opening? Well, I guess we'll just have to all wonder what's up with that. Strange. New York. Back to New York and Franklin. Hello.
Hey, Art. How are you?
Just fine, thank
Happy Halloween. This story takes place when my fiancée Gina and I were living in Boston. We lived there in this building for about 2 or 3 years while I was in grad school. And about a month before we were leaving to move back to Brooklyn, we had the apartment packed up and everything, and we're asleep. I'm laying in bed, and I feel someone above me just looking at me. And I'm like, in my head, I'm saying to myself, all right, if you're there, you might not want to be there when I open my eyes. And I'm just kind of joking, I'm not thinking anything of it. As soon as I say this to myself, I feel a gust of wind shoot to my left. And now I open my eyes and I sit up immediately. And I'm like, what is this? I look over, and there is a man in our doorway, colonial dressed, long, stringy hair, bifocals, like a tall, thin Benjamin Franklin, okay?
Right.
Now, the man is illuminated. The only light that we have in our apartment is the bathroom door behind him that's slightly ajar. He is producing his own light, but his light doesn't reflect onto my door, my floor, my walls, nothing. All right? And he's slightly translucent because I can kind of see the bathroom light through him. Now, this man is looking at us with curiosity. No malice, no nothing. I'm just staring at him with curiosity. I touch my girlfriend, and she wakes up, and she looks at the door, and she says, "Who's the man in white? Who's the man in white at the door?" At that point, I really get freaked out because it was like confirmation. I turn to her. She goes back to sleep. I turn to him, and he's gone.
Oof.
Yeah. I wake her up. She tells me exactly what she saw. It was exactly what I saw. She goes back to sleep. I could not go back to sleep for the rest of the night.
I hear you, buddy. Thank you so very much for that story. Now, isn't that interesting? In other words, it may well be that many times the apparition, or ghost, if you will, is every bit as surprised at being in another place or time than it was used to. So it is as absolutely curious, perhaps even terrified, as you are. And I wonder what that says about the other side. The mixing of that side and this side on some occasions. It may well be that they have absolutely no more of an idea than you do. Think about it. Let's go to Minnesota and Allison. Hi, Allison.
Well, good evening, Art, and happy Halloween.
Thank you.
Well, my story I have a story that actually does involve things being moved without me moving them. But the story that I believe you were most intrigued in is my story of the time I saw a shadow person. And this story goes back about 15 years. I was 9, 10 years old at the time. And I was downstairs. We lived in my grandma's house at the time, and we lived in her basement. And this particular night, my mom had left to go grocery shopping, but my bedroom was in the basement right next to the stairwell. So the only way to get in and out of the basement is on these very, very creaky stairs. If anyone were to come downstairs, including our very fat cat, I would know about it. So I'm reading my book for school that night, and I'm sitting on my bed, and the setup of this basement was very odd. It was my room had 2 doors, one that went to the stairwell, and then another one that went into a very oblong bathroom that was connected on the other side of this bathroom to our living room. And right by the doorway to the living room, there was a desk, and my mom had a light on that, and she left it on for me so that I wouldn't get scared while she was gone, even though my grandma was upstairs watching TV. So I'm reading this book, and the way I'm sitting on my bed, I can see through the bathroom and then into the living room, and I can see the light is pretty much framed by the little slit of the door that I can see through. And I don't know what compelled me to look up, but I look up over my book into the living room, and as I do so, a 6.5 to 7 foot tall, pitch black shadow. I could see, the only definition it had was I could see shoulders, I could see a head, and I could see that it was wearing a bowler hat, of all things. And it didn't bob up and down as people do when they walk. It glided behind this desk from the living room into my mom's room and was gone. And I promptly threw my book across the room, opened the door to the stairwell, and ran upstairs and told my grandma. And she, of course, didn't believe me. Oh, that's silly. But this house, only my mom and I had just handfuls of experiences in this house. So she believed me when I got home. But the part that scared me the most about that shadow person is that it had to have walked a foot or two behind this lamp that was very bright, and it did not cast a shadow on the back wall behind it. It did not have any light reflect off it. It was like a cutout of reality. There was just blackness.
And then this entity, you were seeing it full on, straight on with your vision, right?
Yes.
Not peripheral vision, straight on.
Absolutely straight on. I watched it go by and sat there and realized what I'd seen for a second before I turned tail and ran. There was really no malice to anything that happened in that house. It in a weird way, helped me out one time, but it's still such an abnormal thing to see. I just couldn't deal with it, and I ran away.
Oh, I would have too. My kind of gal. All right. Well, listen, thank you for the story. It's a good one.
You're very welcome.
Take care. Thank you. My kind of gal. I mean, I'm being honest with you. If I saw a creature like that, I don't know about you. Perhaps all the rest of you are considering along with me. But if I saw a creature like that, so-called shadow person, straight on, and then it floated across the floor, I would be so gone. Let's go to Andrew all the way down in Melbourne, Australia. Hello, Andy.
Hi, Art. How are you?
Quite well. And I presume you have a ghost story for us.
I do. It's the story involves my daughter's imaginary friend.
Okay.
For a number of years, my daughter had an imaginary friend that she described as a tall old man that she named Roger. And it was one of those textbook imaginary friends where she would talk with him, play with him, have tea parties with him, and, sometimes even blame him for things. And, my wife and I would fully see her have conversations with like an unseen person. And, my wife did her research and she just chalked it up to an overactive imagination. For my daughter at the time was an only child. And we basically thought that, the behavior was perfectly normal and age appropriate.
You know what, though? It's still creepy. If you watch a child talking to somebody that's not there and even apparently getting answers, it's pretty creepy.
It's very creepy. And so my wife thought it was normal, but me having graduated from the Art Bell School of Ghost to Ghost and other paranormal shows, I always suspected that she may have been talking to a ghost. Having said that, we never had any paranormal activity in the house. We never saw apparitions or disembodied voices or red eyes in the closet. None of that. One thing happened that did freak me out is one day my daughter told me that Roger didn't like me. And that sort of made the hair on the back of my neck sort of stand up. And I said to her, why doesn't Roger like me? I'm a very likable guy. And she said, Roger doesn't like it when you throw cigarettes in his garden. Ooh. And my daughter did not know that I smoked cigarettes when she was born. I I cut down. I would only smoke when I was at work or late at night when she was in bed. But I would go outside, I'd light up, have my cigarette, and then throw the butt in the garden. And I guess Roger wasn't very fond of my habits.
Oh, Andy, that's so creepy.
It is.
All right. Thank you very, very much. That is a creepy story. It really is. Can you imagine? Being told not to do something by your daughter who could not possibly have known that you were doing it. Oh, boy, that's creepy. All right, it's about that time.
I have a ghost story for you. I recently moved out to my family farm in East Texas, and as part of that, I joined the volunteer fire department out here. And that amounted to me showing up at a meeting on Thursday, getting voted in. They sent me home with a radio and pager. Well, on Saturday night, 2 days later, the pager goes off, and I'm the first one to the station. The chief and I take a truck out to this accident. It's a rollover. The car's has died, but the radio's playing, and I walk up, look in, there's a guy kind of crumpled up in the passenger seat of the car because it's laying on its side. He's dead, And we were there for an hour. We had to wait for the police to come out, do their investigation, and the coroner and so forth. We cut the roof off of the truck, and he fell out, and a couple beer cans came out, so he was drinking. There were people behind him. He wasn't going that fast, just kind of swerved, went off the road, and smacked into a tree, and it cost him his life.
Right.
But, while I was there, I could kind of sense that he was around. He was still there, and like I could feel him, and I remember feeling sorry for him. Like this guy, didn't know that his life was coming to an end, at least this one anyway.
That's right. But you sensed he was right there.
I would look over across the road a little ways back from the accident, and I didn't see him, I didn't hear anything, but I could feel that I think this guy's standing there just looking at everything going on in bewilderment. And I felt like all of the other officers probably looked down on this guy because he was drinking and caused his fatal accident.
Mm-hmm.
So we wrap up there, go back to the fire station, put the truck up. I drive my car back to the farm, which usually has other family members on it, but they were all in Dallas for a family event. And I get back to my house and I can like feel this guy with me still. I think he followed me home from the accident.
Maybe he sensed that you identified with him in a positive way. You felt sorry.
I think he could maybe hear my thoughts or feel my emotions, or somehow was perceptive to that.
Sure.
But it creeped me out. I mean, I was just scared half to death because, this guy is here following me home, and I don't know how to help him. And eventually I said that out loud. I'm like, I don't know how to help you. I'm sorry. And this went on for about 30 minutes. And I remember thinking, boy, I wish my mom was here or somebody else was here on the farm. And I thought about them all being in Dallas.
Right.
And eventually it went away. And about 30 minutes after that, I get a phone call from my mom. And she said her aunt heard the phone ringing, brought the phone into her, and she called me back. This was like at 1 a.m. And she said, "Hey, you just called. I was calling you back." And I'm like, "What do you mean? I didn't make any phone call. What's the number from?" Well, the number she gave me was my cell phone. And I had just moved out here, and my cell phone gets no bars. It says no service on it. So I couldn't even place the call. And the landline from the house doesn't have long distance, and her number is a Dallas number. So there's no way I could have called her.
Oh, my
goodness.
goodness.
I think this guy, or one of the guardian angels that took him away or whatever, sort of placed this call to put me at ease.
That's a cool story. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yes, of course it is. Thank you so very much. Wow. See, these things, they do happen. That one from Texas, and I so appreciate it. I think that the dead, let me correct that. It is my firm belief that the recently dead do not depart right away. They're still there for a while. Not a long time, perhaps days, perhaps hours, perhaps days, but I firmly believe that they do stick around for a while. Let's move to, let's see. Let's move to Colorado and Francisco. Hello there.
Hi, how you doing, Art?
Very well, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and start off my story. It starts off, met a good friend in a Lutheran high school. Very, I guess, better way to put it, it's kind of a uptight religious school.
Right.
They would teach us, Bible verses. We'd go to Bible classes. None of that to me. I mean, I was already, born and raised in the church. However, this friend that I met, he really was there for other reasons. And I tried to, I guess, talk to him about religion from time to time, and kind of blew it off. He was like, "Well, why don't you come with me over to my house?" He's like, "This is what my mom and I kind of do on our separate time." So we go over there, and it has a real nice house, a lot of ornate, old collectible type of items. And one of the items that she has in this big open garden room area is a Ouija board. So he convinces me, which going against everything that my mom had told me, don't you mess with that stuff because something could attach to you. It could follow you back if it wants to. Just leave it alone. Well, being a teenager, I was like, let me try it. So we gave it a shot, and got some interesting responses. And I was like, okay, I got to try it. That's that. So fast forward now, we're in our late 20s. I'm in school, and I had just left college to move back in with my mom to help her with my grandmother. She was suffering dementia at the time, and my friend calls us up. It's about maybe 3:30 in the morning. December, so it's cold, snowing, and I could just hear on the other room he's just crying hysterically, and I get up, kind of, confused in the daze, asking, what's going on. And she says, he needs our help. We need to go to his house now. Grab your things, let's go. And he lived, a few miles away. Mm-hmm. We get to his house, and he's standing outside in the snow with no shoes on, with just an undershirt and a pair of jeans, and immediately gets in the car, starts crying again. I mean, just shaking uncontrollably, probably from being cold and being scared. And as he starts to calm down, we ask him, what's going on? What happened in there? And he said, I came home, hanging out with some friends. He's like, and I smelled this awful smell, almost like sulfur. He's like, I paid no mind to it. I looked around the house. He's like, it's not until I came to my living room that I seen a man sitting on my couch. The man was very, I guess in his terms, he said the man was very good looking, very well kept. My friend had a dog, a big Rottweiler, and his Rottweiler, instead of barking, going crazy, wanting to attack this guy, sat right next to the man. The man kind of just was stroking the dog. He said when he looked at his eyes, that his eyes were gray. There was no pupil, there was no white, that they were just completely grayed over. And I don't know if it was some type of, there was no verbal communication, he said, but the look, and maybe, not in his words, but maybe some type of, the thoughts, he felt his thoughts were being read by this being.
Right.
He said he just felt like his soul was being taken from him, and that this being knew that I have you right where I want you. When we had got to the house, like I said, he had already, in order for him to have gotten out of the house, I should have explained a little bit better, he had to break the window out of his bedroom. So my mom and I are like, do you have a key to get back in? The sun's starting to come up, like, 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning. And we're all like, we really don't want to go in there, but let's go in there. So we finally make our way to his house, and the house is a wreck. Cupboards are basically torn off hinges. Food and dish plates are scattered all over the kitchen floor. There was even dog vomit in the living room, in multiple areas of the house.
Sounds awful, yeah.
It was, like I said, I was born and raised in the church, and, nowadays, too many people, they want to recognize the good and not also that there is evil out there.
Yes, sir.
This certainly opened my eyes to it, because seeing what I saw and sensed what I sensed, and just the atmosphere was heavy, that as walking in that house and just knowing that, why would my friend go to extremes to break a window in order to get out of his own home?
Because he was terrified.
Yeah, he truly was.
Absolutely terrified. Did he say anything about how everything got broken?
No, he said once he felt that, as I was explaining, he felt like just a part of him or a part of his soul was just being taken by this entity. And he still, to this day, says it was the devil. But he says once he started feeling that awful feeling, he rushed to the front door. The door knob wouldn't budge. It wouldn't open, nothing. So that's why he decided to break out his bedroom window. It was everyone who I told this story after that, or familiar with my friend, they were shaken. I mean, and just terrified to think, like, that is something else. So we had that same day, we called some priests over to come and bless the house. And even the priests they had a look to them that maybe there really was something here that we can't explain. And during the prayer, my friend, the one who went through all this, he straight fainted on the floor. So I don't know if it was a possession and he was making that up, let's just say, but whatever happened, something happened.
Well, thank you very much. I don't think anybody makes up breaking out a window of your own house. Not for a second. The rest of it, I don't know, as he said. But if you thought that you were sitting across from death and that death had come for you, you might do the same thing. Zach, somewhere or another on Skype. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi. Where are you?
Halloween.
I'm sorry, Zach. Where are you?
Oh, I'm in Oakville, Canada.
Canada. Okay. Very good.
So I've got a story that happened last year. My uncle was staying with us here at my house, and we were talking one night, and he was telling me about all these horrible dreams he was having.
Mm-hmm.
And I mentioned it the next day, my friend who likes to dabble in the occult, and he suggested to me that we do a banishing ritual, whereby he would summon the negative energies and then banish them from my uncle's life and also anyone that was in my house.
Right.
So I mentioned this to my uncle after I talked to him, and he was down for it. So the next day, my friend comes over, and what he did is he set up 4 candles in the north, east, west, and south corners of the house.
Mm-hmm.
And he went outside. We've got a walkout basement, so he was under my deck doing whatever he had to do for the ritual. Meanwhile, my uncle and I are sitting in the living room, and we were just told by my friend to just sit there in silence and just sort of, I guess, ponder life.
Right.
And not that long after it began, I got paranoid because I couldn't see all the candles. So I was concerned, one of them might catch fire or something. So I walked around the house periodically to check in on them. And I did a round, and everything was fine. And I come back to the room, and the candle that was in the south side of the house where we were sitting started making this pinging sound.
What?
It just kept going ping, 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 and it would stop. And my uncle and I look at each other, and we say, "Did you hear that?" My uncle says, "Oh yeah, I heard that." And a couple minutes later, it goes ping, ping, ping again. And I said, "Oh boy, what's going on?" So I go check on the other candles. Everything was fine. I get back, and also within our range of vision is the candle to the east, and the fire jumped from the wick to the case that the candle was sitting in.
Wow.
So I said, "Oh God!" I mean, I said, "I don't care about this ritual. I gotta blow this out." So I managed to blow up the fire around the rim of the candle case and kept the wick going. And again, I think, "Oh, what's going on now? Is it the rest of them?" So I go and I check the candle on the west side of the house, and just as I get in, the fire jumps out of the candle and onto the dryer where it was resting.
Oh my God.
And I blow that out, and as soon as I come back, I'm panicking. My friend comes up the stairs and said the ritual is over, and I tell him everything that I just told you, and he says, "Well, to begin the ritual, I have to summon the energies from the east, so that's why the fire might have jumped, and then I banished them to the west, and that's why I jumped again." And I said, "Well, what about the south?" And he said, "Well, what do you mean?" And I said, "Well, it pinged several times, and it did it throughout the half hour or so you're doing the ritual." And he said, "Well, I have no idea why it did that."
Oh, that's weird stuff. I guess lucky that everything didn't burn.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's good news in the sense that after he did the banishing ritual, my uncle stopped having all the nightmares.
Well, that is a good thing, but wow, what a story. Thank you very much. Plus, candles pinging, really? California brings Mark. Hello, Mark.
Hey, Roswell's Art. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Great. Yeah, so I have kind of a crazy story for you. I'm 33 now, and about 10, 12 years ago in college, when I was about 20, I moved into a house with about 3 other roommates, and it was about 2 blocks from campus, the University of Arizona, and it was built for the Tucson Electric Power Company president. So we move in and everything's fine, but then within a week, a whole bunch of weird things start happening. Literally, the electricity would go off, and you would have to walk around and go to the breaker outside the house to turn the electricity back on in the house.
Right.
And we had, over the course of the year that I lived there, we had like 3 or 4 different electricians come out to check out to see what was wrong with it, and everybody said that it was fine. So there was strange electric stuff that would always happen. One time I was using the regular can opener, and the electric can opener actually started to go off by itself. But one of the really creepy things was that we didn't have cable because we were poor college students, and I knew that my roommates weren't home one day, and I wanted to bring this girl back. So we go back to my place, and when we get there, I say, "Hey, let's watch a movie." And so I turn on the TV, and there's that staticky, that snow that you have when you don't have cable. And suddenly there's this bang in the other side of the house, and it's like sounds like dishes crashing. And she says, "What was that?" And I said, "I don't know, but I swear there's something really weird with this house. It's haunted." And suddenly from the TV, through the snow, the static on TV, it said, "No, there's no ghosts here." And
well, that's not so. Well, it is unusual, but I mean, a lot of times voices and things are heard from white noise, and that's what you had on your TV was white noise. So,
well, it was so creepy. I turned off the TV and I looked at her and I said, "Did you hear that?" And she said, "Yes." And I said, "What was that?" And she said, "It said there's no ghosts here." And we ran out of the house freaking out. But another thing that actually happened
that my friend, was an EVP answer.
Yeah, so I was filming. We had a party one night, and I was going around filming using night vision in the house. And I go up to my friend Gentry and just ask him, "Hey, how you doing?" And he says, "Oh, I'm good, whatever." The next day when I'm watching the tape, and we go, and all of us are watching the tape the next day of the party the night before. And suddenly it goes into his room, and I say, "Hey, how you doing?" And it was the most demonic sound that was captured on this tape. Right when he said hi, it was like this, just this horrible, horrific sound. And the weirdest part about that is that it's been years since all that happened. And for some reason, about a month ago, I was driving with my girlfriend, and it was 11 o'clock at night, and that story kind of, for some reason, I just remembered it right then. And I asked her if she believed in ghosts, and I told her the story and that I had recorded this EVP with my friend Gentry. And I thought to myself, man, I need to call him. I haven't talked to him in a few months. I hope everything's okay. And the next day I got a phone call that Gentry was in a coma. And unfortunately, about 3 days later, he passed away. But the odd thing about that was I just remember that story like randomly, and I asked my friend Emily, when did he slip into the coma, and she said it was around 11 o'clock on that Saturday night, which was literally, I think it was like 11:15 that I was telling my girlfriend that story. So I don't know if there was some sort of like reach out or connection or something, but it's something that really kind of like touched me and freaked me out a little bit.
Oh, I hear you. Maybe you should go into the field of EVP investigation.
I'd rather not. I'd rather leave that be.
All right. Thank you very, very much for the call. That's pretty weird. That's a completely uninvited EVP, a television just playing white noise in the background. It is the ideal medium for EVPs. Did you know that? The ideal medium. All right. Let's go to Texas and Roland. Hi.
Hello, Mr. Bell. Is that you?
It is.
Well, I recognize your voice. Nice talking to you. Pleasure's mine. Thank you, sir.
You bet.
I have an experience. It's not a story. This happened to me, so it's very, very disturbing, unsettling, but happened in one of my dreams that came to me, and I was asleep, and at the time I was living and working in Phoenix about 10 years ago or so. And in my dream, I woke up, and I was in a unknown city to me anyways, because it was kind of like New York or Chicago style, a lot of people downtown, going to work, all dressed up in suits.
You're saying you, in essence, woke up in a strange city.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Uh-huh.
And in my dream, I'm climbing the stairs to go up to like a high-rise building, and I'm not exactly how high it was, but it had been at least 20, 30, 40 stories.
Right.
And you know how people are in big cities like that. They go by you and not pay attention. So I'm really not sure what I'm doing there, but I know I have to walk up, and I head towards the elevators for whatever reason. That's where I'm being pulled towards.
Okay.
So I get to the elevator, and as one of them, there's a bank of elevators, and in those big buildings, you have 3 or 4 on one side and 3 or 4 on the other side. So it must have been a good, half a dozen elevators. So I'm standing in front of one, and the doors open up, and a bunch of people rush in and fill in, and carrying briefcases and purses and stuff. And I decided it was too crowded for me, so I figured I'll catch the next one. I wasn't in any particular hurry, so I wait for the next one, and that one opens up, and the doors open up, and there's no one coming out, and there's really not a crowd any longer. I'm really the only one going to get in. So as the doors open up, I notice, I guess, what you call an elevator operator. And he's standing in the corner there, and he's dressed very sharply, nice vest and very trimmed up and, very professional looking.
Yes.
But he had this sense or an aura about him that wasn't natural. So before I actually stepped in, the doors were wide open. He's standing there with his kind of holding his hands and looking at me and smiling. And I picked up right away, who he was. And I got the feeling that he was the Satan himself. And
now this is all in a dream, right?
Yes, sir. This is all in a dream.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so as opposed to an actual a ghost encounter, this is a dream, or did it manifest in real life?
No, it's been manifested in real life, but this is how it started. So this is the reason I say that when the doors opened up and I had this sort of a fear of actually stepping into it, so I stood there still on the outside of the elevator, doors open, and he kind of just asked me, well, are you getting in or not?
Right.
And I go, well, am I going up or am I going down? Asking him if I was going to heaven or going to hell.
In other words, you're in a dream. You don't know what you're doing.
Yeah. So, but I had the feeling that it was not a good choice to get in right away. So I was basically asking him if I was going up towards heaven or down towards hell. That I had that feeling that maybe I had died in my sleep. And
I'd say up, please.
So then he just looked at me and goes, well, there's not a whole lot of difference for you. So, and then that's kind of when I woke up. I woke up wide awake, and I was sweating, and and it's been a question for me ever since. I don't know what it means, but
all right. Well, what it means is probably, since you made no choice at all, it's purgatory for you. I don't know. That's a strange one, but it was a dream. Now to Anthony on Skype. Hello, Anthony.
Art, how are you?
Very well. Where are you, Anthony?
I'm in Stillwater, Minnesota, about 15 minutes outside of Minneapolis.
Well, all right. You have a good ghost story, I hope.
I do, but I'll tell you what. My wife had sent in part of the story on through the wormhole to you.
Yes.
And what I want to do is, because she can tell us so much better than I can, and it's really a phenomenal story. So, okay. If I hinge it to her, Stella is her name.
Okay, you're breaking up on me a little bit. You're going to put her on the phone. Is that what you're going to do?
That's right.
All right. Let's have her.
Okay. All right, Art. Here's Stella.
Stella.
Hello.
Hey, Stella. Hi there.
Hi. Roswell's.
Roswell's. Thank you.
So our ghost story, we live in a house in historic Stillwater, Minnesota, built in 1860 something.
Mm-hmm.
And we have pretty much had some occurrences since moved in here 2 years ago in April. It started with whistling, like kind of muffled whistling, not wind or pipes or anything. Believe me, I know what those sound like. It was somebody whistling a tune, and then I would start to hear like old record music playing, and I went outside to see if some kid was sitting outside out front blasting their car stereo, and nobody in sight. It was only from the house. And then things started to escalate more and more. There would be the sounds of like a glass sitting down on a table, and there'd be no one home. And I was out front of our home, and there was no one inside, and I heard a knock coming from the inside of the front door.
Yeah.
So I was a little afraid to go back inside the house at that moment.
I understand.
Things escalated more and more after that. Knives, like kitchen knives, would fly off of the table in the kitchen, and we have hardwood floors. And yes, and it wouldn't just fall down flat, point down, stabbed into the floor, inches away from my husband several times. He's fortunate that he hopped out of the way quickly.
This is where I begin to think about moving.
Yes, we actually have been talking to real estate agents, friends, anybody looking for another house to live in.
I've seen that in movies where knives slowly pull out of the holder and sometimes head through midair towards somebody. No. That's it.
That's pretty much what was happening. And then I was sitting on our couch, and the TV screen, you know, when a TV's off, you can see the reflection in it still.
Sure.
So I was just kind of staring off into space, and I saw in the reflection walking towards me a full-bodied, it was not even out of the corner of my eye. I could see it directly, but in the reflection of the TV, a full-bodied, it was a man, it was a figure, and it was walking right towards me. I screamed, jumped up. My husband said, "Oh my gosh, what's wrong?"
Yep.
And then it disappeared, and that was horrifying.
Yeah, that'd be it. That'd be actually the knives would have been it. But then, so tell me, you did move.
We are still here right now, actually. The spirit here will usually cut off our cell phone conversation. Like, it'll drop the signal on our cell phones if we ever talk about it. Like the spirit while we're in the house. Like if I call my mommy and talk to her about how I'm scared about the ghost. So it will even cut off on our home landline. It'll just drop the call.
Apparently, it's decided not to mess around with Skype.
I'm surprised, actually. I told my husband while he was waiting on the line, I hope it doesn't cut us off of Skype.
You made it through. You know that you're still in the house. I'm amazed.
Well, there's one more thing here I got for you.
Mm-hmm.
I got a strange feeling in our backyard. Our landlord had dug up our old deck. It was all rotting and falling apart, and he put in a new one. And he didn't just dig, post holes for the deck. He kind of dug up the whole front half of the backyard.
Right.
So ground that hadn't been dug up basically since the house was built. I was walking our little tiny teacup chihuahua, Ellie, outside in the backyard. I saw something on the ground in the dirt that had been dug up.
Right.
And it was a human tooth. So I did a little more digging, and I found probably at least 50, 60 human bones in the yard.
Bones? Oh, my God. Now what?
Yes, they're
God.
recognizably human parts.
At this point, you call the police.
Yes, we're gonna. Yeah. Oh, and some very old coins. My husband just reminded me from early 1900s. It was a little disturbing because.
No, that's not a little disturbing, hon. That's really, really disturbing. And, once I'm digging in my backyard and I start finding bones, that's it. I stop. I call the police. But you found, once again, how many bones, please?
I'd say about 50. There's probably near a full, set of teeth. and several large, I'm going to assume they're like phalange finger bones, you know. But they're all, it doesn't look like somebody just, my friends tell me, oh, well, a long time ago, people would just bury their loved ones in their yard if they couldn't afford a funeral. And I said, well, that sounds a little odd to me anyways. But if they're all in like hacked up pieces, which doesn't, I try to rationalize it like, well, I can't really actually.
Hacked up pieces, not good. None of this is any good. I don't know. Maybe you shouldn't call the police. Maybe you should call a priest.
I know. We actually have a friend of ours. Her family is friends with the Dalai Lama. So he blessed some herbs, like some like incensey herbs for us to burn in the corners of the house. And we're going to get on that.
You actually had the Dalai Lama told about this?
Yes. Yes. And the Dalai Lama personally blessed and sent us herbs to kind of, we're supposed to burn them in, I think, like, is it every room? Asking my husband. Every room in the house to get rid of the evil and try to get out whatever's in here, because it's more and more almost every day.
Oh, why are you still there?
Oh, trust me, we have been looking at every single possibility we can to try to find another house to rent, buy, apartment. There have been times where we've thought about, packing up all our pets. We have a cat and a dog and a turtle and a hamster.
I would have thought of that and actually done it.
Yeah, I know. Just
oops. Hello? Oh my. She got cut off. Oh Lord. Again, hello. Vicky in Michigan. Are you there? Oh, Vicky's going to miss her chance. Well, sorry about that, Vicky. We will move on. Let's see where to go. Let's go here to John in California. Hello.
John. Oh, hello. Come here.
Hello.
Oh, Roswell's Art.
Thank you. Who was that?
That was my girlfriend. Sorry.
Good. I don't know. We've got voices coming out all over the place here. Okay, go right ahead.
Well, good to talk to you again. Experience with Ouija board, that stuff. My parents had a restaurant. I was probably about 17 or 18. I think I put that in the email. We taught this thing, apparently. And one night, it got nasty.
The thing got nasty.
Yeah, it claimed it was a female, and it said it was from hell. I can't confirm any of this. I don't know if it was real or not, but
in other words, it told you on the Ouija board that it was from hell.
Yes. And we spoke this thing many times. And one night, me and two of my friends were there. 3 bright flashes came out of the mirror, and they were blue. Electrically, you call it back in the 80s, I guess, out of the mirror. There were lights pulling out the mirror, but they were not pulling out lights. There were 3 bright flashes out of the mirror, and they were blue. So, we got really scared, and we ran out of there.
Okay.
We drove around for about 2 hours. I had to come back because we left everything on in the place. We weren't supposed to be where we were at the time. When we came back, the light outside turned on its own. There was no motion sensor on at the time. It was probably 87. No, it was probably 87 or 88.
Mm-hmm.
And we drove off again. Came back in, turned everything off. Left scared. Scared. And pretty much the whole story, but an update, maybe 2 years ago, the staff was freaked out by doors slamming. I can't confirm this, it's just what I heard. but doors slamming over and over and over and over and over. They came out with knives. I moved away from there a long time ago, but I don't know. Something happened, and that's pretty much my whole story.
Okay, well, I appreciate it. And again, same house, I presume. These hauntings are real. Now, as you listen to these stories, it's not people out there making them up. These are real occurrences. They really do happen. So ghosts or apparitions or whatever it is you want to call them have to be considered to have substance, not a word you would normally associate with something non-human, right? But substance. I think that's a fair way to put it. Here's somebody that's been waiting. Michael in Virginia. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Mike in Virginia, right? And this story, we're currently living in Virginia, but the story took place about a haunted home that we purchased in Ohio. And I'm convinced that the house actually picked us because we had spent weeks looking through these little realtor magazines. One evening, my wife said about 2:30 in the morning, she said, I found a place. I said, funny, I found a place. She said, well, mark the spot, we'll look at it in the morning. So that next morning, we had picked the same house. So, and we missed some of the early clues about, this house, like the sage on the mantle when we moved in.
Right.
It started really benign with like whispering and just hearing noises. But a couple of the strangest things that happened was one night we were listening to you, and Father Martin Malachi was on.
Oh, yes.
And someone had asked him, is there any danger with even talking about this stuff?
Mm-hmm.
And he told you, he said, Art, and I think you asked him the question, he said, Art, he said, even talking about it now can be a problem.
That's right.
And
something you should be thinking about right now.
Well, and what happened, the words no more came out of his mouth when we heard this god-awful racket in a closet. And our cat ran over to the closet. My wife jumped up from her computer, and we opened the door, and it sounded, if I could describe it to you, it sounded like a bird, a large bird, thrashing in the closet.
Oh.
Opened up the closet door, nothing. And
not good.
It was the cat ran out of the room. I mean, that was kind of strange. But probably the oddest thing that happened, my wife was working on her doctorate, and she had gotten up early one morning to go do some research on the computer, and the computer room was just like maybe 5 paces from the bedroom. Well, so as not to disturb me, she closed the bedroom door. And I could hear her typing away on the computer, and it was, and I, sleeping in. Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden, you heard bam, 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 3 loud knocks on the bedroom door. I thought, well, that's odd. She must have locked herself out. I get out of bed, I reach for the door and open it, and my wife is reaching to open it from her side, and she said, why are you knocking on the door? And I mean, it was just, you talk about, gee, why don't you move out of this place?
Yeah, when you move in and you see sage, that's the big tip-off right there.
Art, it really should have been. And I just want to tell you one cat story. I know you're a cat fancier. Mm-hmm. We had a cat, little cat Scraps, that we had for 13 years. And we were moving to Virginia, and she was in really, really poor health, and we decided to have her euthanized before we took her to Virginia, or before we moved to Virginia. Well, my wife and I were, and she had this little cage, like a travel cage she used to love to sleep on in the kitchen.
Right.
And my wife and I were in the family room, and all of a sudden we heard this god-awful racket, if you can imagine somebody just bouncing this cage around the kitchen. I jumped up off the couch. The cat's on the cage. The cage is coming off the ground 5 or 6 inches, bouncing straight up and down.
Really not good.
No, it wasn't good. The cat jumped off, and about the same time I hollered at my wife. I said, "Come in here, come in here, come in here. You got to see this."
Mm-hmm.
And just as she came, and this thing continued to bounce, Art, for probably 10 seconds after the cat got off it. And I'm not talking just like shaking. I'm talking straight up, straight down, straight up, straight down.
Yes, sir.
And just as my wife came around the corner, it stopped. So, but this house had just so many little things like that, and probably the very worst. And I didn't tell my wife this until after we moved out of the house. But we had one time we had 3 cats, and we had our pantry down in the basement, and I'm coming up the steps, and I'm not afraid of cats. Things don't bother me because we lived in this place for 13 years. But all of a sudden, I heard this low, guttural kind of growling coming from the corner of the basement. And I thought, wow, that sounds like the cats are really getting to get into one, you know? That's what I'm telling myself. But the hair is standing up on the back of my neck. Well, just as I get to the top of the steps, I look over, and all 3 cats are curled up in the sunlight coming through the kitchen window. There wasn't a cat now in the basement.
So it wasn't the cats at all?
Not at all, Art.
Mm-hmm.
But
well,
anyway,
all I can tell you, sir, is take sage advice and don't live in a place like that. The whole cat thing jumping up and down, bad. The growling in the corner, really bad. Let's go to Skype. You're on the air. Hello, it's Aku, I believe.
Oh, it's me?
It's you, yes. Aku, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Finland.
Finland?
Oh yeah.
Okay, welcome.
Well, I'm glad to be on. Can't believe it. I'm on actually kind of a shock.
Well, you actually are, yes.
Yeah, well, oh yeah. Roswell, first of all.
Thank
I'm
you.
a big fan of yours. Been for a long time.
Finish Roswell's. Excellent.
All right, yeah. Well, it's ghost time today, so I guess I'm gonna go for a ghost story too.
Good.
And I hope you understand my bad English, but
so far so good.
Okay, thanks. Well, this is actually a second-hand story, so I don't have a first-hand story to tell you, but second-hand is it's a good one.
All right.
Well, I have a friend who works as a security guard, and there's a mansion nearby, and he has to go around it very often, once in a day or so. Go all around all the rooms and so forth.
Yeah, check it. And that's what a security guard does. Yes, you have to go around all the rooms. Mm-hmm.
And he has an electronic clock when he goes when he checks out.
Yes, sir.
And he has to put the right code in there, and so when he puts the right code, there's a it kind of goes in the alarm on mode. So though if there's someone in the mansion, it of course alarms the local police or so forth. Mm-hmm. So you put the right code in and wait for the right signal, the green light or so forth, and well, the story goes that he puts the right code in, and what you get instead of you get the green light like always, but you get also a child laughing. And I know you like childs, especially child ghosts. But anyway, you put the right code in, and you hear a child laughing. Of course, you disable the alarm system to check if there's really a child in. Well, you go in, it's totally dark. Well, you can't see anything. You can't hear anything either. So you just well, you go out and put your coat on again, and well, you see the green light going in again, seeing that okay, the alarm system is on again, and you just wait, and you hear the child again laughing. Well, you just what else? What else there is to do? You just have to put the alarm code on again and check the inside again to see if there is anyone inside. But there's no one inside, and what what can you do? You just have to go outside again and put the code again, and after that, well, it didn't appear again, but
it was
anyway,
something. So, in other words, it was something. Once it does it again and again and again like that, either you've got a bad alarm system, or you've got something that you probably don't want to know about. All the way from Finland. Okay, let's make another choice. Always hard to choose, but we'll go to New Mexico and Candace.
Well, happy Halloween, Art and Roswell's.
Thank you.
I have a ghost story for you.
Okay.
In the late summer of 2011, a really close friend, Holly, moved to Louisville, Kentucky.
Huh?
So on Halloween weekend, another friend, Debbie, and I went to visit her, and she had lined up a ghost tour. And this is something that you walk around downtown Louisville, and they bring you here and there. And there were 5 or 6 stops on the trip, and
very interesting. But I guess in a tour, you don't really expect to see a ghost.
No, and to top it off, up until we arrived at the Brennan House, the main event had been the wind chill index. It was so cold, and we were hanging behind the rest of the tour group. There was another lady that had hip surgery recently, so we were going to hang back with her. And we arrived at the Brennan House. This is a historic mansion, and a family had lived in it for a couple of generations, and they were doctors and lawyers, a very talented family, but beautiful home, everybody crowding around the front, trying to get photographs of the orbs that the guide was telling us we were sure to capture. And we hung back, let everybody take all their photographs, and as people were starting to trek off to the next place, we stepped in and started taking a few photographs, and I was the last one to linger, and I'm standing there taking some shots. I'm not seeing anything. And suddenly, I have both feet firmly planted on the sidewalk. And by the way, this is a reasonably dark street. There's nobody on the street, and Holly and Debbie are walking away, and you know, come on. I'm like, okay. And suddenly, I am roughly shoved in my left shoulder, hard enough to knock me off of my feet forward. And I'm thinking, okay, somebody shoved me. I turn around to tell them how rude I think they are, and there's nobody in the street.
Nobody there.
And my first thought, I swear, was, don't scream, go get the girls. So I quickly walked toward them, and I said, you guys come back here. I swear to God, somebody just pushed me, and they're like, there's nobody here. And I'm like, exactly. We dash back, and the 3 of us are standing in front of this house in the dark, and we're taking photographs, and I just had this feeling that like the hair on the back of your neck stands up.
Oh, yes.
And I felt like somebody was approaching me, and I knew we were the only 3 there, and I said, Debbie, I'm still taking photographs. Debbie, there's somebody around us. And I said, take some pictures of me. I feel like there's somebody by me.
And did
so, She did. And as a matter of fact, I entered this photograph in the photo contest.
Oh, my.
Yes, it's what's
Okay,
called...
explain to me, since I'm not there right now, what came out in the photograph?
Well, it's hard to explain. I've never seen that kind of light anomalies in a picture, first of all. A lot of white streaking lights. I'm holding still in the photograph, and none of us are real proficient photographers. We just rely on our auto-schmato cameras.
Sure.
But particularly just behind me, up at the top of my head, there is a man there. And he has like a pasty face, dark eyes, deep dark eyes, and like an old-timey haircut where he had like a little pompadour thing in the front, maybe.
And you're telling me in real life this man was not there?
No, there was no one but us stray ladies on this street.
Mm-hmm.
And
well, one thing you don't ever mistake is getting pushed. I mean, you know when you're pushed.
Exactly. I mean, and you know, Debbie's taking these photos, and she's not saying anything. She thinks she's photographing me. And so she turns and takes some more, and we're like, okay, now we're really behind. We got to get going. And I'm just like, okay, this is weird. And so we finish the tour, and we all go back to Holly's house and hit the sack, and we wake up in the morning, and we're all getting our coffee on, and you know, we're in our jammies in the kitchen, and we have the bar stools pulled up to the counter, and we're looking through our photographs, and I happen to pick up Debbie's camera, and like, what are all these lights in this photograph? And to myself, and I'm looking, I'm like, oh my goodness, this can't be. I mean, you don't even anticipate something like that in a photograph of yourself. And I said, oh my God, Debbie, look at this photograph. And she took the camera from me and just simply shrieked.
Yeah. Absolutely. Listen, I'm with you all the way. You might expect lights, you know, orbs. I don't know. Orbs have been said to be souls, and I don't know about that. Streaks of light, normal in photography, right? But one, getting shoved by something, not at all normal, and number two, a man appearing in a photograph where there was no man. Really, really strange. All right, we'll break here. This is Spooky Matter on Halloween night. I'm Art Bell. That's quite a laugh he's got, isn't it? All right, let's see. Who's been hanging? Colorado's been hanging. Hi, Darren.
Hey, Art. How you doing? Roswell's.
Thank you.
When I was in college, I worked at one of the most haunted radio stations in America. It was the old...
many stations actually are haunted.
Oh, really? Well, I didn't know that when I took this job. I was an overnight DJ on a classic rock station. It was K-Sky Radio in Deadwood, South Dakota. And
Deadwood.
The address, believe it or not, dead serious, was 666 Main Street, Deadwood, South Dakota. So we think it was a portal for ghosts because of the strange address in Deadwood, South Dakota, 666 Main Street. But everybody that worked at the radio station knew about a ghost named Doc Smiley. Mm-hmm. He was a dentist from the 1880s to the 1920s in Deadwood, and he had a dentist practice at the location of the radio station in the second floor where the radio station was located. We were located right across from the number 10 saloon where Wild Bill Hickok got shot and killed by Jack McCall, you know, in the 1800s.
Sure.
So there's a lot of history in that town. A lot of people met untimely deaths in Deadwood, South Dakota, and that's why I think there were a lot of ghosts in that town too. And one of them used to hang out at the radio station and do crazy things especially overnights.
Poor overnight guys.
So you said they're overnight one night. You remember the old AP teletype machines that used to used to come over?
Of course.
One night we were there, and the dentist office was converted into a newsroom. And through a double pane glass, we looked through the glass and we saw a man standing there in Old West garb. And we thought that was pretty strange. We walked around the corner and nobody was there. So he was gone. And then another time when we were working there, for whatever reason, whenever we played Led Zeppelin's Whole Lotta Love, things seemed to kind of kick up at that radio station. Crazy things would happen.
Really?
We would have clocks on the wall would turn upside down. The old carts, that we used to play that had the commercials on, we'd find them stacked weird or turned upside down. Just all kinds.
I know them well. Mm-hmm.
All kinds.
Well, actually, we used to, for example, if you played a card and you didn't allow it to recue, you would automatically turn it upside down to remind yourself to cue it.
You're right. Yeah, that's true. Uh-huh. So you remember how we used to stack those? Well, they would be all, changed around if you walked out of the room and came back. So it was just crazy things like that used to happen when you worked overnights at that radio station. Through the corner of your eye, you'd see dark figures walking down the hall. Doorways would creak and slam by themselves. And one night I was working late during a blizzard, and about 3:30 in the morning, I heard a really loud demonic roar come from down the hallway. So I thought it was one of my friends playing a trick on me. So I went running down the hall to see if I could catch him. Went down the stairs, and it was a snowstorm. I looked out the door, and there were no tracks or anything. So I knew that nobody else was at the station other than me. So it kind of freaked me out the rest of the night.
I'm sure. Well, there are so many stories. I don't know why radio stations are the target of hauntings, but they are. It's true. Now, I don't know why any radio station, particularly one in Deadwood, would allow itself to be marked as 666 in their address. Let's go to Skype. And Michael, hello.
Good evening, Art.
Good evening.
My story is kind of an ongoing story.
Okay, Michael, you're kind of you don't have good audio. Can you move a little bit or something?
Yeah. Is that better?
A little. Back away a little more.
Okay, well, I bought the microphone. Is that better?
Well, not really, so just go ahead and talk in the mic.
Okay. I moved into this house 12 years ago, and every evening between 7 and 9, there's a thump at the door.
Right.
It's like someone hitting it, not knocking. And through the years, I go to the door and look out the peephole, and nothing's there.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just kind of blew it off as, it's my ghost. Well, one night I decided, okay, I'm going to go outside and sit out there and see if this is the kids or what. And I went outside and I stayed out till about 9:30. Come back in the house and sit down. I get a thump again.
Mm.
And so I don't know what this is. It's been going on for 12 years. And I called you about 3 weeks ago and told you that my cat sees something flying around the room.
Sure.
And you told me that you don't want to know what it is because if it would get a hold of me, it would tear me up. That's
Probably
haunted
would.
me ever since.
You
scared the hell out of me.
Keep your eye on your cat, Michael. And thank you very much for the call. Yeah, sure. Cats see these things. There's absolutely no question about it. Anybody with a cat knows. Texas brings Mark. Hello, Mark.
Hi, Mr. Bell. How are you this evening?
I'm great. Thank you.
Well, happy Halloween. Well, we've only got 25 minutes left here in Texas.
Uh-huh. That's enough.
Well, my story is about my twin brother, my identical twin brother with whom I was extremely close. Back in 2003, December of 2003, he took his life.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And obviously it was crushing beyond words for me. And in the weeks and months following his passing, we were close. Even for twins, we were extraordinarily close.
Mm-hmm.
And so I, from the very beginning, I sort of always felt that I would receive some communication from him. I didn't really have doubt. I had doubt as to how it would happen, and if it happened in a place that would make other people think I might be insane or something like that. But I really thought it would happen, eventually. But as the months went on, and this is, now 3 or 4 months into after his passing, I had not yet received any communication from him, and I was very. I just wanted to know he still existed. I didn't at that point. I was still in shock. I was pretty fearless. I thought, even if the Catholics are right and they go to the bad place, if they do something like that, well, then I can figure out a way to get him out of there somehow. I really just wanted to know he still existed. And so I got home one day from work, and this is, again, probably 4 or 5 months at the most after he passed. I was working a very manually intensive job, so I would come home sweaty and grimy. And of course, in Austin, Texas, it's by April it's already in the 90s at least.
Sure.
And so would come home, immediately take a shower, get the grime off, and I was in the shower, and all of a sudden a song came into my head, and it was. I didn't attach any significance to it at the time. It was a song from Paul's favorite band of all time called the Smiths. And so I exercised my God-given right as a person living by myself to sing in the shower, which I immediately started to do.
Mm-hmm.
And within 1 or 2 seconds of my starting to sing this song, which I did not think of, the song came to me and sort of asked to be sung in an odd way.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
What happened?
So I started singing it. Well, within, before I got probably the first full line of the song out, I instantly knew my brother was fortunately not in the shower with me. He was right outside the shower curtain. I knew exactly the elevation of where he was. I knew how far away from the shower curtain he was. Everything about him was there. And the feeling was so strong, I had absolutely no need to look beyond the shower curtain to see if there was any wispy smoke or, if there would be wind in my hair. I mean,
should have asked him to hand you a towel.
Yes, right.
Well, okay, I understand that's very comforting for you, and I don't know how to interpret that, and whether I do interpret that as a ghost. I might interpret that as your own mind doing something that provided the comfort that you had been wanting. And I don't mean to diminish your story in any way, but as told, that's kind of how I would interpret it. On Skype comes Lisa. Hello, Lisa.
Hi. I'm a first-time caller.
Oh, where are you, Lisa? Where are you?
I'm good.
No. Not how are you. Where are you?
Oh, I'm a truck driver, and I'm currently in North Carolina.
Okay.
So, my husband was in the Navy, and we were stationed in Guam, and he was out at sea, and my little girl was about 2 years old at the time. And we were sitting in the living room having McDonald's for lunch, and she looks over at the staircase, which is off to her left, and I'm off to her right, sitting on the couch. And she's looking at the staircase, and she turns around and she looks at me and she says, "Mom, can I give that man a French fry?" And I said, "Yeah, okay, sure." And she turns back around and looks toward the staircase again, and then she looks back at me and says, "Where'd he go, Mom?" And I said, "I don't know, baby. I never saw the man."
Mm-hmm.
That was just, that's it. That's
okay, well, that's a good one, I guess. There could have been a man there that you didn't see, or
Yeah, like he was only about 2, so.
okay. Well, I appreciate the story. Thank you very much. Again, with that one, I'm not sure what to do with it. There could have been a man there, or there could have been a man there that only she saw. Kind of hard to say, huh? Let's go to New Hampshire and Mike. Hi, Mike.
Hi, Art. How's Wells?
Thank you.
Good. Well, my story started about 23 years ago. My father had rented a house from his boss, split entry house, cathedral ceilings, beautiful place. The first night that we moved in, my first night that was actually quite bad. I started with a really bad dream of me coming out on the back porch. We had like a large deck, and I saw this old man there, and he was sitting at a table. And when he turned around, his eyes were hollowed out; they were gone.
Bad.
And yeah, and he had his teeth were rotten. And just recalling it actually it makes me nervous.
Apparently, the eyes go before the teeth.
Yeah, and but not only that though, he looked quite old. But I woke up from it. But when I woke up from it, I was wide awake, and there were these big balls of light that were zigzagging through my room, and I was terrified of it. They were like giant. I mean, people talk about like spirit orbs. I mean, this was back in the early 90s before there were any ghost shows or anything. But they were giant. There were these giant orbs that were like with long tails zigzagging around my room. But that was just the first night, and a lot of things happened. You know, in the beginning, I didn't tell anyone because it was my parents and my brother. I was 16 years old. And it got to the point where I'd get up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. Now,
I would have told everybody.
Yeah.
And you're not telling anybody about this?
Well, I was 16 years old. I was scared, you know, and I didn't know what my parents would think. You know, we weren't very religious. My father was an atheist. And my father, you know, he served in Vietnam. He was hard as nails, still is today. And, you know, he just didn't believe in that stuff. And but I get up out of there. I used the bathroom now on the main floor. I mean, this place was huge, big living room, a den, you know, and then my brother's room was next to mine, and adjacent to ours was my parents' room. And I'd be so afraid to get up to use the bathroom because there'd be a giant mist going down the hallway. I mean, you walk into the hallway and it was freezing cold.
Really?
And I would run down. The hallway was long. This place wasn't a mansion, but it was big. And I would run into the bathroom. And while I was using the bathroom, I could hear whispering and footsteps all through the house. and I'm just summarizing it because it's a long story, and I'm still being terrorized by a lot of it today, and so is my family. But, you know, there was one occasion, like back in the 90s with the old computers, if on the older computers when you use a program in high res, the screens would flicker. So you go out and buy one of those special screens you put on with Velcro, and they would stop the flicker on the screen. Back in the old days, it was PCs and Commodore Amigas and whatnot.
Sure, yeah, I remember.
Yeah. But well, I used to love to write, and I still do. And as I was using my computer, I looked up, and there was this twisted face staring over my shoulder. And, of course, this was like at 11 o'clock at night. It was just, I mean, I could see the eyes even now. They were red, but they weren't like glowing red. They were pupils, but they were reptile-like. And I jumped out of my chair.
You know, most people, I would say move, but in your case, I don't think it would do a darn bit of good. Whatever it is with you.
Well, I eventually told my parents, and they thought I was losing my mind. And, you know, they're like, are you sure, Mike, you're not just dreaming these things up? I said, no. Well, I finally built up enough nerve to talk to my brother, whose name is Jim. Come to find out, he was experiencing the same thing. Seeing the faces and the screens and seeing figures in the house. I could give a furnished basement downstairs, and that's where the laundry room was. And I'd go downstairs and do laundry, and as I go to walk back upstairs, I hear someone whisper my name. And, of course, I start running up the stairs. Right. I start running up the stairs. But when I turn around, I see this white figure with bulging eyes. I can't describe what it looks like. It wasn't so much later that I seen like these UFO documentaries.
Listen, Guy, you're haunted. I mean, you are just thoroughly, completely followed and haunted. That's all there is to it. You don't bother moving. Obviously, that thing will come with you. Good heavens to Betsy. We'll be right back on Spooky Matter. There are people like that. No matter what they do, they're haunted. The wormhole yields the following. John says, I think your show is overwhelming XM internet tonight. Been trying to maintain a connection for the last 2.5 hours. Can't stay connected for over 15 minutes and trouble getting their webpage to load back on. Horrible. Sorry, John. Yes, we're aware of the troubles and we're monitoring them. And I'll have something to say about all that tonight. But yes, it's rough. We know. All right, let's... let me see here. How about Washington and Craig? Hello, Craig.
I'm here.
Okay. Then it's your turn. Yes, it is, Mr. Bell. I'm fine.
All right. What I was going to tell you is I left the bowl out, trick or treat, take as many Roswells as you would like.
Thank you.
It's still there.
Yes.
Right. This story thread is kind of a little bit difficult to just get down in one sentence. It's got to be a few things that kind of equates around some of the history of the property that I was on. And this goes back to an area called Clarksburg, not in Pennsylvania or anywhere back east. It's actually in California. It's about 14 miles from the Capitol Steps.
Okay.
UC Davis in the 1980s, 1890s, I should say. A little uptight here about that. But formed this conglomeration about reclamation of properties that were taken over by the floodplains of the Delta. So they came in and they went with this whole invention about pumping out the water and spilling out the lands. Well, these were sacred lands to the Indians of that place.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, what they did was they were able to get the pumping stations in and get this one area reclaimed, which pretty much reclaimed the whole Delta region of the Sacramento area and then down in San Joaquin.
Okay.
But this guy named John McClellan, the person that did the landscaping there in Golden Gate Park, came in and did all of the landscaping on this property, and they made this property the signature soap piece of this land.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of goes on from there, where there was something spiritual about this land to the Native Americans that were occupying it and living in that area. This is something that they claimed as their own, and this is where they buried a lot of their dead. It was high ground, but it was also something near the water. And then, you have all the effluent of all the levees and dikes and things that were naturally created there. So they felt that. So it kind of comes down to where there's a lot of key players in this. I guess what we need to do is cut this short because...
We do, yes.
I know, I'm going there with you. There are a lot of people there that are involved in this, but one of the people that came into the hands of this property was a guy named Gus Sands, and this is all public record, and I can talk about this.
Just sort of tell me what happened. In other words,
you just want to get right to the chase, huh?
Yeah, the heart of the story.
Okay. Well, anyway, there was a lot of figurative things that happened in this event.
Yes.
And what we were doing is we were trying to bring this property back up to market, and we were working on it. And so, and as we were working with it, we had a lot of characters involved in it, which are all the threads, and maybe someday I'll write a book. Who knows? But not for tonight's listeners, okay?
Okay.
So what we're doing is, in the summers in Sacramento, they get very hot sometimes. And so we would do the siesta thing, lay down about 2 o'clock in the afternoon and get yourself a little cooled off. Now, I happen to have a water bed at the time, and I used to take the sheets off, just lay on the cool bed. You know how that is.
Right.
Well, I had this event where I kept having these kind of weird dreams about electricity, and I'm an electrician, so I didn't figure it was more than just my imagination. But in some of these dreams, I was being lifted up through a light socket up in the ceiling, and then I'd come away with physical marks.
Physical marks. That can happen in dreams, yeah.
Well, no, I exhibited them to people that saw them and thought maybe I was just scratching my leg. No, they were handprints where I could not put them on my ankle.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, those were weird enough things, and there was a lot of other things that tailed into this. But I guess the most amazing thing about this whole story is that I met this gal, and she was very spiritual. As a matter of fact, she was kind of a handler for this for a
Okay, we're going to actually have to get to the heart of the story, the end of the story, I guess.
All right, we're going to go right to it then, I guess, if
okay.
you want.
Mm-hmm.
Right
Yes.
to the meat. So it happened that I was with this one particular gal, and she was a runway model and was a handler for the salad agency, and she was very spiritual, and she did a lot of healing things, and we had all that energy going. There was a lot of energy connected to this property to begin with, and which I didn't get a chance to tell you about all that. But as it turns out, like I said, I had these recurring dreams. The one night, we were resting, and then I fell asleep, and then in my dream, I was going in and out of the from the bedroom to the kitchen, and the kitchen was this brightly lit, really beautifully, kind of like green, and then a checkerboard foundation on the bottom, and the lights were dimming up and down, and the gal was following behind me in my dream, but it was all well lit. It was all just like you would see it in your waking state. Okay, so, and then I kind of looked behind me. I told her, I says, "Wake me up. The spooks are here," because I used to refer to these guys as spooks. They used to haunt the property. So somehow I was like back in bed, and she was holding me down on the bed because she said I kept coming off the bed, levitating. And
levitating.
Those were her words, levitating.
Okay.
Like I said, going towards the fixture in the ceiling above my bed.
Well, you apparently liked electricity.
I guess I was an electrician. I guess I would.
Okay. Well, thank you, Craig, but we just sort of didn't get there. The levitating part was definitely interesting, but boy, that was a long trip. Let's go to Texas and Bill. Hello, Bill.
All right, what a pleasure. First off, I got to tell you, Megan Roswell's, and it is so good to hear your voice. I've loved you for years, and you're so much better than anybody else out there. Okay, I'm a doctor. I am 67 years old, and back when I was in medical school, I was an exchange student, and I went to the University of London, Middlesex Hospital. And their hospitals and their doctors and their nurses were really great, but they were a lot less. They used a lot less technology than we did. The nurses were called sisters.
Mm-hmm.
And in working with the patients, I had a patient ask me about a very kind, nice lady that offered her tea, and who was that person? Well, I didn't know who that was, and I asked around in the hospital. And this is something that all the hospital staff knew, but none of the patients knew, and they didn't want anybody to talk about it at all. And the story of a ghost named the Gray Lady.
Mm-hmm.
It turns out that patients that ended up dying right before they would die would see this apparition that they thought was a nurse, but she was dressed. She was dressed as the old nurses back then did, before the current ones. And I'm talking about the 70s, so even before that. And she would offer them tea, and they would be dead within 24 hours.
Wow.
And they told the story. Yes.
There was a story kind of like this that was actually in the mainstream press not long ago about a cat that would go and curl up next to somebody. I think it was in a nursing home. And every time this cat went to somebody, they would, within, as you point out, 24 hours or so, die.
Right. Well, I didn't read about that, but that's the kind of thing that was going on there. But they had their own theory about it. And one time they told the story, the staff there, about an apparently well patient that said, who was that really nice lady that wanted to know if I wanted tea? And this was a lady that was doing well and
oh, no.
Yes.
I see it coming. I hear it coming.
Right, and she was dead within 24 hours of a pulmonary embolus, a blood clot to her lungs. And nobody thought she was going to die. So it wasn't like somebody was just going to the people that we expected to die.
I hear you.
And the theory they had about it was that this was a nurse who was taking care of people in the old days in that hospital, Middlesex Hospital. Mm-hmm. And a patient had asked her for some tea, and she forgot about it. She forgot to bring it, and the patient died. And so their theory was after she died, this was their way of making amends to try to comfort the patients that were about to die. And they believed it totally. They were totally convinced of it, and they wouldn't let anybody tell it to anybody outside the circle of people that worked there. Because
as a doctor, how did you feel about this?
You know, I have seen so many things that you wouldn't think was possible. People live that you wouldn't think should have lived. Mm-hmm. I'm on board with it. I really am. I mean, I think there's more things out there than people know about.
Obviously so. Thank you very much. That's very interesting from a doctor. It would be interesting, wouldn't it, to hear from other physicians that I know have heard many and have seen many, many things that should not be possible and yet are. Still, as a doctor, as a scientist, actually, and you can refer to a doctor, I think, as a scientist of sorts, right? Very well schooled. It's almost ingrained in them to, well, chuckle at this sort of thing, and yet they meet up with it. And as they do again and again and again, I wonder how it affects them. All very, very interesting. All right, let me look at the times. Obviously, Marty in California has been waiting a long time. Hi, Marty.
Hi, Art. How are you?
Fine.
I just wanted to tell you about something that happened to our family. I adopted my 3 little grandchildren, and the 10-year-old granddaughter of mine, she went over to a friend's house to spend the night, and she'd been over there a couple of times before, and it had taken her a while to go back, and I just thought maybe it was just her and the little girl maybe, had gotten into words or something. Kids do that. Anyway, she went over, and she called me the next morning, and this is a child that doesn't get excited over anything. She was, Grandma, you have to come and get me right now. And I said, what's wrong with you? And she said, you just have to come and get me. Right now, Grandma, you can't, you just stop doing anything you're doing and you come and get me. So I got in the car and I went over there. I knew it wasn't just a child thing. So I picked her up and she ran and got in the car and I left and I come home and I told her, I said, Sissy, what happened to you? And she said, nothing, Grandma. And I said, did someone hurt you or did someone scream at you? Did someone touch you? No, Grandma, I'm okay. I'm okay. And so I just let her go because I thought maybe it was just nothing. And that evening, it was about time to go to bed, she came in and she said, Grandma, I need to talk to you alone. So we went in my bedroom and she just broke down and started crying hard and shaking. And I said, what is wrong with you? And she said, Grandma, there's 2 black figures in that house over there. And she said, they're real bad. And I said, what are you talking about? She said, last night when I was asleep, she said, something was breathing in my ear. And then she said, well, and it started pulling me across the carpet and had me by my ankle. And she said, I went to the shower And the next morning, and she said that it was something was on the other side of the shower curtain, and she got so scared that she ran out without even drying off. And she said, "Grandma, it's playing with that lady's babies. She has a little baby." So
right.
I had to make her a bed next to my bed because she just was hysterical. She was so scared and traumatized. And so the next morning I called my friend and I said, "You need to come over here because we need to talk." And she came over and I told my granddaughter, I said, "Tell her what you told me." And she just broke down crying again. She said, "There's two black things over there and they're playing with your baby." And my girlfriend, she completely fell apart. And so I told her she needed to ride home, and I said, "Well, I'll give you a ride until." And my granddaughter said, "Well, I don't want to go." I said, "Come on, Sissy, I'm not going to leave you alone, home alone. So you go. We're not going to get out." So I drove up in the driveway, and it's kind of an upgraded driveway, uphill a little.
Yes.
I pulled up there, and the lady got her baby, and she got out. And, this lady's hysterical. She doesn't know what to do, and she's scared, too. And I told her, whatever you do, don't keep the baby from them. It might make whatever it is mad, and then it could really, if it's playing with the baby and not bothering it. Anyway, she got out, and all of a sudden, my 10-year-old granddaughter started kicking the back of the passenger seat. She was screaming like somebody was stabbing her. She said, "Go, Grandma, go, he's coming out the bathroom window." It was a 2-story. And I said, "Oh, my God." And she said, she just was screaming hysterical, "Grandma, go, go, go." So I flew out of there.
And you saw nothing?
No, I didn't see anything. I was having some kind of cardiac arrest when she was doing this because it scared me so bad.
Yeah.
And seeing her hysterical. So I flew out of the driveway, almost tore up my car, got her home. She was just hysterical for days and days. Slept next to my bed. I had to get a see-through shower curtain because she was worried about something being on the other side. It took a couple of months before she was asleep in her own room. And
right. I would suppose that this kind of thing would put you into a state of shock. So that, yes, you wouldn't want to be in the shower. And if you were, you'd want to be able to see out. And playing with babies? No, I think not. Perhaps it would be interpreted by somebody as play. But it only takes once, right? Let's go to Jeff in California. Hi, Jeff.
Hello, Art. How are you?
Quite well, thank you.
Great, great. I'm a little nervous, so you'll have to bear with me a little bit. I'll try my best here.
Best thing to do is take a deep breath and just relax.
Yeah, we're not all used to being on the radio like you are. I have a ghost story that happened to me. It was back in June of 1985. A friend of mine that I grew up with had the same birthday, and I hadn't seen him for a few years. And we always tried to get together on a birthday because we had the exact same birthday. And at that time, he ended up in a little town. It's called Lake Elsinore. And I drove out there. We got together, and we went to... I asked him, if there were any old abandoned houses or anything like that to visit, because that's what we did a lot of when we were growing up. And he told me there was this great one nearby, and we went by it. It was this gigantic structure, and it was left over from like the 1920s.
All kids love abandoned houses. I spent some time in a few.
Oh, yeah, it was always fun to explore when we were kids, So it was just kind of doing a little catching up and all of that. But when I saw this place, I was just extremely intimidated. It was just massive, And he's like, "We're going to go in there tonight after dinner." And I'm like, "You got to be kidding me, It's just huge. So we went and ate. And driving towards the place, we ran into a friend of his, walking down the street, told him about it. Went to his place, got a crappy.
I guess we just
go
lost
into
that.
this place.
Oh, you are there.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Did we cut off or?
Yeah, for a second.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what that was.
Anyway, go ahead.
So we went through this place, and it was extremely huge. It just took hours and hours to go through every bit of this place, room after room, on and on and on. Went through there, went out the back, and trying to explain this because we went up an outside staircase, and we're sitting next to a room up there, just at the top of the stairs, and suddenly I heard footsteps down below. And I was extremely, we were all very nervous. It's like, oh my gosh, who's in there? And when no one said a word, and we're just sitting there, and the footsteps got closer and closer and closer and closer until they were upstairs on the level we were at, and these footsteps came right up. I had my back to a door that was just pitch black in this room. And I mean, whatever it was walking just right up within arm's length of me. And it was just, had no idea who was there. And we just jumped up and we bolted out of this place as fast as we possibly could, and I was just really, I was just really shook up about that. Like, who the heck was that? Well, I went back the next day, drove out there.
Now, why would you go back after that?
Well, because I just went out to visit. It was broad daylight.
Mm-hmm. All right, so you went back.
Yeah, and the thing that just, really got me was that seeing in the daylight, these footsteps that I heard, and they were as plain as can be, they were in the room below us and they came upstairs. And it's just, to make it quick, whatever was making those footsteps, and they were as clear as my voice is, this person, or whatever it was, went through the ceiling and went through walls, came, it was just, there was no way to go from the lower level where the footsteps started, except to come outside into this back courtyard and come up the flight of stairs at the top of which we were sitting at.
Well,
so,
ghosts can do that. I mean, they can go through
no kidding.
things.
I mean, but I just couldn't figure that out. Well, I stayed there the whole day. I mean, we were hanging out, and we went back to that night. I had brought a really big flashlight with me. We went through the whole place again. Nothing happened. We went out the back again, and we went out into the courtyard. We went up the same flight of stairs, back to the very same room. Went inside. It's like peering through there. There's a little bathroom. It's all broken up. I mean, this place is abandoned. It's been that way for quite some time. And then as we were peering into this bathroom with a flashlight, all of a sudden there was this loud boom noise. But it was so strange because it was like just a second before that noise, we both just sort of simultaneously jumped back a step together. And then this noise, and then these bats come flying out of this bathroom, and like they're all, brushing through the hair and across the face and everything. But I heard these two very distinct grunting noises, very low, guttural grunt. And it was like, bats don't make that kind of noise. And in my head, now I'm not telling you, so I heard a voice say, "Get out." I did not. But in my head, those words translated to that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, it makes sense, and you should have gotten immediately out. That's certainly what I would have done. California, and David.
Art, how are you?
Well, very well, thank you.
Fantastic. It's a pleasure to talk to you, especially on Halloween.
Yes, sir.
My ghost story goes back to 1988. I had just graduated high school and was working at this garden center in Pasadena, California. And it was a great place. It was, a lot of the structures on the property were back from the early 1900s. And one day I'm in one of the buildings, and about a 15 by 15 room, and I'm against one of the sides of the building, cutting up some paper, and I end up backing up into a ghost.
And how does one know you've backed up into a ghost?
Well, I felt the person behind me when I stepped back. My foot ended up on their foot, so my heel didn't touch the ground. And I felt like I pushed a body back. And I turned around. I thought it was my boss having snuck up behind me. And I turned around, and, this is a big room. And there was nothing there. And by the time I stopped running,
I don't know. Yeah, that's right. Thank you. You ran. That's what I would have done too. When you're bumping into a body, you can feel it. It's very solid. So, yeah.
Absolutely.
Run.
I mean, I literally turned around and said, "I'm sorry," and I don't think I got the word "sorry" out. I ended up coming back into the store. I literally ran probably a couple hundred feet out into the street, and came back and talked to a couple of the employees there, and they had told me that up to 3 people had killed themselves on that site, and that just freaked me out. But,
I would say you definitely had an encounter with, I'm not going to say disembodied spirit because it sounds like that spirit had a body. Let's go to Arizona and Barbara. Hello, Barbara.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
I'm just very thankful for your call. Very, very lucky for me to talk to you. Anyway, this happened several years ago. I was in my house here in Phoenix, Arizona, and my husband and I were. It was close to Halloween. And we were watching TV, and it was actually close to midnight. I think it might have been October 5th or something, but I'm not sure. But we were watching a show called Most Haunted. It was an English show with a girl named Yvette, and they were supposedly doing a live show in London, ghost hunting. And they were having like a seance. They were supposed to be getting in touch with Jack the Ripper at one point, and then they were doing a Ouija board. And we had all the lights in the house out. We thought it was kind of amusing, and we were kind of enjoying it. So while we were watching the show, I had to go to the bathroom. So my husband was in bed, which is actually an important point. I got up, and I went down the hall, which is like you go a short hall, and then you make a right. So I was like 2 halls away. And I shut the door, and I heard from the back of the hall that I was next to, in the back of that hall is a guest bedroom. I heard footsteps coming down the hall from that room. And they were very slow, heavy, plodding steps. And the whole house was dark. I didn't bother to turn on any lights. And I thought, why is Robert getting up? And I thought, what is he going to go feed the cat? Or because it was going towards the kitchen. But in my heart, I knew that was not my husband. I just was aware that subconsciously that those were not his walking.
Right.
The steps got closer to me. They were very slow. They sounded just like Frankenstein. Seriously. And then they went into the kitchen and stopped. And I thought, if I open this door and it's all black out there, like I'm just going to die. I opened up the door. It was all black out there.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. And,
you obviously lived.
I don't know what that was. I went back down the hall. My husband's lying in bed staring at me. And I looked at him and I said, I thought I heard you walk down the hall. And he looked at me and he goes, I thought I heard you walk down the hall. But you were supposed to be in the restroom. And then I saw the light come on when you opened the door again. So we both heard it from different parts of the house.
Right. I got you. Let me tell you what I think. And it's just what I think. It's not what I know. You were watching, you said, a seance on television. You were watching somebody manipulate a Ouija board on TV. And this is just a wag, but listen. These things invite things to you. And it may well be that even on television, it does not matter. If you're watching this kind of material, or I might add, listening to a program like the one you're listening to right now, that discussion of these things invites things to you that you might not want. Just a word of warning. But even through the TV, Ouija boards, seances, no. Not good. Maybe okay tonight, but otherwise not good. All right. Where to go here? To Indiana and Phil. Hi, Phil.
Hi, Art. It's great to hear you on frequencies other than 80 meters.
Well, thank you.
And I want to give a shout out to the Bell Gab people who I'm very loosely affiliated with them, thank God. My story is about a friend of mine from the 80s, went back when I lived in Illinois, and we more or less lost touch with one another, as people do when they get older. And
right.
I moved to this really painfully small town called Allerton, which was literally out in the middle of nowhere. And it's a fairly short story. I was laying in bed, sleeping, minding my own business, and out of dead sleep, and I don't like to get up in the morning, so this had to be something for me. Somebody's tugging on my foot, and I thought, oh, what's this? And it was my friend David saying goodbye. And when this happened, I just kind of wrote it off as, pizza from the night before, but I was curious. So I, got up and got ready to go to work, turned on the radio, and there's the news story that my friend David had died in a car accident about 3 miles south of where I was.
Good Lord.
Yeah, and it hit me pretty hard.
And he had been tugging on your foot, waking you up to say goodbye.
That's right. And we were very close, and I hate to bandy the word spiritual sense out there, but we weren't typical, knothead high school kids.
Yeah.
So it actually figured that he would do that, if you know what I mean.
It does. That's one hell of a story, buddy. I don't know what to tell you, but if it had happened to me, I guess first there would be horrible shock, and then I don't know, I guess you'd be at peace with it because you realized your friend did say goodbye to you, but that's rough stuff. That really is rough stuff. I wonder how many get the opportunity to say goodbye to anybody. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. To North Carolina and Ron. Hi, Ron.
Hello, Art. Roswell to you. And I wanted to just give you a brief start on what happened to me. I have a best friend, and we've known each other for 30 years, and we fish a lot, and it's night fishing. And, of course, as both we were school teachers, so that meant not much day fishing. So we do a lot of night fishing, especially in the summertime. And that's how I got started listening to you each night. And I probably had the first CC Radio Plus, and I also have the Versacorder and all of this because I would have to get up early in the morning to go teach school. And so I would have your program to record every night.
I see.
Well, and so Wallace, who is my best friend, and I would go out fishing night on the weekends, and we were having to go through at that time, I think WBT in Charlotte was one of your stations.
Right.
Back then, and we would just get out there, and of course we would hear most of it. The boat would turn some way, and then a way that we would lose a little bit of the signal, and so it was just because it was coming in. Charlotte was coming in on Skip, and you know how Skip goes in and out.
I do. Comes and goes.
Sure you do. I'm a KA4 FUG for 25 years, so we know about skip. Well, so we were fishing, and it was late at night, and I was listening to you, and he was listening to you as we fished, and you had just gotten through the section where you would give the world news and talk, maybe the first 15 minutes on the world news, and
That's right. Yes.
And I didn't know what your next topic was going to be, because we'd catch a fish and that would go over top of your topic, and then so on. So we moved up this lake, and we moved up to a point where there was a creek running in, and it was running into the main body of water, and we were almost to the headwaters of the lake. And as we sat on this point, and normally that's a great place to catch fish, because you've got the creek coming in with fresher water, cooler water, and running into the main body of the water. Well, I was just looking around and listening to you, and looking around and fishing, and looked up toward the headwaters, and I saw this what I would describe as a night light, a street light, and it was sort of pinkish. And I thought, well, who would be? This lake is so remote, Art, that there are no houses on the lake. There's nothing there. There's one boat launch, and you have to drive a 5-mile dirt road to get to it.
Right. So what did it turn out to be?
Well, this light moved, and the next time I looked at it, it was bigger. And then the next time I looked at it, it was bigger, and it started coming through the trees. And the weirdest thing, Art, as it would come through the trees, if you were to take a flashlight and walk through the trees with a flashlight, every time you went behind a tree, you wouldn't see the light. But yet this was coming through the trees, this whole forest of trees, and you could continuously see the light. And it was a ball that started out no bigger than if you were looking 3/4 of a mile away at a street light, and it got to be, as it approached us, as large as a good-sized pumpkin. Wow. And by this time, we were getting scared. I'll be honest with you. And so we turned off all our lights on the boat so as not to attract anything. And all of a sudden, this thing came, and it came right out to the point, and the point was clear on the end. There were no trees where the point ran to the water, and it came right on off and went into the water, and that was the last we saw of it. It didn't.
Oh, that's weird.
I turned it off, Art.
That is really weird. I have no clue. That's a cross between a ghost story and a UFO story. I have no idea what that would be. Something that would grow, or very small light, bigger, 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 basketball size, and then into the water in front of you. Pretty weird stuff. Let's go to Ohio, I believe, and Debbie. Maybe not. Hold on.
How about Scott in Maryland?
Yeah, Scott in Maryland is where we are. Hi, Scott.
Hi, Art. Happy Halloween and many happy Roswells from my wife, Jessica, and her mother, Nadine, who have been fans of yours for decades.
That's the way to get those plugs in.
I met my one and only ghost in 1978 in a lighthouse in Long Island Sound. I was in the Navy. I was 20 years old. I was in submarine school in Groton, Connecticut. And through reasons that I don't remember, I came to make a friend who was in the Coast Guard and was one of the lighthouse keepers of the New London Ledge Lighthouse, which is in Long Island Sound between the north shore of Long Island and the Connecticut coastline.
Yes.
And at one point he said, hey, how about you come on out to the lighthouse for some weekend? And I said, sure, that sounds great. So I got together with a buddy and we picked up a bunch of groceries and we went across the river from Groton, where sub school is, to New London. And he picked us up in a Zodiac and took us out to the lighthouse and showed us all around, and it was great. And we're having a good time out of the lighthouse, and it's a Saturday night. And there's 4 of us who are watching TV there. It's the 2 Coast Guardsmen who are on duty, and myself and my friend from sub school. And we're watching Saturday Night Live, and we hear this big thumping, bumping noise from upstairs, really, really loud. And so we go upstairs to see what it is, and we don't really see much except a bunch of free weights, like for weightlifting, the big round heavy ones.
Oh, yes.
They're scattered all over the floor of this room at the lighthouse that they used as an exercise room.
So that had been the noise.
That had been the noise. And my friend Jerry then says, well, yeah, there's a ghost out here. And he tells us the story of the ghost of the lighthouse. And apparently it dates back to the 1930s when civilians were lighthouse keepers. And the way the story went, according to Jerry, was that a husband and wife had been taking care of the lighthouse, and she had been fooling around on him, and he found out about it. And when he found out about it, he threw himself off the top of the lighthouse and killed himself.
Wow.
So, we thought, that's pretty interesting, and we went back downstairs to watch TV. There was a TV room. So it's a short time later, and all 4 of us are again watching TV. And we again hear this, loud thumping, noise from upstairs. Well, this time we ran upstairs. We wanted to see what the heck was going on. And we get to the exercise room, and this was the strangest thing. All of the free weights that had been scattered around the floor were stacked up in the middle of the room, with the biggest ones on the bottom, and then going all the way up to the smallest ones on the top. And they were stacked up there in the neatest stack you could imagine for free.
And so from the time you heard the noise, you ran up. It could not possibly have happened that quickly.
Well, no, and plus, all 4 of us were together, so it's not like somebody was trying to pull a fast one.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, and then, we were all kind of freaked out at the time. I was 20 at the time. And then the next day, my friend Jerry took us down to the basement of the lighthouse, and he dragged out all these old logs, all the log books from the lighthouse, from when the Coast Guard kept it and from when civilians kept it. And if you go through page after page, and over the years, there were many, many entries of people writing down entries where ghostly things had happened, and some of them were just like standard ghostly stuff, like doors slamming and creaking noises and stuff. But the really cool ones were like entire floors would be painted, or brass would be polished, or stuff like that. And it was almost like this guy, this dead lighthouse keeper who threw himself off the top of the lighthouse, was haunting it and was trying to keep the place up to, keep up his old duties. So
that sounds like it. That's exactly right. And that is what occurred. And obviously it was haunted. There are haunted places, right? And isn't it interesting that he had books, logs of prior hauntings? That would be eerie, wouldn't it? Really eerie to sit down after that had happened to you and begin reading of the years of hauntings. Wild stuff. All right. Kansas brings Joe. Hi.
Hold on.
Hello. Going once.
Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi there.
Hi there.
Wow. I went a little while. It's pretty cool to hear from you, Art Bell.
Oh, it's cool to hear from you, sir. Do you have a story?
Oh, I have a pretty good story. It's 2 stories in one, I would say. Basically, back in 2001, my father passed away. He was a big fan of yours, actually.
I'm sorry.
He
on 2 levels for you, and since he was a fan, for me.
Yes. We trust me, you're probably gaining fans at this point. He passed away. I was probably 19 years old at the time. It was in March. It was I come home from 2 years of playing college football, and at Christmas break, semester change, I switched colleges and came out to a local college. Anyways, I came home and he passed away in March when and then a couple months later, I failed out of school. I mean, it wasn't good for me or my mom, but my older brother was I guess you'd call him an overachiever. He was a high school valedictorian, perfect SAT, 1600.
Yeah, I had a sister like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, your story?
Well, the story is that 10 years later, almost 10 years later, after the death of my father, I come home and I'm married. I have a 1-year-old kid, and then 2 years after that, I get a divorce. Don't want to get
Sorry
into
for
that,
all that, sir, but your story.
Of course. What happens is I'm sitting there one night with my mother, and she's telling me the story. She says, I'm sitting in my house. Basically, what happened was a man from down the street said that he had seen my father walk into his house, and then he came down to tell my mom that she needs to look into his shirt pocket for a note. She looks into his shirt pocket for a note. She finds the note. My brother goes to college based on the note. It takes more than...
He's gone. Well, there is a lesson in it for you. You have to get to the point, to your story, before the phones give out. Adam in Canada, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. How's it going?
Fine.
So my story involves a friend of mine. He's got a cabin a few streets down from my place in Western Washington. And we've got my friend's little brother. He's never slept in the room in the cabin. And he's always complained that it was haunted. And nobody believed him because he was the class clown and, always joking around, messing around with the family. So nobody took any notice of him. And
are you talking right into the phone? Because it's kind of hard to understand what you're saying.
Sorry, I don't speakerphone. So he, the family lives in Hawaii, and they have their place in the summer.
Yes.
In Western Washington, and they decided to move here full time. Decided to sell this little cabin, buy a bigger place, and they decided to sell it back to the family they bought it from.
Yes.
And when they offered it back to the original family, the father said, "I'm too old to look after it. I'll offer it to my kid." So he called up his son, and his son was like, "No, I don't want the cabin. It's haunted." And the father's like, "What do you mean?" And he goes, "Oh, there used to be an old man in coveralls pointing at the light switch." So the old man was like, "Okay, don't worry. I won't sell it to you. I'll tell him no thanks." So he calls back to my friend's dad and goes, "Sorry, we don't want it." And long story short, my son says the place is haunted. My friend's dad goes, "Oh, that's funny. My son says the place is haunted too." And he goes, "What's wrong?" He goes, "Well, he says that there's an old man pointing at a light switch." He goes, "Oh, okay. Well, I'll ask my son what he says." Sure enough, my friend's little brother says he sees the exact same thing. This is 10 years apart that they're seeing the same ghost.
Well, there's, I guess, pretty good basis for that sort of thing. It is said that ghosts do things repetitively, sometimes again and again and again. Maybe that's some sort of karma that comes upon them, but they're always doing the same thing. It's some kind of cycle, some kind of repetitive cycle. Hello there in Canada. Mike, you're on the air.
Oh, wow. How are you, Art?
I'm okay, sir.
I'm a little nervous, so please bear with me. Anyway,
I shall.
in Nova Scotia, Canada, and we live in a fairly old house. Actually, a very old house, 200 or so years old. I live in a town called Annapolis Royal, and it's actually one of the oldest towns in North America. It's actually the location of the most battles fought in North America and all kinds of things like that. Check it out on Wikipedia if you have a minute, and you'll see what I mean. Anyway, I'll get to the point. So basically, when I was a little kid, probably 8 or so, I got this feeling, kind of 2 in the morning, woke up in the middle of the night, and I saw this, well, I guess to say it politically correctly, an African-American gentleman standing over my bed. I live, like I said, the house is a very old house. We're the last house on a very old dirt road, community of probably 50 people. Anyway, like I said, I saw this apparition, ran into my parents' room. They kind of just dismissed it as, a bad dream, and I went to send me back to bed. And anyway, years later, I had kind of, asked around about it, of course, told this story, over the years, and knew some older people in the community. And anyway, I got to talking to them, and they told me a story about how the people who built my house were actually African American, and they moved here to Canada after the expulsion of the Acadians, if you know your history. Anyway, so basically, we're the last house on this road, like I said, far away from the actual community of Annapolis Royal. So they gave all the black settlers the furthest land from town, of course, because they were black, basically, it was
different time.
And yeah, exactly. So basically, how the story went that I heard was that just because of the fact that they were black and they were doing all right for themselves, some of the white settlers came and hung them, basically. And the house was abandoned for years, and people fixed it up over time. And my parents are actually expats. They came up here in the late 70s and rebuilt this house, and it's a work in progress kind of thing, but hobby farm kind of idea. Anyway, like I said, we've gotten more verification over the years. We got some information from the deed office that verified their name. Names were actually Ike.
Okay, well, I don't need the name, but it is
No, I mean, it was just a very interesting story. But like I said, I've seen this, saw this apparition, and...
Okay, we've got to run, sir. We're way out of time. But you did see an apparition. Okay, so line 2, you're on the air. What the hell do you want?
Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to share a dream with you.
Well, no dreams tonight. I've got something really important to do. Get off my line.
Sorry.
Yeah, all right. Bye. Don't let it happen again. Is that what you mean? That was cruel. If you're out there listening, I'm sorry. I can't be mean. Not really. I mean, I could be, but what would be the point? We've got something really special for you. Father Michael L. Maginot was born in Gary, Indiana, in 1957. He's a couple of years, decade or so younger than I am. He went to Rome for theology and gained an STL degree in biblical theology in 1984. Father Mike was ordained a priest on July 2nd of 1983. He would then be later sent back to Rome to gain a JCL degree in canon law at the Pontifical Gregorian University in 2000. When he returned, he would be assigned to St. Stephen Martyr Parish as administrator, with duties also at the tribunal in the Diocese of Gary. For 3 years, he was in charge of the tribunal as judicial vicar for the diocese, then became pastor of the parish. In 2012, he was given permission by the bishop to be an exorcist for the Amon family. I'm having trouble with mouth tonight. The Amon family, I believe that is correct, in Gary, Indiana, whose case eventually would receive worldwide notoriety. It was a really serious exorcism. So, in a moment, coming up is Father Maginot. And I really think that this is one that you're going to sort of want to, take a moment and take a deep breath and get ready for.
Thank you.
You're located in a cold place, right?
Near Chicago.
Near Chicago. That's a cold place. In fact, I was in Chicago in the winter, and boy, they're not kidding about the windy city. When it gets down near zero, and the wind is going around those buildings, wow, that's about the... I've lived in cold places, and that about did it. So, where to begin with you, sir? Father, is evil real?
Very much.
Okay, a lot of people doubt that, in fact, a lot of people doubt a lot of things, but especially evil, both good and evil. In fact, a lot of people doubt both. I once interviewed over many months a man named Father Malachi Martin. Have you ever heard the name?
Yes.
Okay. Sort of a heretic with regard to the Vatican, but he had a lot of interesting things to say. For example, he used to say that walking down the streets of New York, he could tell when he passed a person if they were perfectly possessed. An interesting phrase. In other words, he explained it by saying, well, they have a job, they have a life, and they have certain things they want in that life, money, fame, whatever it is. They've made their deal, and they're satisfied with it. Does that sound like some people perfectly possessed?
Yes, because they look pretty much like, as you said, a normal person, but they have been totally dedicated themselves to the working with Satan against God.
Yes, sir. Is it possible that a person in a quiet moment, perhaps a moment of, despair or greed or something, would sit down and in their own mind, we have this classic movie definition of the devil trotting in with horns and a contract that you have to sign, but you really could make your pact with the devil quietly, silently, and all by yourself, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Can a curse cause somebody to be possessed?
That is becoming more common than people think.
Really?
Because a curse would be put on someone by one who would be perfectly possessed, someone who has dedicated themselves to working totally against God, working with Satan, has invited him into their life, and it is in that relationship that Satan, the devil, tries to get them to do more and more of his work, which they are usually most willing to go along with. Occasionally there does come the time when they can go no farther. And that's probably when we get called in, because now they will fight against that relationship.
Okay, if I might. So if we consider, for example, somebody who's perfectly possessed, and I don't know, their deal with the devil was, I want to rise to the top of my business, and somebody gets in their way, that perfectly possessed person could, in effect, put a curse against somebody in their way and have something bad happen to them.
Yes, to do that, they would usually have to first develop a friendship with that person. It usually starts, they actually are trying to get them on board with themselves, with Satan. So it is maybe a mentoring or some sort of relationship that is developed as like a friendship.
Mm-hmm.
But in the course of that, they also want to make sure that that friendship is maintained. And so they want to get a personal object of that person, something very special to them.
Wow.
Or else they could also give something to that person that person would consider to be very special. And so that forges the bond between the person. So you have to establish that first. And then it's usually only when that person turns away from them, then that they use that object to form a curse. And it's kind of to get them back, to intimidate them, to scare them. But usually it has the opposite effect. It drives them further away. But that's, and it takes a ritual, to come to do that. So that's why you have to be perfectly possessed.
Father, you know,
do a ritual that way.
Right. What you have described, particularly involving the personal object or maybe a lock of hair or whatever, and then a ritual. This sounds, I have interviewed witches on the air, Father.
Mm-hmm.
Probably not to my credit, but I do interview witches. And frankly, that is exactly what they say that they need to do their job of some kind of spiritual warfare, they call it.
Mm-hmm.
That sound about right?
Yeah, so it is the sending of some demon to them. Now, it's a demon that's already they are tied with, and that demon will bother them, until they would have it be sent to someone else.
Ooh.
So,
okay. We also have talked on this program about the next thing, and that is generational curses. People claim that they have generations of their family that have had curses laid on them. This happens. It is effective?
yeah, that would be like from mother to daughter, usually. That's the usual way, mother to son. Occasionally father, to child as well. But it seems tends to be women more pass that on
really?
to their children. And it is usually those that are involved in occult type of practices, Santeria, voodoo, things like that.
Would it be your view, Father, that people who toy around with things like Ouija boards are possibly calling forth things they're not going to be so happy that come?
Yeah, so that's the second way of kind of inviting a demon into your life. Now, they can never... There's the normal way that any devil, demon comes to a person, and that's through what's normally allowed by God is temptation. Any demon could tempt you, and that's pretty much putting an idea in your head. They speak to us telepathically that way. So you get this strange idea in your head, and that any person is open to that experience. To go further, then it would need an invitation on our part to invite a demon more into our lives beyond that. And so Ouija boards, tarot cards, palm reading, fortune telling, those kind of occult practices, seances, they are ways to open up our lives to having a demon to have further control in it. Now, a lot of times, curiosity is the first thing that kind of gets people to go into that, and probably the best thing to happen to a person would be they get scared of that and never touch it again.
Right.
But the demon working that doesn't really want that experience. They want to intrigue us and entice us and, encourage us to go further and further with them. But it does have, that's kind of the risk they take, when they kind of see something happening, either the person will get scared and stop it or get intrigued and get more involved in it. And so that's where it starts to begin. We open the door to them in our lives. But once you open that door, we lose control on when we could tell them to leave, because now they kind of have taken control. We have given them that opportunity. And so when we don't want them anymore, they're going to fight that. And that's, again, when we kind of get called, is because they want us to get more and more involved in their business, their life. And when we don't want it, we want to break it, then they're going to go from kind of a friendship type of thing to an attack and turn on us, to intimidate us, so they'll go from enticement to fear.
Right. Father, have you ever, how long have you been a priest now? How many years?
32 years.
32 years. In that time, have you ever had weak moments in your own faith, or have you felt your faith challenged? That's a hard question. You can say, I'd rather not answer that.
Yeah. There are always challenges, but I don't think anything that was really... I guess probably the biggest time would have been when I did leave the seminary. There was... I had a girlfriend, and so I left the seminary my sophomore year in college, and so I had to deal with that. And but I did come, and ended up seeing that I was called to be a priest, and came back. But that was a difficult time.
Boy, that must have been rough. Indeed, very rough. And it was sort of an impertinent question. I probably shouldn't have asked, but as we go on tonight, it may be that people will understand the reason for it. I think you've also had opportunities to see your faith strengthened enormously, and we'll talk about that. And the reason I asked him about his faith was, without going into the details of the exorcism yet, we'll get to that, it just seems to me that coming face-to-face with whatever it is you came to face with, the devil or a demon, that would be actually a faith-affirming moment. Would that be right, Father?
Oh, yes, definitely, because dealing with a demon, they have an intelligence that is far superior to ours and very manipulative, and so we do have to have it based on a faith in God, who is more powerful, or else we would come to think that without that what we are facing is the most powerful thing we ever seen.
Yes.
But knowing that God is more powerful, it is that protection that enables us to carry out that.
I mean, if anybody ever doubted God, certainly coming face-to-face with the demon or with the devil, that would do the trick, it seems to me. Anyway, before we move on, Father, today something awful happened again up in Oregon at a community college, and a guy went in with a rifle of some kind and shot apparently 9 dead, maybe 20 wounded. And our president came on and talked to the nation about it, and you could see that our president was very dejected, and it is I completely understand. It is so mystifying to me and so many others when this sort of thing happens, and again and again and again and again, and it's almost like something. I mean, there was a quote on social media, Father, that said the guy said something like, "It's the only way I'll ever get in the news." Yeah. And so the other thing Father Malachi Martin said is that possession is up hundreds of percent in New York City and nationwide, he thought, as well. And, you know, I'm not sure where else we go for an explanation. I'm not the gun lobby, but, Father, it's not the guns. It's people's decisions to use them that's going on here. It's mental health. Or maybe it's what we're talking about. What do you think?
Yeah, the devil does have all kinds of tools that get us into his world, which is hatred of mankind. And in my particular case, an exorcism, which is a ritual, pretty much only works against evils that were ritualized in, you know, as we were talking about curses and Ouija boards and playing with the occult and things like that.
That's right.
But he also has many other tools that are more, say, normal, but exorcisms wouldn't work on that. But they do take possession of the person, from beginning with different addictions like alcohol, gambling, sex addiction, also video games, and those types of things also kind of take possession of the person slowly but surely. And they start out perhaps maybe as good things. There's, you know, whenever anything is done in moderation, it's a good or the purpose that was designed by God, because, you know, God does give us good things, or enable us to create good things to kind of let loose the endorphins that he created in us to help us to get that little oomph so that we could do difficult things that are responsibilities. And so it's nice to have a nice balance between those things. So where there's things we like to do that help us to do the responsibilities or duties that we also need to carry out. And to have that nice balance in life is very good. But the problem with addictions and such, with endorphins and such, is there's a law of diminishing returns. And so we think to do it again is going to, you know, keep that high going, but it diminishes, and that's in God's design, because it's only those things are just there to give us a boost, to help us deal with the more difficult, normal things of life that we have to deal with, and so they don't get us down completely. And so, but when we just go and do them over and over and over, then that defeats the purpose. And so it's not putting the little spice of life in each little, you know, in these things that we enjoy doing to enable us to
Hello. Can you guys hear? All right, here we go, guys. All right, guys. We decided to play a little bit of poker in the doctor's office. We found a nice little table over here. The table over here behind us actually has all kinds of checkers, chess, all the poker suits over there. I'll take you over there a little bit. But we're going to see if we play against poker. See if anybody living or not wants to join us. As loud as it gets, guys. I'm sorry.
Those are.
That's the first. We're going to draw.
Hey, that's pretty good. I never see a ghost do that. What happened?
2 of clubs is actually the least you can get. It's like the absolute worst. Ace club.
Is this the one where the ghost, the table comes up off the ground?
Yeah. Flip the whole table. So, watch right here, guys. This thing goes off like crazy almost the entire time. So it goes not put up the order. Oh, really? So it is club. Club is low, so it is diamond, yes. Spade, hard.
Damn,
that's right. So diamond gets it. So diamond's the there goes wasp. Put these over there. All right.
With the noise.
Look at that. Look at that action right there with the K2 on the couch.
Oh, there's me. I'm eating food. Oh, yeah.
Give me a donut. Oh, no, it's pizza.
Oh, did you see those
Pizza?
orbs? Look at all those orbs. Holy crap.
Oh,
Look at orbs.
Yeah, the direction change of them, too. It's not natural. Yeah. I've got another thing to show you, too.
Because of the pizza.
So, before we show your video, Wasp, I want to show you something that I probably should have played in the first place.
Well, that was a lot of orbs for. Oh, they're still coming in.
Now some is dust, but they're not moving naturally.
Because we got the same effect in the hallway, like the downstairs hallway.
Yeah.
But we saw it and we stood and felt, and there's like no wind, let alone dust in the wind that would look like that on camera.
Well, that's
hey, we're
there was no ventilation in that building.
Yeah.
Everything was off. There's no power.
That was perfect timing. There was no power. Bloop. All right, check this out. I'm asking the ghost to play. He said fold already. But look. Oh, no, I'm still waiting for the ghost to join here. Look at that K2.
Ghosts probably do better than me.
Did I lose audio?
I hear you now.
No.
Baby
It's not doing much.
Come here, sweetheart.
That was a bug.
Yeah, those are bugs.
But look how everything's moving all different directions. Ooh, that was a bright one. And that K2 meter just going off like crazy the whole dang time. And I'm not realizing it at this point.
They got deleted when all of them got deleted. I waited too long.
All right, same here. I got a pair of fours. Jack six. Wow, pair of fours six. Get first hand. If you can hit the button for me. Look, dude, it's at full sometimes, like just constantly.
Yeah. I think later we move it to the table. So I do not remember there being like bugs in there, like to that extent. It was not swarming with gnats. I know that much.
Yeah. Sorry, guys, hit my mouse. That's a folder. There. I should let him try to play next time. Good. All right. I'm going to go ahead and call for two. Player to my left. Is there anyone there? Please.
That was all orbs there.
Please look at your cards.
I wish I had the basement. In the basement, I had like fogs moving around, and I don't know what my hard drive.
Oh no! Dang.
Yeah, I thought I left it on the camera. And
Yeah, you remember what the fog. Aaron was too.
Going off like crazy.
Sorry, guys.
This thing, there's no dogs there. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Right here. We start getting a little better with our technique. There goes Wasp. Look at that, redding out.
All right, well, that's a fair for me.
Oh wait, some of the ideas where the empty chair at the table is with the K2 meter. I just was invited to sit there and play handed cards.
Yeah. I was trying to get him to play first of all.
We're live right now.
So 2 whites to call or 1 red to call. All right, it's a call. Big blind, they're still alive.
I looked like I got bored, and I was oh.
You on the phone?
Is that what I was doing?
Burn. Queen 6 6. This poker
It says playback, something press the mode key.
is sitting To check.
It's not very loud. Okay, that's as loud as it goes.
Do you want to bet?
Oh, there you go.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, it's wrong.
Are you going all in?
Oh my
Oh, we fast forwarded too much.
Oh shit! Oh my God, they want to go all in. Can you go back a little bit, please?
Yes,
I haven't seen this. I haven't seen this in for like. I've never seen this. Since I saw it with my own eyes. Hey guys. That is a good idea.
I can look at him.
Hey, it looks right now.
Yay.
Keep it that way.
Good job, Wasp.
I see them.
Oh God.
Almost does not seem to like your cards.
Okay.
Can I say if I like the cards or
Red's
not?
showing me the hand he dealt
No.
to the ghost at the end of the
I'm not gonna
table.
say.
He said yes.
He said yes. Can
Yeah,
I
blink
say?
yellow.
Bet. Place bets. That's what I think. No.
Let's point the
Maybe
camera.
not. Okay, what are his two choices right now?
Do you trust your partner?
I'm not your partner. I'm just looking at the cards.
Well, your poker partner. Sorry.
There's a rack down there.
No,
You see?
not partners.
See that?
You should probably not trust
Aces.
anybody, but except
Yeah.
yeah, I'm not supposed to say anything.
I'm getting
Just
a
tell him
second-
what his two choices.
Oh, there we
Oh,
go. I
that
bet-
means do not say, right? Okay, I'm gonna keep my mouth shut.
I'm gonna peek at what this person has over here.
Dang, Wasp is
We
dancing.
got two ghost players. Who knew about that? Why are they fighting over the thing there? The energy meter.
Hey.
Does the player at the head of the table have control of the energy meter?
Hey.
Oh, what did it say?
I think he wants me talking. You guys ask you
Here's
The
some-
EVP thing?
But we have a lot of videos layered here.
Yeah, it sounded like it said 80.
Oh man. Russ, can you back it up? We may have an EVP there.
Oh wow, really
Everybody
cool.
who's live streaming, be quiet. A little bit.
All
Just
right.
a little bit.
So you do want to call this?
I thought I heard someone go, hey, or Russ says maybe 80.
I think I know what it is.
Oh, you're a little angry about that? No? My fault?
Can you keep the timestamp?
Should I take
When I
the
hear it
money back
again,
and
I'll
put it back in
look.
your stack right here?
What do I do now?
Or were you happy that I put the other shit in?
Yeah.
All right.
Yellow.
Then let's go. Okay. The pot is right. It's $400. What do you want? We got.
You went over there.
Did the screen go black for you guys too?
Yeah.
Well, I think we went back too far, but it's not easy to control it. 514.
To check.
Ah, okay.
I don't know why the black screen.
It's like why he's showing me the
Do
ace.
you want to bet?
Add to stage. Now it won't let me add it.
It's just hover.
I'm gonna
down.
re-add it. Hold on.
Sorry. Do you want to fold?
That's weird. It's like it was freaking out. What's this one?
I think.
If you spike,
That's
Does the player at the head of the table have control of the energy
Oh,
meter?
it's there. There.
I think he wants me talking. You guys
so in the
ask
right spot.
I think so. Just. Yeah. Let's just wait. Wrong way.
all right.
Right here, right?
You do want to call this?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah. I think I'm gonna know what it is.
Oh, you're a little angry about that? No? My fault, my fault. Should I take the money back and put it back in your stack right here?
What do I do now?
Or were you happy that I put the other shit in? is right for $400. We got queen jack, 5 spade, 5
Oh, here.
I think we could check before it happens. Which we
Yeah, there's some. Yeah, there's where. Okay, that's what it.
Understood.
It's much further.
To bet.
Take a look again.
Yeah, it should be right at it. Jeez.
The person next to you, to your left, wants to go all in.
Wesley, are you streaming this?
No,
I'm recording all of it, hopefully.
I need to check the audio.
Yeah, so at this point, I didn't know that my camera had died
Oh, that's a
yet.
yes. All right, we got 2 ghosts all in.
Look at that,
See what
dude.
happens,
Ghost v,
guys. Show
ghost
the
v
cards.
ghost.
We got all this money. We'll sort it out later. These are your 2 stacks. Okay. Oh my God.
Oh shit.
You have aces. No wonder you wanted to go all in. Great job. That was a great way to play. And we're going to burn one more. And we're going to go to the river for a 6 heart. I believe this game is completely over. I am so sorry. All right, we have 1, 2.
What do we have for him, Johnny?
3. 3,600 in this stack. And we have
So yeah, I just realized I did this entire thing out of order. I have another video to show you that should have been the very first video.
and 400. Oh my goodness.
Well, he does. It's on the table.
600. 400. You get 2 back right here. You are still
That's what he's looking at.
in the game.
Crazy.
Recording correctly.
Get louder.
And all
That's
this
loud as I
goes
get.
back to you. Thank you for playing. What a great way to play aces. Very impressive. That was no bones about it. Didn't I tell you a male from the 50s knows how to play some damn poker? All right, button moves. We got
Yeah, mine's as loud as it can get.
half that stack. And
Yeah, I'll have to edit it or something.
is there a deck shuffled already? You want to get back to shuffling soon?
Looks red when shuffled already.
Perfect, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we got small blind.
Yeah, I know. This is kind of not exciting.
Kind of what?
Not super exciting right now. I want to see Ghost.
Well, me personally, I didn't get any images of any ghosts, but we're sitting there playing poker with a ghost, bro. Like, that's pretty interesting to me.
So all of us have to take our turn first.
Yeah, yeah.
Play. Do you
can hear
understand?
her.
Does he win?
He won that hand.
Well, you have to wait to find out.
Oh, okay.
I can't tell any stories.
So they blinked the light once to say yes to your questions.
Yeah, but the when
a few hands? Did you want to take your money and run?
Look at that!
Look at you go. Wow. Maybe the smart poker player took his money and run. Did you think this was a sit and go tournament? Oh, this is a tournament. We're trying to play a few hands. Did you want to take your money and run? Look at you go. Wow.
And even the EVP was like, wah, wah.
Okay. So you want to call? Are you done with this game? Do you want to fold?
Look how everything keeps changing. We're all stationary, guys, and look at all the orbs changing directions for no dang reason. Like someone just walked by hardcore.
I think the ghost just took his money and ran.
Uh-oh.
He's still sitting there.
You want to bet?
Ask him, will you just keep playing?
Will you keep playing?
You're doing pretty good so far. I think you can win.
I had to leave in those words of encouragement from Wasp.
Do you want to bet $200? Of course I said it wrong.
Is folding cheap? Maybe you can just fold him if he doesn't speak up.
You can fold. There is no shame in folding. Do you want to fold? Do you want to call $200? That's 2 white chips or 1 red chip.
So let's see.
Are you taking a break from the table right now? Does your friend want to check?
Chickadee check.
Chickadee check, check. So yeah, that one we were sitting there for a little minute.
So your friend does want to fold this hand.
If he's like that, maybe you should give the friend the
Benefit of the doubt? Or what? Give him the what?
give him the key to this other guy.
Okay.
Hey guy,
I'm gonna
rich
move.
guy, we're gonna give you another turn later with the key. Since you're taking a break, now the player who runs this break controls the key to, and you play your own hand. Can you give him some more chips because I feel like the player at the end really screwed him? Is it something that you would have done?
You know what? I might have.
Right here, I'm trying to remember in the hand.
Yeah, there's one more. If the person, you're my right, if you want to call, that will be all of your chips. And maybe that's what your friend next door was. Stupid. telling you not to. Encourage your play.
Now I'm picking on ghosts.
If you would like to fold, I will fold you.
Brad hasn't said much.
Would you like to fold?
Yes, I'd like to fold.
If you would like to fold, please blink up to at least the yellow mark.
Hey, Karina. How you doing, sis?
He's going off a whole bunch of good.
Hey there, Karina.
It's called the player to resist, right? Player 2. Player 2, are you in control of the K2 meter? Did it blink?
No.
Oh, well.
There was a 1. Would you like to go all in, which means all of your chips are in the game once again for the bet, for the pot?
It's a dead man's hand.
Right?
Would you like to put all of your chips in the pot?
Oh, I just thought of a cool ass T-shirt / album cover from this.
I need to start a clock on that ghost.
I have a timer. How long you want to give them?
Goose.
Oh, we can do 5 seconds.
Oh, there's one.
Is it starting now?
Oh, they're going, yeah, they keep coming from.
There's another one.
Thursday morning.
They're running away. They're like,
And we'll start when I say starting now.
all left.
Troll Creek.
Ghosts do not like gambling. Hell no.
Well, this is technically a.
You got about a minute left on this. I forgot if there's anything right here at the end.
That's just people, but we got that. She didn't speak English. I lied on her.
Again, it's just like real life poker.
There goes the Texas Paranormal boys.
Okay, we had an amazing
Oh, yeah, we were in
K2
a
fell asleep,
joint
right?
mission.
Do you want to
Collaboration. That's what it's called.
Yep.
So I had some players and try to.
Except for knowing about camera angles. That part wasn't collaborated. There you go.
And they were responding to everything we were saying. There was one time I was like, "Are you sure you want to bet?" And it was like, "Wing wing." And then my son was asking, "So every yellow means every $200?"
Yeah, just show you how desolate this place is, man. Like,
If there's anybody up here, I'm coming to clean up that poker game.
oh, right here, I could never bring myself to go into this room, dude. The entire night, something said, just do not go in there.
There was a lot of noise in that walking up the stairs clip. Were you like huffing and puffing?
No, that was your tire situation, which we'll cover later.
What? But you're outside there?
No, the compressor was just echoing. I'm at the front.
Be late in
Going
the
to-
morning, then. Never mind.
Yeah.
I hope to play poker with you again sometime. We are recording, so if you guys want to talk, you can go ahead and talk.
There was something
We'll be able to
shiny.
hear
Did you see that? Oh wait, there's
you still
what?
going on.
Maybe.
We're going to clean up our...
Let me see it again.
If there's anybody up here, I'm coming to clean up that poker game. I hope to play poker with you again sometime. We are recording, so if you guys want to talk, you can go ahead and talk. We'll be able to hear what you're saying.
Oh, that's the windows on the doors to the chapel balcony.
Okay.
That's just a reflection down there.
We still have the EVPs going on. We're going to clean up our mess in here so we can leave you back to your home that you're used to. All right, we got one EVP right here. If there's anybody in here, please let me know so I can officially tell you guys a good night. So I'm out of y'all's way.
I think it's right here.
Have our dealer button. That's going to go in right here. Let's see, we got this chip rack right here. Let's kind of set everything like this. So, you guys on video know I'm feeling some tinglies in the back of my neck, which could just be me. Yeah, what was it? The other ghost. And nothing has been changed since we left it. So, but maybe the presence I felt was you. Maybe. Let's get all this here, all this here. It's not all going to fit. I was just trying to get a little start.
To answer your question right here, I think.
Was that you breathing? Yeah. Okay. So it looks like Ghost Player 1 won this tournament. They had, oh my God, 3 starter stacks.
See, I knew they'd do better than me.
Awful. Just a pair of aces. It was quite impressive. They really pushed to make that bet, it seems. Yeah, what was it? The other Ghost agreed or not? Yeah, that was some intense stuff.
All right, that's it for Ghost Poker for now.
Yay.
Yay.
It was pretty good. Very unique.
Thank you. It was an experiment, and we got some action, man. Again, I don't know what it is, but we definitely got some results so we can investigate the investigation. You know?
From a graveyard.
No. I want to do Ross.
Oktoberfest?
This is Ross.
Okay.
This is the one good. This is the best one ever. So yeah, this is like an EVP thing. So let me share this. We were like reviewing like this here, and then this was out of nowhere. So let's do a share screen.
Has you seen the Oktoberfest clip? He was there. Yeah.
Oh no, Oktoberfest. Which
Yeah.
was,
Oktoberfest. Luckenbach.
oh yeah, that's going to be a short, right?
Yes. I mean, I think so.
Okay. Oh, it's already shared. Okay, here we go. This is check us out. It's going to say Ross or Russ. I'm not sure. Oh, I could have just played the short. That'd be better. Oh, sorry, y'all. Let's go back. I already did the editing. Shorts. Yeah, there he is, Ross, right there. Okay.
Hey, is there anybody here with us? You can talk over this thing that makes all this noise.
Hey, what the?
Can you say our names?
But not for long.
What's your name?
Why does this have to be so hard? Okay, here we go. When I was a kid, I had gone to this cemetery, and it was a lot more scary.
It said Russ.
What?
I'm gonna back it up. It said Russ. It whispered Russ in my ear.
Holy
It
crap!
was
I heard
very
it. I heard.
articulated.
I've got goosebumps because I'm rewinding it. Was it me though?
No, why would you
That's
say?
like real reaction to it. It's like crazy. What the hell?
Okay,
Loud
maybe it
as
said
hell.
Ross.
That's really weird. That's Ross. That wasn't me. Holy shoot.
This.
Oh hell no. No way. So yeah. That's fine. That's my contribution to the So yeah, I guess do you want to show any more? You want to show the meth attacks or anything?
Dude, I have so much more to show. I have so much more to show.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you have the floor.
Give me a second. No, yeah, 1 second.
We have a short from Oktoberfest. I guess it was the day of your birthday, or yeah, when we were at the damn park.
Let's see. The damn park?
The damn
Oh, I don't have anything from the damn park.
We have it. It's a short.
Okay. Hold on. Yeah, if you want to share that. I got to be right back. Hold on 1 second.
Let's see the
You have
guns.
the damn park?
Well, we're in like here though.
Wasp, you are so damn cute.
Okay, we're gonna do gunshot, and then I had to full length. So here's a.
Do you like Sky here with us?
Goes hunting in Houston.
Yeah, it's kind of dangerous.
Can you make the light flash for us if you like Sky?
We were kind of supposed to invite you.
Aww.
It says, "Let's Southern gather, act, wound." Wait, how many fingers am I holding up?
Yes. Most.
Yeah, that sounds like
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, let's go. Come on, come on.
We heard gunshots. So close. We're leaving. Getting out of here. We're not in the greatest part of town. We don't want to be here joining
Okay. So the damn park.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a long one though, right?
Yeah, it's 6 minutes.
Well. All right, Rez, be prepared. You're on in 6 minutes.
6 minutes, Rez. Scary story. Oh wait, everybody, let me
All
go.
right, so the dam park was actually once an old town called Schumannsville. It was completely German, but then the state partnered with an electric company to build a dam right there in the middle of their town.
Damn.
So now the only thing left that says Schumannsville is a cemetery that was right up the hill. We didn't notice it, but so that's who we were talking to on the spirit box at the campfire.
Yeah, they were like German.
They're German people.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's the little annoying spirit box gets all these German people speaking.
Well, that's Germanville, Texas, right there, man.
Schumannville.
Steinstein.
No, that's where all the Germans were.
They were living.
Yeah,
right
yeah,
along
it
the
is.
river
That's
right there.
yeah, totally. I guess we're getting a little history right there.
Uh-huh. Russell likes to write a story.
I write stories in my videos.
We
It's
will
my,
be
it's my
into live spirit box action in
no
about a
way. The
minute.
people got to have background. You got to have background.
Okay.
You got to fly over the dam and boom, now we're there. I'm talking.
Wow, that's a lot. Yeah. Hey, is anyone here with us? Tell us your names. Tell us your names. That's right. Can you say any of our names? Do y'all Hasbula de Español?
multilingual.
It's one of those weird double yeses. Hey, anybody who's in there, how old are you?
Whoa, how'd you mean to come through? Is that what that was?
A whole nother level.
Did any of y'all work on that jam? Some ladies.
Yeah, that's just crazy, right?
Yeah, it's some lady too. Yeah. Yes, you sound like a modern, like a computer scientist type lady. Something woman, right?
You tell us how old is she? Are there any Native American Indian spirits out here? What do they do out here? Listen.
Yeah, post ball.
Why do you guys keep saying road?
That's always a good question. Also, make it do that music, that creepy music y'all can do. Do the music for me.
It's old timey.
I think you said it's gonna rain again.
Is it gonna rain again, or rainy days, or?
Why do you guys keep making that noise? Okay, we're gonna go, I guess.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna go. Y'all got anything to say before we go? Hey, y'all, we're gonna go.
Do you have any messages for the world?
Yeah, what the hell is that? That she keeps coming back.
40,000. 40 pounds. Alright.
Sky.
I heard Sky, yeah.
Very good, yes, I heard it too.
Don't mess with Sky.
Well, we're gonna turn off the radio. You guys say bye. Goodbye.
We can still talk to you, we just can't.
Please say something again.
And we can still talk to you, we just can't hear you after this.
They said something. You can always hear it on like when you play it back though.
Crazy.
Hey, guys, thanks for checking us. I had the girl again. It's funny.
Does that sound on your video?
So, yeah.
I kept hearing a sound. Was that from you?
Okay, y'all can't hear it.
All right, hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought I heard a different sound somewhere here in the house.
No. Yes.
That was me. We had some country music going here. I don't know why.
A little bit of country.
I'd been married a long time ago. It had not been got my joke. Where did he
Oh.
come from? Where did he go?
Where did he come from? Cotton Eye Joe.
Go.
Oh man.
So, would you like to play anything else, or?
Yeah.
You get some more videos, right?
We chase Swan. Don't like
Cue
my
it up.
country music.
Swan got so upset at that last statement, Russell.
Is it offensive? I was inclusive. Sorry, did not mean to be offensive.
Well, I know Swan is pro wall. I'm not sure how pro fence she is. So yeah, it could have been offensive.
She's quiet.
Wait, what?
A stupid dyslexic joke. Sorry.
So you got other vid?
Yeah, I'm getting to it right now. I'm trying to decide which one.
Oh, that means I'm messing up here. Hold on.
So, do y'all want to do the Vandals next, or do you want to do some Estes method next?
Estes method. That's
Yeah, let's go to the basement.
Estes method.
We have a lot of basement video loaded for whatever you don't have.
Do Estes method real good, and then we'll go back to Art Bell after that.
Oh, look at how sweet.
Because that's super creepy. That'll give everybody their money's worth. Everybody get ready. What can we do?
This is funner than Art Bell.
Well,
yeah, Swan, we lived this. You know what I mean? Like,
I had no idea. I've never seen any of this before. Have you posted stuff about this before?
Well, I've
Oh,
only been really posting this week because I just finally got my editing software, and I was doing other catch-ups, and I was actually Lady C from Jimmy C. She's like, "Hey, Halloween's coming up, Rez," and I was like, "Oh, fuck, you're right. I need to get started on this." That's like a year ago.
Sweet. That's really cool.
When we left,
So I'm going to. Well, my plan is to put out a few episodes of the entire experience.
Very good. I can't wait.
Yeah,
So
it was interesting.
But I.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, and if anyone gets really scared and you got to go to the doctor or something, it's not our fault.
Yeah.
Is that your disclaimer?
But one of my videos too. It adds a little bit of a little tension or suspense or something.
All right. So yeah, this should be it.
Oh, sorry to kick this back.
What can we do to help?
Oh no, this is not it. This is too soon.
A different video that would help.
Oops, hold on. Here it is. Give me a second to cue it up.
Here we go. All right.
Wait, we don't see any more.
Probably slow. If I was there, I'd be in the boiler. Although, it's over here. It is?
You don't see anything.
This is, it looks deep.
Really?
Be hooked up to.
No.
It's got a roof to it. Oh yeah, you're right.
Okay, I think we're right here.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we don't see anything though.
No. I have more stuff in this video.
Well, I mean, you got to reshare.
Yes, no. I know it. I was queuing it up on my side, so I didn't waste y'all's time. Sorry.
Oh, you got to tell us on the little tricks. You keep us in on the secret. Then
No. I told you I got to.
Look at that. Oh yeah, there's nothing but nasty. Can you change the light in there? My light's not making it.
Oh, I don't know if this is it or not. Hold on now. What the hell?
I thought you liked it first.
Well,
Yeah, like I love
I never
bullshit
really
stuff.
liked it. I never really. But
What was that place for? Yeah. It's got a roof to it, so it's like, what the hell were you? Oh yeah, you're right. Here we are.
I could show everybody here. Let me show.
Hello, we've come back. We wanted to talk again.
Yeah, there's no way this is just 4 minutes.
So one of us is going to be hooked up to the Spirit Box device with these noise cancellation headphones that are around my neck right now. And then the other two people are going to be asking questions. And whoever's eyes closed / blindfolded or with the noise cancellation headphones. It looks like a cell phone. That's pretty sick. Let me try to get what we can decipher.
That was explaining the method, my bad.
Yeah. It's got a roof to it, so it's like, what the hell were you? Oh yeah, you're right. Here we are.
We are walking through the
Hello, we've
basement
come
of
back.
Town
We
Hospital.
wanted to talk again.
The basement was really big. And it all looked like this.
So one of us is going to
There's a lot of
be
heavy
hooked to
breathing
the
in this
Spirit
video.
Box device with these noise cancellation headphones that are around my neck right now. And then the other two people are going to be asking questions. And whoever's eyes closed / blindfolded or with the noise cancellation headphones hooked to the Spirit Box is going to say the best of their knowledge what you say.
So you don't have to hear all that noise. So it's really cool.
Is that
And then
something? Can we try that again?
get possessed. So it's a little creepy.
Yep.
So is that the device right there? Looks like a cell phone. That's pretty sick. Let me try to get a shot of it.
Okay, man.
Yeah, there's no way this whole thing lasted only 2 minutes. I grabbed the wrong video, but yeah, that's some equiment stuff right there.
Well, so that's the beginning.
Oh, you got to put on the headphones to get rid of the noise.
To the ceiling.
All right, give me a second, guys.
Oh, that's what she said.
Yeah, all I need is one.
What great footage. Very dramatic.
Oh, thank you very much.
You know what's also dramatic?
Pissing me off, man.
So I got a little. We'll interrupt you there. Back 4 years ago, it's been a while. I was starting a channel, and I needed a theme song. And Rez made a theme song. This is by Rez right here.
Well, if you've had a long day just sitting on the couch, it's time to go to Russell's house.
See,
that's awesome.
That's kind of the feeling of my channel there. But then it went all ghosty. Back then we were live a lot. We were doing the trivia nights.
Yeah, it was all a happy time.
Yeah, it was all happy back then. What the hell?
What can we do to help?
Okay, apparently that was the video. I thought I had a better lead in, but yeah, we'll stick with this video, guys. I'm making it more difficult than it has to be. Sorry.
And that we saw.
I have a habit of overdoing things and underdoing many more things.
That was like 14 or 15.
All right, we're back. Here we go.
Here we are.
What can we do to help?
What? What was that red thing?
So I'm just gonna let it play straight through so people can get the full experience.
That's good.
Are you stuck here?
Watch this guy. Watch them ask questions, and about 2 seconds later, that's pretty much the response.
So what's happening here is Rez is wearing a blindfold and the headphones, and he's plugged into the spirit box. So here's all that radio noise, and then Caveman and I are standing in the dark asking questions.
And so Rez.
And there is also the K2 meter. I guess it's in Rez's hand. It's dark in this shot.
I see everything just fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look over there.
What? Yeah, the K2
behind the green dot. All that stuff.
stuff. It's black, right? Yeah, I mean, so dark is scary. All right, let's move on.
Sorry, y'all. My bad. I thought I was not on mute. So that's the K2 meter on the floor. The wall is right about here. I'm sitting right about here somewhere. And this is exactly where that woman was murdered. It was a double homicide suicide situation. It was a very bad ending of people day. And there's blood that splatters all the way up to the ceiling, and it's still there. So just later on in this video, you will be able to see where I'm sitting because Wasp comes and checks on me. No, spoiler alert.
Yeah.
What can we do to help?
But just listen to the questions and look at the responses.
So we're meditating?
Yeah, sound cut out for some reason.
Oh, okay.
Please help me.
Can you guys still hear it on panel?
Shit, dude, what was that?
Yeah, now we
can now, but yeah, the whole thing cut out for a few seconds.
Oh man!
Who said that?
It'll go really. Are you stuck here?
Talking,
Yeah.
but I did not say please help me.
So the video has the sound out, it looks like.
And then when it comes back, we hear please help me.
Yeah.
Here, please help me. Wait, maybe that was me.
Yeah.
Why would I say that?
Are we seeing a pair of eyes?
Oh.
Okay.
Riz, did it have sound earlier?
I don't think it has sound.
Well, it doesn't now, but did it when he reviewed it before?
Damn it. I made fun of Russell and then I did it. So hold on. Let me get back. Sorry, guys. That was instant karma. Instant karma.
Okay, we're gonna energy surge. See this like artifact here?
Energy surge.
Can you move that can and see if it changes anything?
Yeah.
Move that can.
Did it change?
No, I still get the artifacts. I don't know if it's related to these lights and why I'm moving my camera. See?
I can't tell.
See the.
Yeah, I see the. It looks like eyes on it.
Can y'all hear it now?
Yep.
Yes.
Well, are we seeing a pair of eyes in my camera?
Oh, right over my left shoulder, about 2 foot off the ground, there's a cubby hole.
You want to tell us?
I'm glad I didn't hear about the eyes behind me.
To the person who said, please help me, what's your name?
That was in a previous Estes method test with Texas Paranormal. She kept saying, please help me.
It'll go really subtle for a second. I just can't make out what it's. Could you speak louder, please?
He's talking to the ghost, not me.
Like, if I want to make sense of it, like maybe it's please help me, please wake me. And the frequency just went a lot faster.
You can see the station that's on here. Since we're in a basement, we should be picking up any stations.
I can't tell if it's male or female. Is it one of you or is there more?
How many are with us right now?
Get a little blip right there. So I think it did 1, 2, 3. And then one more. But right now, I can't decipher anything.
I'm not saying anything, but I'm sensing something like behind us. Where in the room are you?
That was on purpose.
Do y'all know who Dennis is? He works here.
These are my rough edits.
Do you like it here?
Yes, we like it here. What year is it? It just went lower again.
So again, guys, I'm just pausing it real quick to explain. I cannot hear anything they're saying, and I wasn't blindfolded. We didn't have a blindfold at the time, unfortunately. It wasn't kink day. But so all I can see is the flashlight moving around occasionally. I really can't hear what they're saying. I just noticed movement and just the timing of things. You know, as soon as Caveman asked the question, I was like, oh, it just went really low. And, you know what I mean? Like the lights going off over here, like just crazy shit. Let's resume.
Do you find it difficult to talk through our device?
I'm not able to make out any language at all, but it's just going higher and lower. It's like real fucking loud, and then.
There's a red dot.
Yeah, I can't figure that out. His wrist.
The interview.
Please.
Here we go.
What would you like us to do?
Oh, here we go.
Now they're responding to me, or through me, rather.
Help. Someone go get help. Someone go get help. Someone go get help. Help. It said 3 times. But very quiet.
And right here, I'm getting sick at my stomach, by the way, guys.
Please, please.
Lord, in the name of Jesus,
Someone go
of
get
Nazareth,
help.
please help this spirit.
How can we help you leave this place?
That's going. Wow, wow, wow. Ah! Wow, wow, wow. Ah!
Okay.
Are you listening, or is anybody listening? Is what I'm trying to make out.
Tell us your name.
We're still here.
He's gonna come, or he's got a gun.
She was stabbed in that shot.
Wait, wait.
Wow, that's really scary.
There goes the light again, the K2.
Please. Something touched my shirt, maybe.
Did it?
I don't know. I don't have any tattoos.
There goes again.
Are you with us right now?
This has all been a female's voice, by the way, when I've been communicating the last couple bits.
That was.
Stop! Stop!
We're here to help. It's okay.
How are you gonna help? Okay.
Wait. Like a very scared wait.
Look, this is scary. We should run out of here. Okay, we're gonna leave this basement. Spirit, what you want to say?
I kind of want to try that after.
Oh man, okay. Wait, tell you want to turn me because it's scary. I'm gonna do like 5 or 10 more minutes of this.
I think it says stop, he's gonna come.
Who's gonna come?
I like how you yell what you hear. It's real clear.
Can you hear us? Basement.
Wait, stop.
Well, yeah, I'm yelling what I hear because that damn thing is freaking pounding into my brain.
Fuck that. I'm sorry. I'm lame. That thing really,
It's pretty loud.
But it does tap into something, but they make you pay.
Yeah. Very true.
Well, you have it on headphones and still see how annoying it is.
This is scary. We should run out of here. Okay, we're gonna leave this basement. Spirit, what you want to say?
I kind of want to try that after.
Oh man, okay.
Wait.
So Wash said we're gonna leave, and then I hear wait.
Caveman said he wanted a turn. I was like, hurry up.
I think he said stop. He's gonna come.
Who's gonna come? Hey, miss, can you hear us?
This part's very interesting.
Wait, stop. But I got pushed.
Miss, can you hear us?
The frequency's going faster now.
You want me to slow it down?
Is he here?
No, he can't hear you.
Look at that.
I'm feeling a mosquito bite on my right elbow.
Right as soon as the K2 meter pinged, I felt the sting on my elbow.
Yeah.
There I am.
There, yeah. Now we got creepy video.
Check your elbow.
He's sitting in a most haunted hospital in Texas in the basement. Back to the show.
And wasp verified, no mosquito bites. This is right around 7:30 in the morning, guys. So that's when the mosquitoes start stinging in Texas.
And I'm in the hotel room sleeping, not because I'm old.
There was a breezeway window broken, so they could be flying in, but they were not.
They're scared. The meth heads weren't scared.
Went quiet for a second, back up to loud and chirping.
Oh, and by the way, the sting feeling went away like almost instantly.
Almost like a rave.
Oh, well, it sounds like that.
Oh, here's where wasp scares the living freaking shit out of me.
Hey,
Yeah?
wait. Save me?
Look at that K2 meter, man.
Power Director AI will pull that sound out, but it pulls the voices out too. But we're trying.
Hurry, let's go.
Interesting.
Yeah, it totally works.
Really, I can make that. I'm doing the best I can, guys.
Miss, do you want us to leave the basement?
It's like going like someone's running. It's like really fast paced rhythm.
I'll try to slow
Right
it
there,
down.
the K2 meter went up again.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
Right there. Oh my God, dude. Wasp just touched me. And I'm in total freaking solitude. She goes, no mosquito.
I don't want to dance. I just want to bang on my drum all day.
So right there, I was describing that's the rhythm. The frequency kept changing, but it was like
Living humans are standing here with you.
Yep.
It's weird that she doesn't respond to us at all. It's like this is all residual energy.
Yeah, it's like a memory almost.
Well, was it responding to them before?
It was, yeah.
It sounds like a male's voice is trying to come through, but it's very digitized.
Yeah. Sometimes it comes out like a song. Oh, I know he can't hear us.
Are you scared to talk because he's coming in here? I don't think he's fully in here yet. I think it's safe to talk. And we're here to help anyways.
What did you ask her that she responded to? Or was it a woman, or do you know?
It seemed like it was the woman most of the time.
Yeah.
It seemed like either the woman or the other guy that was a part of the affair.
What did they ask her that she responded to?
There's mainly, it seemed like about the murder itself.
Look at that.
As
soon as they start talking about it.
And then, and then he did it.
And then did he chase you down here? No, he didn't. So we're assuming they got caught down here.
Miss, were you chased down here? Mrs., were you chased down here? Did you die down here? Are you trapped down here right now? Can you hear us at all?
What happened to your bodies when you all died?
It turns it like ashes. The ashes and dust. Yeah.
What happened to your spirits when you all died?
It's a secret.
Okay.
It's a secret place.
Oh.
Oh, yikes. Go yellows.
Whoa, guys. Let's do that again.
Holy crap.
Let's do that again, guys. So, yeah.
What did they ask her that she responded to? Or was it a woman, or do you know?
It seemed like there was the woman most of the time, or it seemed like either the woman or the other guy that was a part of the affair.
What did they ask her that she responded to?
There's mainly, it seemed like about the murder itself, because he kept saying splatter, splatter, and then he did it, and then did he chase you down here? No, he didn't. So we're assuming they got caught down here.
Miss, were you chased down here? Mrs., were you chased down here? Did you die down here? Are you trapped down here right now? Can you hear us?
What happened to your bodies when you all died?
What happened to your spirits when you all died?
It's a secret. It's a secret place.
Oh.
It was one phrase. It's a secret, or it's a secret place. Secret.
Okay.
Sure.
Look at that.
We have a theory they were not supposed to ask.
Female's voice.
Sure.
There's lots of things. Is it on these grounds?
Is your body buried on this property?
Rape? Stop listening.
Do you want Riz to
Stop listening.
Do you want Riz to take off the headphones?
Stop listening.
Stop listening, damn it.
Don't.
Is she talking to you?
Stop listening.
Stop listening.
Do you feel like she's talking to you or to us?
I'm fucking getting fucking freaked out.
Okay. Your son wants to have a turn, and I don't know how much more of this I can do. Do you want to trade or not trade, or what's going on?
You're gonna have to look at that. It's the audio recording.
It's really freaking us out.
I'm just saying what I can think, what I think I can make out.
So by the way, Mrs. Why don't you got the volume turned down? It's still recording. So if you're still talking in there, and I mean, don't say anything you're not supposed to say. Okay. All right, y'all can resume your discussion.
I heard sweet and then Jesus.
Praise Jesus.
Jesus.
Praise Jesus. Wow, guys, what did you all think, man?
That was really good.
That was very good.
Yep.
I liked it. It was good.
Next time we need to do it with a little bit of light. Otherwise, it's
Yeah,
very
like
good.
camera. If we could see
Yeah.
things, it might be a little better.
We need to get a green lens.
Green lens.
So I know other ghost hunters have a mode that looks like that, but I'm not sure what it is.
No, just I have there's a little rubber piece on my GoPro light, and I can buy different colors.
Okay.
So yeah, I can get a blue cover. I can get a green cover. Here, let me show you.
Program broke. Huh. Interesting. I was going to annoy y'all with sound effects, but it broke in the program. They don't want me to do it. Whatever. Screw you.
Stop listening. Stop listening.
Let me do
It was
sound
crazy, dude.
Look, it's got nothing. Crazy.
You got some more, Rose? Or is that where we go to my video of Kaden in the basement?
Yeah, that'd be a good idea. We got another basement.
You have some caveman in the basement?
Is it time for that?
So, I'm trying to show you what I'm talking about real quick.
Oh, the green light?
Yeah, I can't find it right now, but so yeah, there's different colored lens covers. There's different colored light covers. Here, let me share this one before you show Caveman's video.
Captain K.
Okay, God bless it. I hate it how you click on it and it's like gives you a side window. It's like give me the freaking website, bro. Yes, please. I have to scroll down to fucking visit the site. That's not productive. Yes, please show me the shit. Oh my God. Now it took me to their website. People also look for.
Hey, I'm mad, so I'm going to leave for like 2 seconds.
All right. You said you're mad?
Yeah, I know. I got to get it. I'm going to scream stuff, and then I'll be right back. Okay?
All right.
Hold down it for like 20 seconds.
Continue loading the green light video.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Yeah, I don't even know what's going on right now. Oh my goodness.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I was angry. Yeah. You ever get that way?
I get a little angry sometimes.
What do you do to get rid of your anger?
Well, that's my secret, Russell. I'm always angry.
Oh, so it's like a normal.
I'm one pissed off.
Just like every day, so it's no big deal.
Yeah, I am one pissed off motherfucker. Yeah, all the time.
So to us,
that's why I joke a lot.
Uncomfortable, but it's just like normal.
Better than being pissed on, unless you're into that.
I like
yeah.
It's a fight.
Okay, that was all so I could try to get my music back. Like StreamYard broke, and I want my music back. Dang it! Here we go.
Yeah, my sheet broke too. I'm gonna post that. I'm gonna post a link of the lenses in private chat. See what I'm talking about. So apparently, this one does not have a green one, but there's a yellow one in it. But yeah, this is just how we can do the filter next time. But also, I want one for the light. I couldn't find that one.
Cool.
Or I can just tape green tape on the light, and that'll be fine. You know.
Cool. That's what I do.
We can see.
Duct tape.
Why'd you? So, why are we angry? See, that's the question. Like when you asked how do I get rid of it, now I have to know why. I don't have to know what you're angry about, just why. What's the emotion?
Well, it built up from my childhood. After a while, it just weighs on you, and then it comes out as anger.
I've heard a lot of friends that have been there. Yeah.
That's how it goes. Caveman clip. Oh, I'm supposed to play something. Here we go. Share a video file. Which one?
Let's try.
You have to put yourself in the fight or flight mode. Is this worth fighting or flighting over? And if it's not worth fighting or flighting over, just have Jesus tell you to calm down.
Yep. Yeah, you know what? Honestly, Swan, faith is a big factor in me staying calm.
Yes, it would be ask Jesus to help you calm down. Don't tell him to do anything. You got me.
All right, here goes Caveman.
No, wait.
Okay, so he's already sitting there at the beginning of this clip. We're gonna go back one more video and see.
But he looks like.
No, we can end the session.
See, I see it. Okay, hold on. Remove.
Dang, K2 meter's going off like crazy.
And we're gonna do
We'll get back to it.
video file.
Basement one.
Is the moon in that shot behind my? Oh my gosh, that's beautiful.
No, we're still in the basement. This is the same scene, except I think when Rez's turn was done, his camera died, and then
I meant on the swing set scene.
Oh, it's stuck there.
It's all good.
Somewhere. I don't know where I got it.
Jairus.
Okay.
Hey, spotlight's
He's
on, like
getting hooked
TV
up back there.
Jairus Primo.
We got any sound?
It's going.
The sound is on? Can't hear nothing.
All the way on.
Okay, so K-Van's getting hooked up.
Yeah. So, Caveman wasn't really wearing equipment almost the entire night, so we had to like rig him up like a little cyborg.
Oh, like Sky. We did that with Sky.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing.
Unfortunately, I can't hear you. Let me try to turn it up. Oh, can you talk?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Are you talking?
Yeah, I'm talking.
I can't hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I can hear it, so it's pretty loud.
When you
So right here, guys, if y'all can't make it out, we're making sure that Caveman cannot hear us. We're trying to do the test legitimate, and you know,
can you tell us if it's a man
if you're
or
gonna
a
do it, you
woman
just fucking do it.
And then what they say?
Yes, if they tell me.
Well, you can hear it, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's real voices if we get any. Yeah. And then so as long as it's that same person, you don't need to say again. But then if a new person comes and you'll be like, it's a lady, I think a new person, or it's a guy.
Okay.
Right.
How's that doing? And you're still recording, right?
Oh, so we can't hear.
I am recording.
Okay, cool.
It's cooling down a little bit. It's about half a little bit.
I don't rush it since Wasp was recording, but as soon as you feel it's not like flaming hot, you're gonna
Looks
turn it back
clean
on.
there.
And then touch and swipe it, right?
Yeah, swipe it the camera.
Yeah, the basement wasn't as dingy as I thought it would be. It was the first floor that was the worst, or whatever ground level, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, the basement had that fog in it. That was weird.
Yeah, I didn't see that, man. But yeah, you and Texas.
Maybe I'll run it. I had the video copied, or maybe I can find. But yeah, I think it's going.
Recorder, I guess.
Damn.
And it was really, really good. I know it is.
Well, yeah, I remember you talking about it that night, and Texas Paranormal talked about it in their video on this.
I mean, ultimately,
But they also lost their footage.
like our experience.
Really?
Ah.
Yeah. Interesting, huh? Interesting.
Uh-huh.
That's very true.
No. So I can, it's internally recording, so later I'll be able to
Don't
do
do that.
a recording of everything.
I did not lose any footage at all. I just
like being able to
didn't
replay
know
it
that
a
I
bunch of
wasn't
times,
recording.
you get a lot better than just listening to it in live time. So we might later get more answers than we understood at first. And you can also say,
Private chat.
I don't understand, you know, they're talking, but I don't understand it.
What's Riz?
Yeah, I've heard that too. Yeah.
It's a woman talking, but I don't understand it.
All right, so I'm gonna turn up to where I know I can't hear you guys anymore.
Okay, and then kill the light and we'll start asking questions.
Cigarette action.
And burn the camera.
I have an excellent case on that
I'm
phone.
just gonna sit here.
And we will ask questions. And we'll come touch your shoulder when...
Yeah, see, now we learned, we need to talk about touching when you're in the Estes method.
Things pulling on his.
Well, that's gunshot sound effect. Like pulling Russell here. Let's go.
Well, like, honestly, like, I almost punched Wasp. I don't know if you guys could tell in the video, but I almost punched her, and I quickly realized, oh, that's Wasp.
Oh, that would have sucked. That would suck super bad because you can't see anything.
Fucking Russell.
What? I was just, you gotta do something.
But yeah, she scared the living shit out of me, dude.
Is there anyone in here with us? When I ask a question, can you like wait 30 seconds and then ask a question and then I'll go again?
Yeah. We're back from earlier. Do you remember us? It's been a constant loud, and then it went.
Yeah. Oh, I heard something. I heard.
Oh, I thought it was two K2s, but it's a reflection.
With my ears. Yeah.
Did you hear what she said?
No, it was like.
Please help me.
Yeah, it was like a cry.
Need more ghosts.
I wish I could. You want me to pray for you?
More ghosts. I was just, this criticize.
Are you stuck here?
Hey, can you come look at this?
Boom.
Oh, okay. We get an energy surge. Can you see this like artifact here?
Yeah, everybody, when those go off, they don't go off like that kind of normally.
Can
Because
you
you got to have
move
a
that
big
can
energy
see
thing
this-
or a big
if it
electricity.
changes
Like
anything?
they'll go off on
Move
a
that
cell
can.
phone if you put it on there. Or a TV.
I
So it takes a
still
lot
get
to
the
set them off.
Yeah, and it
I don't know if
a
it's related
surge,
to
like a
these
surge
lights,
of
but
energy.
my camera.
So if it was by something that was electronically affecting it, like our cell phones, it would be
I
going
mean,
off
it's
the
the
entire
same
time.
color, you know, so.
Yeah, and they can go forever without going off because it takes.
Well, are we seeing a pair of eyes in my camera?
It's just an artifact somehow, some way.
Whee!
It hasn't been making that artifact until we got to the basement.
Is there anything you want to tell us?
To the person who said, please help me. What's
Oh,
your
this is
name?
back to my Estes method.
Huh. Are we in video 2 or video 3?
2, I think.
Skip forward.
It'll go really. But I can't tell if that's outside or not.
Yeah, we've had a lot of green dot
No.
footage.
What do you mean outside? You can't hear me.
Hey,
You turn it
see
off.
something there. Let's get out of here.
Good man after all. I did.
Should we tell him to turn it down? Are you in America? I feel a mosquito too, darn, I scratched it before I should. I should have looked at it with the light.
Okay, next
On to
one.
basement next.
Was that the wrong video?
No, basement 2. No, not 3. Or yeah, no.
Okay, Wasp has to go upstairs
We
to
already
get her
did
car
that.
fixed.
We watched.
We already
Trust
watched.
me, number 2.
Myself.
No, because
And-
in this one I've gone upstairs to meet the guy about the tire. Just that you weren't even there.
This one?
Number 2. Okay.
No, this is that short
It
one.
doesn't look very long.
No, we can end the session.
Huh. Maybe I missed a big piece of it.
As the lights are going off, dang.
Yeah, we should be good. We'll do like 5 more minutes
Damn.
down here, and then we'll. All right, see you topside.
Was that part 3?
Mm-hmm. Oh, we did 3 already. That's the black stuff.
Oh, well.
Did we? Press
Yep.
3 again. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
We did.
There should be more than like 2 minutes of caveman.
Yeah.
And we just did that one.
Okay, Wasp has
Lots
to
of green
go.
lights.
Okay, this is the one that I'm not in because I went upstairs, but they're down in the basement by themselves, and I haven't seen this.
It's just
Go
a green.
back.
It's just a green light.
Are still down here talking with you.
Oh, here we go.
I am asking questions, and if you want to answer them, Caveman will hear them. Do you want to answer some questions?
It got quiet and got digitalized again.
Are you one of the men?
Faster.
I really would like to talk to one of the men. It seems like both men don't want to talk about this.
Oh, lost one.
Last one.
I would like to hear from one of the men.
Look at that.
Were you two guys high school buddies? Were one of y'all new to town?
It's like they're trying to communicate, but it's like not going through the
I keep hearing what I think is "save me," but it's like real wispy. It's like high pitched.
And y'all saw when he answered that, it went real high, went dark, went real high again, and went real high again.
Distorted sounds again.
We want to save you. How can we save you? Is there anything we can do to save you?
Blinking.
Can you please tell us what we can do to try to save you?
that seemed like trauma right there, right?
They want tacos.
Oh, they reacted.
If you answered the question, can you please try to tell my son one more time through that radio? We have to go upstairs and check on our women.
Check this out.
Because we respect and take care of our women.
Woo!
I'm going to give you one more chance
I think that was a hello, but I couldn't tell male or female.
Oh, well, hello. We respect women. That's why we came down here to talk to you. We heard about your story and we thought that was quite tragic. And we want to do anything we can to help you do as well as you can in these circumstances.
Save me.
Can we save you?
Look at that shit.
He's here.
He's here.
If he's here, how do we stop him?
Silence on the KP.
Miss Lady, we will be talking with you very soon, shortly.
Save me.
How can we save
me.
you?
Husband? I'm not sure about that one.
I'm going to end this so we can check on our women. We love you, we care about you, and we will return very soon. Thank you for this experience. It was really nice talking with you. We're going to figure this out. We won't leave you. We just have to figure this out. That's it.
I didn't hear too many voices, but
You got some good stuff going on, dude. I don't know how to,
Crazy stuff, huh?
Yep. Well, I guess we can return to Art Bell.
Well, I've got one more for you. I've got a few more for you.
Well, we'll do one more. Pick out the best one,
All
and then we'll do Art Bell.
All right, fine. I'll pick the best one.
Pick the best one. The one that's going to scare us.
All right.
I can see Sky in the bed over there. Hey, Sky.
So here we are, guys, at the when they're doing a spirit box sesh. Desk here. Some of the stuff is kind of decrepit.
I'm just checking it right now.
Down, as you can see. As you can see.
This is the one.
As you can see.
The shrieking ghost.
Oh, y'all can hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all heard that?
Yeah, but we
That
can't
sucks.
see it.
Yeah, we can just hear it.
Why would you do that, StreamYard? I'm not sharing shit. All right, here we go.
I got hold on. It's been picky.
Yes, sir. Yeah. All right, here we are.
So here we are, guys, at the
are.
infamous Yorktown Memorial Hospital. This is the children's wing. We're going to be checking out a little bit later. We've been here, I don't know, a good 30, 45 minutes, and as soon as we walked in, I feel a great pressure right here at this. Oh, and there's something going on down there.
There was clunking already going on down there.
Something already going on down there. But I felt a great pressure right back here.
Oh, you can hear it go again.
30, 45 minutes, and as soon as we walked in, I feel a great pressure right here at this. Oh, and there's something going on down there. Something already going on down there.
Hear that knock?
But I felt a great pressure right back here at this crossway. So this way is the adult wing. Here's the chapel. The guys are of Texas Paranormal are in there doing a spirit box sesh. This way is the children's wing. And here's the main entrance, but right when I got it right about here, right at the nurse's desk here. And here's the stuff that I'm really worried about here. We don't need to be messing with any of that stuff. Some of the stuff is kind of decrepit, it's fallen down, as you can see.
There's a lot of voices in there. Shit.
As you can see.
Back it up a little bit. Before that, I heard a female.
As you can see.
I was right next to all this too.
You were in this.
Is that? And here's the stuff that I'm really worried about here. We don't need to be messing with any of that stuff. Some of the stuff is kind of decrepit, it's fallen down, as you can see.
Chris, did you watch Texas Paranormal episode? I think it might have been right at that same intersection where you're standing.
No, they were in the chapel. Let's go back and watch the video again.
Well, no. Did you watch the episode that they put out using the footage from Yorktown?
I've seen some of it, yes.
Okay, so like 1/3 of it, to my memory, is the main guy standing in the intersection, possibly right where you were standing, but he's going, wear headphones and listen to all these EVPs. He's not using a spirit box. It's just like behind him talking, there's a lot of blips of women talking.
Okay, yeah. And this,
kind of hearing that behind you as well. I don't have headphones on though.
well, that was Teresa.
Okay.
Yeah.
See?
But yeah, I heard it the first time too, and I was like, wait a second. And then I asked her, and she goes, oh yeah, that was me. I was talking with Caveman.
Oh.
Yeah,
this
see,
way is the children's wing. But I felt a great pressure. We've been here, I don't know, a good 30, 45 minutes, and as soon as we walked in, I feel like a great
I wish it would
pressure
show me the
right
damn
here at this
frames.
Oh, and there's something going on down there. Something already going on down there. But I felt a great pressure right back here at this crossway. So this way is the adult wing.
I got it back.
Here's the chapel.
The guys are in there.
The guys are of Texas Paranormal are in there doing a spirit box sesh.
No, did you
This way
hear
is the
it
children's
right
wing.
behind you just then?
And here's the main entrance, but right when I got it right about here.
What's that?
I heard it behind you just then. I don't know if that's Teresa. I mean, it's nothing I can discern that she's saying. But if you got headphones and listen to the original real close, you might be able to make out words that are not Teresa.
Interesting.
So this way is the adult wing. Here's the chapel. The guys are of Texas Paranormal are in there doing a spirit box sesh. This way is the children's wing. And here's the main entrance, but right when I got it right about here.
Wow. Yeah, I'm not hearing it.
Something already going on down there.
Right
But I
there.
felt a great pressure right back here.
At like
At this
23,
crossway. So this way is
23,
the
24.
something already going on down there. But I felt a great pressure right back here at this crossway. So this way is the adult wing. Here's the chapel.
Yeah, I'm not hearing it.
Interesting.
Something already going on down there. But I felt a great pressure right back here at this crossway. So this way is the adult wing. Here's the chapel. The guys are of Texas Paranormal are in there doing a spirit box sesh.
And then again at like 34.
All right. Now you gotta
Here's
make me get my headphones
right
on.
right about here.
Hold on, I'll be right back. Let me just change this. Russell, so I can try to hear the voice that Wasp was talking about?
It should be dead, hopefully.
All right, thank you.
Ooh, there's something going on down here. Something already going on down there. But I felt a great pressure right back here at this crossway. So this way is the adult wing. Here's the chapel. The guys are of Texas Paranormal in there doing a spirit box sesh. This way is the children's wing. And here's the main entrance, but right when I got it right about here.
Yeah, I just heard Russell and T talking.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay.
You can hear it now.
Yeah, I was right next to there, so yeah.
Yeah.
Right, the nurses. Desk here. And here's the stuff that I'm really worried about here. You don't need to be messing with any of that stuff. Some of the stuff is kind of decrepit, falling down. As you can see. As you can see. As you can see.
The fuck was that, y'all?
It is a very ghostly screech.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And it went right through me. If y'all can't tell, I skipped ahead like 10 feet, but it went right through my left shoulder and down through under my right armpit. I felt the energy go that way, and then the sound went into the room. You really can't tell so much on the way the GoPro picked it up, but yeah,
Do we back up and look for orbs?
yeah. The whole thing, or right here?
What second marker is the screech? I forget.
It's right about here.
All right.
All right, here we go. And that is why I did the slow mo.
Desk here. And here's the stuff that I'm really worried about here. We don't need to be messing with any of that stuff. Some of the stuff is kind of decrepit, falling down. As you can see. As you can see.
No, I don't see anything. Interesting.
So let me go right here.
As you can see.
So it's coming in from like behind me, but like through me, right about this angle from the other side of the hallway. And I'll show you here on camera where that room was that it came out of.
As you can see. Was that y'all? Wow. I don't know. It was right in here though. It was like, yeah. Ooh, I hope I got that on camera. They're doing a spirit box reading down here, and when I passed right here, I'm doing a little.
I thought you opened the door like.
Yeah, it happened in here.
And it's going off like.
We're gonna be doing mine in a couple hours.
Awesome.
Is it a blues
Right. Oh, sorry.
hat?
Gosh, in that hospital, it was.
I was having a flash.
Little 10 by 14 foot room had its own bathroom, and all those bathrooms were so nasty.
It was not a clean.
It was gross.
We're gonna be doing mine.
So it came out of up here, but like behind, up by the ceiling, but behind the doorway. It was almost like it came through the header of the doorway and then right through me. It was the craziest thing, man. And what were you talking about, Wasp?
I said I remember along that corridor, every little 10 by 14 foot room had its own bathroom, and all those bathrooms were so nasty.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Yuck. Memorably disgusting.
Yes.
Definitely not a.
What's memorable to me is a phantom freaking flew through me. That's
Oh,
what's
yes.
memorable to me. I fucking didn't care about the goddamn toilets. I wasn't caring about the goddamn toilets.
Preach.
Yeah, I heard it shrieking too. You could hear it loud. That's weird.
Well, everybody came running. Everyone came running.
Yeah, it's really weird. Well, I'm going to start back Art Bell here pretty soon. Wow. There.
So that 38 streaming. Amazing.
The hell? That's what it is. Huh. Well, hold on a second. What happened there? Like here. He's missing. Why is he missing? I'll play another one. Okay. Oh, Rez, we can't hear you. Oh, we're not supposed to hear you, are we? Okay.
I think we are. I don't know.
Now we'll hear you.
He took off the headphones. He was muffled. When he was
It's
wearing
the
them.
headphones thing, maybe. Okay. Well, anyway, sorry about that. Let's get Art Bell going.
Hello.
Oh, there he is.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Yeah. So I have so much more. I have so much more to show you guys. So I'll get those videos together.
Woohoo!
Yeah, cool. Let's hold on. I'm not ready for that yet. Are you
And
here?
Russell can get all bored and shit because he's not a scientist, but you know.
I'm totally a scientist. I'm the most scientist guy ever. We're about somewhere in here. Let's see. 6 hours left. It'll be like 9 in the morning.
Wasn't that crazy, Swan?
Where's Swan?
I've seen a lot of shit, but I've never experienced something like that ever in my life. That was something else.
She's hiding in comments. Well,
She said that's wicked.
I would just like to say that was awesome.
Yeah.
We will do it again. Do it again.
Oh, tell us about Comanche Hill.
Comanche Hill.
Does this stay open till 9? Because it'll definitely be dark at like 7:30, closer to Christmas.
So for Comanche Hill, if you want to do it right, we're gonna have to ask for permission to go there past the hours.
At what time is the hours end?
Well, I forget because some parks stayed at COVID hours and some parks went back to 11.
Well, if it stays open till 9, we could probably get at least like an hour of dark in the winter.
The cops do not fuck around right there. It's a very small parking lot right off of Main Street. And if you're there past curfew, you are getting harassed and ticketed. And I said that correctly. Harassed and ticketed.
Well, we can find out what curfew is.
But if we just call the city and say, hey, we're ghost hunters, we want to go and check it out, you know.
And do that.
And then all we got to do is give them our license plates, and then they'll know not to fuck with us. It should be that simple.
Yeah, it works every time.
Okay, so the history that I know of Comanche Hill is it was basically the Comanches' last stand here in San Antonio. It was their lookout, and there's actually a bunch of piles of rock, very placed. And so we were going through them looking for fossils, and we realized, oh my God, this is Indian burial ground. Holy shit. That's first of all. Now, second of all, a philanthropist in this area bought the land and bought a castle from Europe and had it moved stone by stone here to rebuild it for his son. And he got 2 towers built, and basically the main the footstone, you know, the main plot, whatever. And his son got a divorce and self-deleted.
Wow.
And so ever since then, it was abandoned. and there's been a lot of sacrifices.
There's one last thing before we go. The whole video and everything.
Stepped over everyone I know. Well, if you've had a long day just sitting on the couch, it's time to go to Russell's house.
Awesome.
I went to Russell's house, he got home and kids are happy. Well,
Reminds me of my afternoon school special or something from the 70s or 80s. 70s, I guess I'm from the 70s, yeah.
I guess you know what, Swan?
60s, some of the 60s.
Swan, that's exactly where I got it from.
That's kind of what I
kinda
absolutely
took it,
adore it.
So I totally had a shit day. I went to work and realized that I didn't quite understand what I needed to have for work. So the whole day was a damn loss. I came back home, sat on the couch trying to figure out how to fix my freaking stupid life. And then Russell came on. And it just fucking came to me, and I instantly went to PBS,
That's back when my channel was a happy channel.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, the whole song is a true story.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Oh, breaking news.
Yeah, breaking news. Art Bell's about to start pretty soon.
All right, rock and roll.
So, no, thanks for being here, buddy. This was awesome.
Heck yeah, man.
Happy Thanksgiving to everybody. Oh, wait. It's not holiday.
Happy Thanks Halloween.
So, happy Halloween. I hope everyone had a lot of candy. And, yeah. Thanks for
Dia
being
de
here.
los Muertos is on the 6th, I believe, or the 7th.
For all of you, yeah. Take the kids.
Yep. So, Halloween celebration.
And I'm sorry.
We were going to, but I could easily be convinced. But we were going back to Art Bell because I figured people might want to watch him. That's what the title says.
Yeah,
But I'm sorry.
I'm tired too.
Yeah, I just figured everyone Art Bell. That's kind of what you want.
It's all good. I misunderstood. I thought you were going till 6 in the morning.
Oh well, it is.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, not necessarily.
3:08 a.m.
Cattle, gotcha.
Yeah, not with me driving the show. Maybe not. Okay, back to what we were doing. Bye, everybody. Have a great night. Thanks for watching this thing. It's sorry we chased off a whole bunch, but thanks for listening.
See you guys. Happy Halloween.
See y'all. Bye, y'all.
You really could make your pact with the devil quietly, silently, and all by yourself, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Can a curse cause somebody to be possessed?
That is becoming more common than people think.
Y'all are all still here. Hey.
Because a curse would be put on someone by one who would be perfectly possessed, someone who has dedicated themselves to working totally against God, working with Satan, has invited him into their life, and it is in that relationship that Satan, the devil, tries to get them to do more and more of his work, which they are usually most willing to go along with. Occasionally there does come the time when they can go no farther. And that's probably when we get called in, because now they will fight against that relationship.
Okay, if I might. So if we consider, for example, somebody who's perfectly possessed, and I don't know, their deal with the devil was, I want to rise to the top of my business, and somebody gets in their way, that perfectly possessed person could, in effect, put a curse against somebody in their way and have something bad happen to them.
Yes, to do that, they would usually have to first develop a friendship with that person. It usually starts, they actually are trying to get them on board with themselves, with Satan. So it is maybe a mentoring or some sort of relationship that is developed as like a friendship.
Mm-hmm.
But in the course of that, they also want to make sure that that friendship is maintained. And so they want to get a personal object of that person, something very special to them.
Wow.
Or else they could also give something to that person that that person would consider to be very special. And so that forges the bond between the person. So you have to establish that first. And then it's usually only when that person turns away from them then that they use that object to form a curse. And it's kind of to get them back, to intimidate them, to scare them. But usually it has the opposite effect. It drives them further away. But that's and it takes a ritual, to come to do that. So that's why you have to be perfectly possessed.
Father, you know,
do a ritual that way.
Right. What you have described, particularly involving the personal object or maybe a lock of hair or whatever, and then a ritual. This sounds. I have interviewed witches on the air, Father. Probably not to my credit, but I do interview witches, and frankly, that is exactly what they say that they need to do their job of some kind of spiritual warfare, they call it. That sound about right?
Yeah, so it is the sending of some demon to them. Now, it's a demon that's already they are tied with, and that demon will bother them, until they would have it be sent to someone else.
Ooh.
So,
okay. We also have talked on this program about the next thing, and that is generational curses. People claim that they have generations of their family that have had curses laid on them. This happens. It is effective.
yeah, that would be like from mother to daughter, usually. That's the usual way, mother to son. Occasionally father, to child as well. But it seems, tends to be women more pass that on
Really?
to their children. And it is usually those that are involved in occult type of practices, Santeria, voodoo, things like that.
Would it be your view, Father, that people who toy around with things like Ouija boards are possibly calling forth things they're not going to be so happy that come?
Yeah, so that's the second way of kind of inviting a demon into your life. Now, they can never... There's the normal way that any devil, demon comes to a person, and that's through what's normally allowed by God is temptation. Any demon could tempt you, and that's pretty much putting an idea in your head. They speak to us telepathically that way. So you get this strange idea in your head, and that any person is open to that experience. To go further, then it would need an invitation on our part to invite a demon more into our lives beyond that. And so Ouija boards, tarot cards, palm reading, fortune telling, those kind of occult practices, seances, they are ways to open up our lives to having a demon to have further control in it. Now, a lot of times curiosity is the first thing that kind of gets people to go into that, and probably the best thing to happen to a person would be they get scared of that and never touch it again.
Right.
But the demon working that doesn't really want that experience. They want to intrigue us and entice us and encourage us to go further and further with them. But it does have, that's kind of the risk they take. When they kind of see something happening, either the person will get scared and stop it, or get intrigued and get more involved in it. And so that's where it starts to begin. We open the door to them in our lives. But once you open that door, they don't. We lose control on when we could tell them to leave, because now they kind of have taken control. We have given them that opportunity. And so when we don't want them anymore, they're going to fight that. And that's, again, when we kind of get called, is because they want us to get more and more involved in their business, their life. And when we don't want it, we want to break it, then they're going to go from kind of a friendship type of thing to an attack and turn on us, to intimidate us, so they'll go from enticement to fear.
Right. Father, have you ever, how long have you been a priest now? How many years?
32 years.
32 years. In that time, have you ever had weak moments in your own faith, or have you felt your faith challenged? That's a hard question. You can say, I'd rather not answer that.
Yeah. I mean, there are always challenges, but I don't think anything that was really... I guess probably the biggest time would have been when I did lead the seminary. There was... I had a girlfriend, and so I left the seminary my sophomore year in college, and so I had to deal with that. And but I did come, and ended up seeing that I was called to be a priest, and came back. But that was a difficult time.
Boy, that must have been rough. Indeed, very rough. And it was sort of an impertinent question. I probably shouldn't have asked, but as we go on tonight, it may be that people will understand the reason for it. I think you've also had opportunities to see your faith strengthened enormously, and we'll talk about that. And the reason I asked him about his faith was, without going into the details of the exorcism yet, we'll get to that, it just seems to me that coming face to face with whatever it is you came to face with, the devil or a demon, that would be actually a faith-affirming moment. Would that be right, Father?
Oh, yes, definitely, because dealing with a demon, they have an intelligence that is far superior to ours and very manipulative, and so we do have to have it based on a faith in God, who is more powerful, or else we would come to think that without that what we are facing is the most powerful thing we ever seen.
Yes.
But knowing that God is more powerful, it is that protection that enables us to carry out that.
I mean, if anybody ever doubted God, certainly coming face to face with the demon or with the devil, that would do the trick, it seems to me. Anyway, before we move on, Father, today something awful happened again up in Oregon at a community college, and a guy went in with a rifle of some kind and shot apparently 9 dead, maybe 20 wounded. And our president came on and talked to the nation about it, and you could see that our president was very dejected, and it is, I completely understand, it is so mystifying to me and so many others when this sort of thing happens, and again, and again, and again, and again, and it's almost like something, I mean, there was a quote on social media, Father, that said the guy said something like, it's the only way I'll ever get in the news. Yeah. And so the other thing Father Malachi Martin said is that possession is up hundreds of % in New York City and nationwide, he thought, as well. And, I'm not sure where else we go for an explanation. I'm not the gun lobby, but, Father, it's not the guns. It's people's decisions to use them that's going on here. It's mental health. Or maybe it's what we're talking about. What do you think?
Yeah, the devil does have all kinds of tools that get us into his world, which is hatred of mankind. And in my particular case, an exorcism, which is a ritual, pretty much only works against evils that were ritualized in, as we were talking about curses and Ouija boards and playing with the occult and things like that.
That's right.
But he also has many other tools that are more, say, normal, but exorcism wouldn't work on that. But they do take possession of the person, from beginning with different addictions like alcohol, gambling, sex addiction, also video games, and those types of things also kind of take possession of the person slowly but surely. And they start out perhaps maybe as good things. There's, whenever anything is done in moderation, it's a good or the purpose that was designed by God, because God does give us good things, or enable us to create good things to kind of let loose the endorphins that He created in us to help us to get that little oomph so that we could do difficult things that are responsibilities.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's nice to have a nice balance between those things. So where there's things we like to do that help us to do the responsibilities or duties that we also need to carry out. And to have that nice balance in life is very good. But the problem with addictions and such, with endorphins and such, is there's a law of diminishing returns.
Oh, yes.
And so we think to do it again is going to, keep that high going, but it diminishes, and that's in God's design, because it's only those things are just there to give us a boost, to help us deal with the more difficult, normal things of life that we have to deal with, and so they don't get us down completely. And so, but when we just go and do them over and over and over, then that defeats the purpose. And so it's not putting the little spice of life in each little, in these things that we enjoy doing to enable us to live, and do the things that God also wants us to do, which are sometimes difficult, the daily drudgeries.
All right, but Father, this thing of people just suddenly deciding to walk into schools and kill children.
Yeah.
There's something going on here that's way, way beyond my understanding.
Yeah, that's probably something, we need to see what does lead people to that, because it does have to, something brought about a meaninglessness in their life, that all of a sudden, that's a long thing that Satan had to do to drag a person down into thinking that, their life is meaningless, and the only thing that's left for them to do is to kill a whole mess of people so they could get on the news. I mean, for a person to come to that level, it takes a long, long time.
One would think. Or is it possible? Is it possible that a demon can grab somebody's thoughts, maybe a person who's already weak due to one of the things that you described, and put the thought in their mind to just go and do this horrid kind of thing?
Yeah. So it does, they would have to lose the purpose that God had for them in their life. And so it is something that seemed to be a good that has taken hold of them. And the more it takes hold of them, and the more it keeps them away from doing what God wants them to do. And so all of a sudden their life turns to be meaningless, and and they kind of get into despair, and there's nowhere else to turn, and then there's a hatred of themselves, and that turns to hatred toward others, and so it is the very process a demon, a devil uses to get us into a hell, away from God so much that all of a sudden there doesn't seem to be anything else out there except what he suggests. Now, but the person has to be brought to that point before they would do something like that.
So that's a process you're describing. It's not instant. It's a process.
No, it's a long, so that just didn't happen overnight. It's not like, we get to be tempted. Oh, let's go to the school and take our gun and shoot everyone.
Yes.
That doesn't happen. For a person to get to that point, the devil has been working on them a long time, slowly taking possession. Now, we always have free will, and we're always free to come to get away from that. But there does come to see this cycling darkness that, as we get involved in something over and over and over to the point that we're no longer doing what God created us to do, and we're, and it seems this dark, hopeless thing that we finally come to the point where the devil wanted us to do this type of thing. And so I think we do need to see when a person is cycling down,
there's my point.
Get them out of that.
Yeah, why doesn't somebody see this cycling? Either parents or friends or fellow students, or my gosh, somebody has got to be seeing this go on. If you say it's a process, the long process you talk about, I don't know. There's no answers that make any sense to me. To what end, Father, do demons possess the living? In other words, what is the point to the demon? Why are they jealous? Do they want to have physical bodies, or feel they have physical bodies, or what? Why?
It probably goes all the way back to the very beginning, because a demon is a fallen angel, and in the very beginning, the Book of Genesis doesn't really speak about the creation of angels, but we kind of have a hint of it in the first verse, that in the beginning, when God created heaven and the earth, there was this formless void. There was this chaos. And it's before the visible universe was created with the light. And so there was the creation of the invisible universe of the spirits created in God's image and likeness, but they didn't really have anything to do. So it's kind of chaotic. They're free will, but they're kind of just bumping into, have nothing to do, kind of bumping into each other. So it's kind of a chaotic mess. And so God now will create the visible universe, and so He created light, and the first person who carried out the light is Lucifer, who means light bearer. And so he was the highest, the first creature given a job to take care of the light, to bear it. And then God gave other commands, and then then all the angels, the whole invisible creation now became involved in the visible creation, and we're involved in all kinds of things.
You're saying at the beginning now, let me get this straight, at the beginning Lucifer was the keeper of light.
Yeah, so Lucifer was the highest of the angels, so he carried out the very first task of God, the very first order command. So God said, let there be light, and there was light. So God created the light, and Lucifer bore that light, carried it.
Lucifer doesn't have that light anymore, though, right?
No. Now, he considered himself to be, he knew he was the greatest. He was the first asked by God, and so he had that idea that he's the greatest. Then when God created, and then there was now everything went from good to very good with the creation of man in his image and likeness. He then, when God rested, and creation was complete. He then gave Lucifer the second command, and he wanted him to now take care of man, to be his guardian angel, to be the guardian angel of Adam.
Really?
Now, that was very insulting to him because he felt he was the greatest of creatures, and man was kind of the, even though he was created in God's image and likeness. And there was also one thing that Lucifer's a little bit jealous of, too, was that man was given the command to be fruitful and multiply. He could reproduce like all the other living things of God's creation can reproduce. An angel can't, so that they can't reproduce. So
contrary to what many people think, the devil, Lucifer, cannot reproduce or do anything with a human woman.
Now, actually, in Genesis, there was a suggestion that there was this that created the flood. Was that actually Lucifer? Before I get into that, let me just kind of complete the thought.
Go ahead.
Because he felt that man, which was a lesser creature than himself, should serve him, instead of what God was asking him to serve man. So he had an idea that of a master-slave relationship is the proper order for creation. Well, God, as a father, had the idea that his order is that the greater serves the lesser. So it's a father, son, parent, child, a mother taking care of a baby type of a relationship. And so it was these two mentalities that now came in conflict. Now, when Lucifer refused to do that, he was now going to show God who's boss, and he was going to, not do what God wanted, but what he was going to enslave man. And so he was going to turn man away from God, away from his command, and have him do his bidding. And so, and when he came to actually lower himself, so he went from being the highest creature to now lowering himself to kind of crawling on the earth and embracing the earth and taking over the earth, so to speak. But that was and eating its dust and all this kind of stuff. So he lowered and he ceased to be that angel of light and now became a serpent, now became crawling on the ground. But it was, again, so that mankind would also would also lose what God designed for it and come to join him in the same way. And so that would begin the great battle. And so it went from a relationship of love to one of domination. And so, and that would be, mankind would kind of give into that. Then once Lucifer, Satan saw that he no longer had his high position, and he was jealous, became jealous and hateful of man, because now man seemed to be able to do something he couldn't do, which was reproduce. And so now he had to come up with a way to try to reproduce using man, cooperation. And so it seemed like he formed what is known as the Nephilim, which is a race of giants that made mankind so evil. And it's kind of in ancient times, medieval times, there would be demons that were known as incubus and incubi and succubi.
Right.
So the incubus is one who would attack a female, and a succubi is one who attack a male. So he seemed to kind of do what I think in our modern times we see this activity more as aliens, extraterrestrials doing this, but where he would come to take the seed of man, the sperm of man, join it with an egg of a woman, and implant it in the woman so that the woman would give birth to a child, but outside of the plan of God. And so instead of God implanting a human soul in that, he could enter into that and be take that body, possession of that body. And so there came to be that race of giants, these demonized human beings that started to grow up, which corrupted the world so bad that God had to destroy it and start again from scratch with Noah and such.
All right. And I guess it'll bother me until the day I die, but John Lear said, Art, when you die, you're going to see the light, and there's going to be darkness, and you're going to have a choice to make. And he said, don't go to the light, it's a trick. That's bothered me ever since I heard it, Father.
When you die? No. Actually, you want to go to the light, which is toward God.
Long as Lucifer doesn't have it anymore.
No.
Oh, good.
He lost that.
That's good.
Yeah.
All right. Let's move on. I mean, here you are, a priest, and you get a call, apparently, from, is it the Ammons family? Is that correct?
Ammons.
Ammons. Okay, Ammons family. That's a long A. Okay. Ammons family, and they wanted your help. And why did they want your help? What was going on?
Yeah, I kind of got involved in all this by accident. I cover for the Catholic priest chaplain who works in the two Methodist hospitals in our area, one in Gary, one in Maryville, next door. And his days off are Friday and Saturday. And so I usually get called in for emergencies.
Right.
And so on the Friday, April 20th, 2012, I was doing what I normally do on Friday morning as my Bible study class. Mm-hmm. And I got the call from the Methodist Hospital in Gary from the chaplain who asked me to come over to do an exorcism. And I said, why's that? And he mentioned that this 9-year-old boy was seen by several professional staff people walking up the wall backwards and flipping over his grandmother, and they ran out of the room, and they got the security to look in that. The security then called the police. They called the chaplain.
Would you mind rolling over that again? You said that he was walking up a wall backward?
Backwards, yeah. So the way it happened, it was the Child Protective Services were noticing that the children, the 3 children, were missing school a lot, and sometimes when they were at school, they would have things like bloody noses, bloody gums, and different things. And so there was a lot of suspicion that something wasn't right at home.
Right.
And so they kind of got involved and asked, and it was the mother and grandmother were kind of watching over the children. Sure. And so they took them to their doctor to have them examine the children.
Yes.
And to see what's wrong.
Family doctor, right?
The family doctor.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so in that doctor's office, it first of all started with what would happen is this demon would jump from one child to the other. and so it would affect one child, and then do crazy things, and then jump to the next one, and continue probably to do about similar type of things. And
yeah,
so,
walking up a wall backwards, that's movie stuff. I mean, do you have other people who saw this happen, witnesses?
yeah, there's a couple of professional witnesses. One was the child protective agent, and the other one was a psychological nurse, and I think a psychiatric doctor also saw the same thing. So they were, that was at the hospital in the emergency room, which they took the children to after the doctor's office. Because in the doctor's office, one boy was picked up and thrown into the wall.
What?
And before that, they were kind of growling and saying everyone must die, very grovelly voice. And
Father, hold on.
Their eyes were rolling.
Right. Oh, no. I'm getting this, Father. Just stop for a second. It's a 9-year-old boy we're talking about right now. How many children totally?
There's 3 children.
3?
The 2 boys are they were right in the time of their birthdays. So it was like one was like 7 turning to 8. The other one was 9 turning to 10. And then one was the girl was the oldest, was 11 turning to 12. Their birthdays were right around that time.
7, 9, and 11. Okay. And you're saying that this demon jumped between all of these children back and forth?
Yeah, it would kind of jump from one to the other when it was active. And it also, we originally found it stemmed from the mother, but no one kind of knew it at that time. And so when one boy got thrown against the wall, he would kind of fall asleep, and they couldn't wake him up.
Father, do you mean up into the air and up against the wall like that?
Yeah, they saw him be picked up, thrown to the wall, and knocked down, and then he kind of fell. Then he would be unconscious.
Right.
And then the second boy was also kind of acting strange. Now he was kind of saying things, everyone must die, and growling and such, and then he kind of fell asleep, went unconscious. But they couldn't wake them up, the boys, and also the doctor, when he was seeing all this, he said, I have no idea what all this is. This is beyond my capacity. We got to call the ambulance. So they got 2 ambulances to take the 2 boys to the emergency room at the hospital. And
7-year-old and the 9-year-old.
So they went and it didn't seem to, I think the girl was there, but she didn't seem to be affected at that time. It seemed like they brought, the first thing happened to one boy, the next thing happened to the other boy, and then that's when they called the emergency, the ambulance.
Well, sure, yeah. I can only imagine a family doctor in his office seeing all this go on. It would be hands up, hands off, take them away.
Yeah. And I think the girl went with the mother and grandmother, and they followed the ambulance. The child protective servant agent also went over there. Now, when they got to the emergency room, the youngest boy it was going berserk, and so it took 5 guys to hold him down. They tried to restrain him and all that. And I think they ended up finally sedating him, and they kept him overnight for observation.
Sure.
And so it would be the next morning, the family would come back, the grandmother, mother, and also the girl would also come back. And in the morning, again, the one boy was kind of always talking about this boy, his friend. Now he would see this boy in the closet at their home that would talk to him about what it's like to die, what it's like to be killed. And so So, and then all of a sudden he'll start growling, and then again, you go uncontrollable, and then it take again like 5 guys to try to hold him down, and then they'll try to strap him into the bed and into the gurney and all that, and sedate him. Then it jumped. Then it kind of jumped to the other boy in the other observation room.
The 9-year-old.
So the 7-year-old was with the mother, and then it jumped into the other boy in the other room. This is the 9-year-old, and he was with his grandmother, and now he started acting strange. Now this is so that you had staff in these 2 rooms, okay?
Sure.
So, and all of a sudden, when the 9-year-old started acting strange, he would start growling. He would start like hitting his grandmother with headbutting her in her stomach, and says it's now time to die, and then she would try to coax him back, calling his name, and she was holding on to his hands, and as she was trying to coax him back, calling his name, she was backing him up against the wall, and as he came up to the wall, he started to there's 2 ways that it's described, that he walked up the wall. Some say he kind of like skated up the wall, glided up the wall, just kind of lifted up the wall. So that there was kind of a couple different descriptions of that. Then some say he walked on the ceiling, but he kind of flipped over his grandmother. So it was he flipped over his grandmother, sat in the chair, and then looked at everyone who was kind of in that room, and gave this like Grinch-like grin, to them, and his eyes were white, So, and they ran, and everyone who was in that room ran out, and
what I would have done. Definitely, what I would have done. This is really scary stuff. And you're saying there's plenty of witnesses to all of this.
Yeah.
I've got somebody who said yes. It was on Fox News. It's been all over the place. So this is that case. My goodness. Continue, Father. I don't know what to say.
So when I heard that story, I said, okay, there is something there, but I explained to them, I can't do anything now. I have to get permission from the bishop to do this, and I need to do an investigation. But I am willing to meet with everyone, and so I feel free to give them my contact information, and I'll meet with them as soon as possible.
Right.
And so what ended up happening is the 3 children were taken away from the parents, away from the mother and grandmother. So 2 of them the 2 older ones were put into with the Carmelite sisters in the area that take care of foster children.
Right.
But the 7-year-old who, it took like 5 guys to hold down, and who was talking about, what it's like to die and such, and seeing the boy in the closet at his home and such, he was taken to a children's psychiatric lockdown unit in another hospital, psychiatric hospital in another part of our area here.
So at this point, even after all of this and all of these witnesses, you're still not involved in the sense of doing an exorcism. I mean, you would think that when any medical person saw any of what you just described, they would, that's not in any of the books I read when I was becoming a nurse or a doctor. No way.
Yeah.
So I guess when were you then involved?
So I then contacted the mother and grandmother contacted me. They mentioned their children were taken away, and I said, okay, I can meet with you at the home, at your home on Sunday evening after my last Mass. I have a 5 o'clock Mass. I'm done at 6, so I could get there about 6:30. So I went to their home at 6:30 and was there for about 4 hours to do an investigation.
Right.
And The first 2 hours were pretty much them telling the whole story. And it all kind of started when they moved into the house. And the reason she moved into the house was that she was trying to get away from her ex-boyfriend, whom she found out was a married man, when her his wife called her. I guess she discovered her phone number on his phone.
Found her.
And says, "What are you doing with my husband?" And she says, "Oh, I didn't know he's married. Don't worry, this relationship is over." And it kind of explained a lot of things. But she did say something that was kind of strange. And she said, "You will regret ever messing with my husband." And she said, "Well, don't worry, this is over." But he wouldn't let it go, and so he kept on kind of stalking her almost. And so she felt the best way was to move away and not let him know where they're going. So her brother's landlord said that there was a house available very cheap, and so and they went to see it, and so they decided to move in there. And but I guess the boyfriend eventually found out where she moved to. Probably he followed her from work or something like that, and eventually found where she was living at, and then started to show up again. But when they moved into the house, it seemed to be things. First of all, they saw all kinds of horse flies. This is about November, so it's kind of late in the season for that. But so especially on the porch, and they were usually these dead, a lot of dead horse flies, and so they would sweep them up, and the next day they'll find a whole mess of more, and they kept on sweeping up the horse flies.
Wow.
Then one time she saw someone walking back and forth, pacing in their living room. I think this was the grandmother, and she thought someone broke into their house. So when she jumped out of bed and turned on the light, no one was there. But when they looked on the ground, on the floor, there was muddy footprints.
Wow.
And they seemed to come up from the basement area. And then later on, they would hear footsteps coming up the basement. And so the way they kind of dealt with that was to put a lock on the the door from the kitchen to the basement. And then all of a sudden, they would hear steps coming up the steps, and then pounding on the door.
Oh, good Lord.
And when they would go and open it, they would see no one. And then other times they would hear dogs barking out there, and then they would open up that door but not see anything.
Father, especially with regard to somebody coming up the steps to the locked door from the basement and pounding on the door, and then nobody being there. No offense, but how does anybody stay in a house with that kind of action going on? I just... you see it in movies, and you're sitting here screaming, "Get the heck out of that house!" And of course, they never do. And I guess they had a good deal on this house, and they didn't have a lot of money, so no choice.
Yeah, they were kind of trapped. So that's usually the one thing that keeps people from moving out. They have, they sign a lease and things, and so they would be liable to pay the whole thing, and so they really didn't have anywhere else to go. And so it was kind of livable in the early part. It seemed to escalate through the winter time to, as I mentioned, the kids were starting to wake up with blood on their pillows and bloody noses, bloody gums, bloody lips, and things like that. But they couldn't see, the blood would just kind of appear out of nowhere and, then kind of go away.
Was it at that point, when you interviewed Mom and Grandma, at that point, were they noticing that this was moving from child to child?
Yeah, it was. They didn't see it like be jumping, but it would like affect one child one day, then another one another day, and another one another day, and such. So it was never, but never was it two at the same time. So they didn't kind of see that later. They would see something happening to the one child, but it would affect all three. And it wouldn't be till they kind of saw later that, never was two things happening to two of them at the same time.
I see. All right. You had a pretty good, long, substantial interview with Mom and Grandma. I guess Mom was Latoya Amons. Is that correct?
Yes, Latoya. Yes.
Latoya. Okay. What did you come away with from that interview? What did you make of her?
Yeah, actually, because I was always trying to figure out, when you're doing this, you're trying to figure out what's the source of this, what brought this in.
Right.
And now we're trying to do this without the kids there, because they're so.
Of course, yes.
And she didn't know quite, so I'm asking, what do you think, did they get involved in, kind of, did they play a game, Ouija board, video game,
Right.
We're trying to, and they pretty much, we couldn't come up with anything like that. Latoya then was mentioning that she also started to have kidney ailments and went to the doctor 3 times, like in January, with 3 different kidney ailments. And then one time, the only time the grandmother seemed to be affected was one time she was washing clothes in the basement, and all of a sudden something choked her, and she had to get out of the basement. But that was the only time she was ever attacked. But she did mention one time she saw all kinds of sand in the basement strewn over the floor, and so she had to sweep it up, and it was like 2 buckets worth of sand that she had to sweep up from the basement and throw it outside. And then everything seemed to escalate with the last time the boyfriend came over to the house. Now, they would never she didn't want anything to do with the boyfriend. Would always tell her, "Go back to your wife. This is over with," and such. And he would keep on showing up, and and they would try to keep just tell him to go. But the last time he came to the house, he wanted to give the boys $5 each, but he didn't give anything to the girl, and I kind of found that strange, and I asked, why was that? And I think Latoya was at work when that happened, and Rosa, the grandmother, was calling her and says, he's here, and says, get rid of him, and he says he wants to give the boys something. What does he want to give them? $5 each, and he said, okay, that's okay. And but I asked, why did he give something to the boys and nothing to the girl? And so Rosa said that he said that the boys needed this incentive to be good, but the girl didn't. But it just struck me there's something bizarre and all that. And so 3 days later is when kind of everything escalated in the house. And it was a family gathering. Their whole family was at the house. And all of a sudden, the girl gets, they're all sitting in the living room and such, and the girl gets pulled off the couch, and she's landed on the floor. And everyone looks at her and says, what are you doing? She says, someone pulled me off the couch. And then she started, my stomach's hurting and such. She was feeling sick, and then they would kind of take her to her room, and they were kind of trying to take care of her, and she's feeling nauseous. They would see her stomach kind of bulging, and such, and her legs kind of bulging and all that. And then Rosa went to the kitchen to get a washcloth so she could put on her head. And all of a sudden, behind her, in their living room, they had a freezer, and because there wasn't room in the kitchen. And all of a sudden, one of the boys got thrown into the freezer. And she turned around, and everyone heard this big boom, and said, "What happened to you?" And said, "Someone threw me into the freezer." And then he started to get sick. And,
now, wait a minute. This is, Father, this is a freezer that is closed, right?
This is like a refrigerator freezer. So it's but it's in the living room because they didn't have room in their kitchen for it.
So it opened and he went fine.
It's a closed freezer, but he got thrown like at the doctor's office. He got
thrown up against
it, and everyone just heard the boom and turned around and saw him. They thought he ran into it. He said, "No, someone threw me into the freezer," and he says, "There's no one else around here." So then he started getting sick. And so they then took him into the bedroom, and the same things were happening to him. He was feeling nauseous. His stomach was, bumps were appearing, and his legs, bumps were, and bulges and things were appearing.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, the third boy was in the bathroom, and he got thrown out of the bathroom and went flying. And everyone turns around and says, what happened to you? He says, "Someone threw me out of the bathroom." And then all of a sudden he got sick, the same way.
Right.
And with that, then everyone's leaving. I said, we're getting out of here. This is bizarre.
Right.
And so they kind of heard some of the stories before of what was happening, but this is the first time the family actually witnessed what was going on. And so all the family leaves except for a cousin, and she asked her parents if she could stay overnight with the girl, and they said that was okay. And so everyone left, and so they're kind of getting ready for bed. Everything seemed to settle down, and so they turn off the lights in the bedroom and such. And Rosa and LaToya were about ready to get into bed and such, and they heard this scream, and they come running into the bedroom and open the door and turn on the light, and they see their daughter fall onto the bed. And the cousin said that she screamed because the girl was 2 feet off the bed, levitated.
Oh. Okay.
And the girl didn't know. She woke up, after she fell on the bed, and she didn't know anything, what happened. And so they now kind of saw, well, we better do something. Before they were Baptist, but their church wouldn't help them out with the other things earlier. But Rosa's mother, who was kind of a shut-in in an apartment, had a neighbor who belonged to this deliverance church. They do deliverance services.
Yes.
And so Rosa tried to call her mother and to have them come over to see if they could do anything but it took all kinds of different things were happening, interfering with their phone calls, so she would call them, one would call the other, and one would hear them but wouldn't hear the other, and then the other one would call back, and you could hear the one but not the other.
Electronic interference.
So it's like electronic interference. Then all of a sudden they would call again, and there was this staticky, but it sounded like a voice in the static, growling and things. And then in one of the calls back, they said that there was a whole series of zeros on their phone as the number. But eventually they finally got enough that they would send, she would talk to her neighbor, and the neighbor would have the church send people over that Tuesday. And so...
All right, Father, hold it there. It's a natural break point, I guess, or maybe not natural. How do you break this story at all? You mentioned that they contacted the church they were familiar with, right?
They tried first with them, but they didn't deal with anything like that. So they ended up contacting the church of Rosa's mother, LaToya's grandmother,
Right.
who was and they came over on that Tuesday. And so it was like a team from the church, which included someone who's kind of sensitive to spirits.
Right.
And she went in, and she was drawn immediately into the basement. And when she went down into the basement, she came running out and saying, I mean, your house is full of demons, you know. And so what do you want us to do? And she said, I can't stay here. And so they suggested various things for her to try to do.
Right.
And so, like, take oil and put crosses on all the entries, down the doorways and on the windows, to kind of use bleach or ammonia or something to wash down the walls in the basement, to set up like an altar with and they get some sage incense and kind of have that go, you know, burn down there, and sprinkle salt all through the basement. So they did kind of all these different things. And then they would also invite them to bring the children to the church. And I think Wednesday, they had a special service on Wednesday and then later on Sunday. And so when they went next day to the Wednesday services, the children were kind of giving them all kinds of difficulties on going there. And so it would seem like things were all right in the house, but once they got outside, one kid would go, they'd be running all over the place, want to get into the car, and once they would get, you know, one in the car, then they had to kind of the other one would run all over the place, and you know, and so they finally got all three into the car. And then, you know, one would start like banging their head on the window, another one would bang their head, you know, maybe on the headrest, and you know, and just do all kind. And then it would go to the other one who kind of roll their head around and such. So they're trying to, you know.
Demons mostly don't like to go to church.
Yes, so it's giving all kinds of trouble. And then when they finally got into the church, it would seem like one would have to go to the bathroom, you know, and then that one would come back, and the other one would go to the bathroom, and then come back, and then the other one would go to the bathroom, and they were just kind of just being very, you know, like herding cats type of thing,
right?
And all over, you know, they were just. So it was very difficult. So they were trying to, and I think eventually the kids would just kind of fall asleep one by one, and then they would kind of wake them up, and I think they tried. So it was very disruptive. So they weren't really able to do much. So they invited them to come back on Sunday. But I think the same thing happened, but it was even more violent. And now Rosa, before Rosa and LaToya were kind of helping each other, you know, but Rosa said, I'm not going to miss church, you know, so you have to deal with it. So LaToya could never get them into the car, and, you know, and such. So they ended up never, you know, so okay, you know, it's too late to get to church. And then the kids calmed down, and they went back inside, and Rosa came back, and so they decided, well, we're not going to be able to get them to church. And so shortly after that, they would end up leaving the house because they were all kind of sitting around the living room watching TV, and this Febreze bottle levitated off the coffee table and went back and forth in the living room, and they got thrown into LaToya's room, and they heard this huge explosion. And when they looked into the room, they saw that it knocked down her lamp and broke her lamp. But right next to it was the closet, and that's when all five of them saw this huge black monster-like thing with red, like kind of red eyes.
Right on.
And they say, well, just grab some clothes and we're getting out of here. And so they went to a hotel. And
well, yeah, it's so understandable. I mean, at this point, they wouldn't really be thinking of possession of the children or anybody. They would be thinking, we live in a haunted house.
Oh, yeah. So that was the last time they went to the house and so they went to a hotel, but they could only afford one night. And then they finally went to relatives, to, I think, her brother, LaToya's brother's place. But that was getting very, 5 people moving in.
Yes.
It was pretty cramped.
Very tough.
And such. But it was still kind of affecting the kids. They were missing school and things. And that's when the Child Protective Services would get involved. And then that's when I got involved after that.
How did you get involved? I mean, after all this went on, who was the one to contact you?
That was the Methodist chaplain at the hospital.
Really?
Who when the boy walked up backwards. So.
I see. So, at some point, I'm not Catholic. I'm sort of a lapsed Catholic. But I believe that there are permissions required to actually perform an exorcism, right?
Yeah. So I was going to do my investigation. So when I went to the house that Sunday night, they told me the whole story. Okay, and then so that took about 2 hours to do all that, get up to that point. But what struck me strange was the boyfriend. And so now I was going to say, okay, tell me more about this boyfriend, because I think this is the source of it. And that's when the phenomena started to happen in the house. So the first thing was a series of interruptions, not to get me to talk, about the boyfriend.
Like what?
And the first thing was the light in the bathroom started flickering and buzzing. And I said, oh, that's strange. So I went and walked over there to take a look at it. And the moment I walked in the bathroom, it stopped. And so I went and sat down again and got my pen and everything. And, okay, tell me about the boyfriend. And again, immediately, the light in the bathroom started flickering and buzzing. So second time I went, and the moment I got to the entrance of the bathroom, it stopped. And so I walked back, and I mentioned to them, I guess it's scared of me. And immediately it started buzzing and flickering. And so I went, and this time it would let me look at it. It was buzzing and flickering. And then I went and got my crucifix, which I brought with me.
Right.
And then I went to put it even on top of the light. And it still continued. So it's being defiant. So showing me it wasn't scared. But it did show, okay, this is not a normal electric problem. This is responding. And so I wrote all that down, and I said, okay, we'll ignore all that. Let's get back to the boyfriend. And then Rose started pointing to the kitchen.
Yes.
And the rod, they had Venetian blinds on all the windows, and so the rod that you twist to open up the blinds was swaying back and forth. And so, and so I was kind of looking and so I went to take a closer look at it to see what could be causing it. And what was interesting was that there were the 3 cords that you used to open the blinds, vertically.
Right.
It had like 3 tags at the end of it. And all of a sudden the furnace kicks on, and there was a vent underneath it. And then all those things were fluttering, greatly. But they weren't fluttering. And then the furnace kicks off, and then they go back to being calm. But still, there was no change in the movement of the stick rod moving back and forth. And then I saw from one Venetian blind to the next, and through the living room. You know, they were kind of almost like swaying, in time with each other. It seemed like they were coordinated. And then the next one. Then I went to the bedroom of Rosa, and hers was also swaying. And then I went into LaToya's bedroom to see if that was also happening to her blinds. But I didn't even bother to look at them. Right down the middle of her blinds, something was dripping. And so I said, well, what's this? I don't remember seeing this before. Because when I first came to the house, I blessed it, with holy water and such. So I went to every room and such. So I don't remember seeing, this liquid dripping down the blinds.
Yes.
And she said that when the church asked her to put oil on all their, on the windows, and she made a huge sign of the cross on both blinds. Now, there was only one vertical thing, but the horizontal portion of that cross wasn't showing. And so I felt it, and it was oily, so, and she said at times, even though that was done like 6 weeks before, she said it dry, she put it on for, one time, and then and that was the only time. But at times, it would dry up, but at other times it would kind of, liquefy.
That's weird. Yeah.
So
that would have been dried up long since.
Long time, yeah. So it was, so I felt it was, liquefying, certainly. I go, so I made a note of all that. And then I said, okay, let's get back to the boyfriend. And then Rosa points down to around here, around where LaToya was sitting, and all of a sudden it looked like wet footprints were all around her. And I go, I don't remember seeing that.
This is right out of a horror movie. It really is.
Yeah. And so I went to see if there were, if they were just paint, then they were wet. So I felt it. It was wet. I could smear it. And then I was looking where it came from, because I go, where did these? I don't remember seeing these before.
Right.
So I was, because I was in the kitchen, I was in the bathroom, but they were just around her. So I was wondering if I made those, if I stepped in a puddle or something, and was tracking this through the house and happened to, but I don't even remember walking around LaToya that way. I was always going back to my chair, but it was just around her. It wasn't out the door, it wasn't out, it was just these wet. And they just appeared. I don't remember seeing them before, So I then made a note of that. And then all of a sudden she said she's shivering. She's real cold. And so she went in her bedroom to get a blanket, and she put it around her. Mm-hmm. And says, okay, let's talk about the boyfriend. Then all of a sudden she throws off the blanket, so she's burning up, and...
Wow.
And then all of a sudden she said, oh, I have a headache. And then at that point I said, do you mind if I put my crucifix on your forehead? And she said, okay. And so I put it on her forehead, and she began convulsing, and I took it off immediately, and she stopped convulsing. And I said, oh, I think you're possessed. You have an aversion to holy objects. And she kind of sheepishly...
When you say convulsed...
yeah. It's like she went through like a seizure. She's just shaking.
Okay.
And then she would stop when I took it off. And then I asked Rosa if I could do the same to her. And she gave me permission. I could put it on her, Rosa, and there was no problem. And she said, so she was kind of the one least affected by all this. But I said, well, I think... and at that point, I looked at my watch, and I saw it was 10:30, and I said, okay, I think I have enough here, but I have to get to the bottom with the boyfriend. The key is the boyfriend. So, and we could probably do that over the phone. And so we and they went. We closed up the house, and they went back to with her brother and such, and
Yeah, I think I'd want to do that on the phone too.
And so the next day, Rosa calls me and says, LaToya's very sick, and but she wanted to mention something that happened that night, because they were sleeping in the same room, and so Rosa was awakened in the middle of the night, and she saw that her feet were uncovered by the blankets, and so she tried to kind of kick, the bedding back over her feet. And as she was about ready to fall asleep, she all of a sudden noticed that the bedding was coming off of LaToya's feet, and that also woke up LaToya. And so I was kind of saying, there seems to be something with feet here. So, if that makes any sense to you. And so LaToya called me the next day, and she says, that reminded me of something. The first time I met my boyfriend was that I was missing, and I never thought of this till then, that I was missing. I got a brand new pair of Air Jordans for women, and all of a sudden they were missing. I couldn't find them anywhere. And she was asking her kids, did anyone take her Air Jordans? And they all denied it. And she asked her mother, she says, what would I do with, Air Jordans? And she, and she couldn't find it, anywhere. So she was kind of surprised. And then she wanted to make a picture of the family and enlarge it. So she went through her stack of pictures and was looking for that picture she wanted to enlarge. And she also noticed other pictures missing of individuals in the family as well. And then she went again to all the family members and asked them, who took these pictures. Now, she was getting angry. She says, people are stealing things, they're lying and everything. Now, this is when her boyfriend just moved in. And then the first night he was there, he said something strange to her. He asked her for her underwear. And he says, what do you want that? And she says, I want to remember this evening, And he says, well, you're sick. You're crazy. You're not going to have that. So then I asked her, did he take that? And, was it missing? She says, well, I have so many pairs, I don't know if he took it. But I didn't give it to him, but he may have taken it, but I wouldn't have known.
Right.
But it was just a suggestion of it. So I said, oh, okay. So it looks like, he did some sort of, especially when you left him, he was doing some sort of curse on you, and perhaps on the kids as well. And so we kind of saw the boyfriend as being
the bad guy,
the bad, the one who brought in the curse.
Yeah.
But it also seemed there was something else in the house, because later on, I think that Wednesday,
coming unexpectedly from the children, things moving in the house, the concept, the idea that for a while it was a haunted house, the efforts to deal with that, and then apparently the realization that this was an outside influence, mainly the boyfriend. And Father, so you had all of this documentation from medical professionals, what you had witnessed yourself, the family's testimony. So at some point, who do you go to try to get authorization to do an exorcism?
Yeah, to my bishop.
To your bishop. Was that a hard sell?
Yeah, because he never gave authorization before, so there was no exorcist in the diocese to go to.
Right.
And so none of us had any training, and so he asked me to contact nearby ones in the Archdiocese of Chicago and the Archdiocese of Indianapolis.
Sure.
And to how to deal with that. And so they kind of gave me a quick lesson. Mainly, I needed a ritual, and at that time, there was no ritual because there was a little bit of a concern. They recently revised the rite, and many of the exorcists were complaining about the new rite being not as effective. And so the Pope Benedict at that time gave permission to do the old rite, and they're going to the church will look at the revised rite and maybe go back to the old one. So the only
question for you, Father. I mean, you've been a priest a very long time, but you're a novice, certainly, at exorcisms. Didn't you go into this with trepidation yourself?
Yeah, because I didn't have, but there was kind of nowhere else to go. I mean, because you're kind of the cop on the duty,
right?
On duty, and it's your, I couldn't hand it off to anyone.
So you moved to the old. You got permission, and then you moved to the old rite, the old way of doing it.
Actually, I tried the new one. So they said, there is no ritual right now. You have to get it off the internet. And because no one's printing anything until they settle how we're going to do this.
I see.
So I would do the new rite in English for the first two exorcisms, but I found the most effective one was the old rite in Latin, and that was the last one, which actually took care.
Did you during the time that I assume that you went into a room with the children by yourself, or how did you do this?
No, I was just going to take care of LaToya first.
Okay.
And as it turned out, once I took care of LaToya, it also cleared from the children as well.
I see. So through the boyfriend to LaToya to the children during this exorcism that
no, actually, I never did the boyfriend.
No, I understand, but I'm tracing.
Tracing. Okay.
How this happened. You did the detective work, so from the boyfriend to LaToya, and then on to the children is the way it was working. Once you got it out of LaToya, did you meet anything during this exorcism? Can you describe it in any way, or are you prohibited from doing that?
Some things I'm prohibited, but the first exorcism, first of all, what the exorcists from Indy and Chicago recommended is that I do a minor exorcism first, which is basically the rite without the bishop's permission. And if that works, great. If not, then you have to get the bishop's permission. So It's always good to try it once.
Okay.
And so I did that, and mainly the sign for LaToya was, she would convulse when I put the crucifix on her. So when we got to that part of the rite, on doing that, she would convulse. And what you're trying to do is to aggravate it so that it would leave, or weaken it so that it would dissipate. But one thing you don't want it to do is to be consistent, because it's not bothering it that much, and you're actually hurting the person. And that's what was kind of happening during the minor rite of exorcism. I'll put the crucifix on her head. I'll probably keep it there maybe for 30 seconds or so, and there was no change. She was continual convulsion. Then I would take it off, and then she would stop. And I did that 3 times, and it was the same. So it really was not effective.
Father, you're going to have to excuse me, but I've only seen movies, and in the movies they use holy water.
Yeah. Now, holy water didn't seem to bother her.
Really?
Okay, so it was religious objects. But there's all kinds of things. So that was basically the only thing that was bothering her, you know. So we would go through the whole rite. Now you only go through the rite once when you're doing a minor exorcism. So that was the only reaction. And so I mentioned that to the bishop, and so he did give me permission. And so we set up for the first. Now that one was done in the house. And so we're going to do the major exorcism in the church, my church.
Oh.
And so we had everyone there, and we went through the whole rite one time. And when I got to the point of putting the crucifix on her forehead, she was fine, no reaction, and so there was just it was like gone.
So you were not harmed in any way during any of this?
No, it was kind of surprising. Now she could, so we thought, oh, that was simple. I think everyone else that was there was kind of, well, that's, that was easy. So they were really expecting a lot. And then, so she could wear, so we gave her a crucifix. She could put it on before she couldn't stand anything religious on her.
Right.
And one of my assistants gave her what's known as a Benedictine rosary, which is Benedictine metals like a rosary.
Uh-huh.
And so it's a big, huge rosary here. And so she took that, and she got in her car and drove away. And so we were kind of walking across the parking lot thinking, wow, that was easy. Yes. And then all of a sudden we see something shiny on the ground, on the parking lot asphalt. And there was a couple pieces of the rosary, that Benedictine rosary, and then we saw another piece of it and another piece. So it's like torn to shreds. So it's like 5, 6 different pieces. And so we picked them all up, made sure we had the whole thing.
Yes.
And the person that was going to, that gave it to her was going to put it back together. And so we kind of said, I don't think this is over. And so LaToya called the next day, and she wanted to know where that big rosary was. She put it in her purse and drove away. And then when she got home, she looked in the purse, and she couldn't find it. She looked all over her car, and she didn't know. And I said, yeah, it ended up all over the parking lot. Over the parking lot where you left, but it was torn to pieces, and we're putting it back together. And so I asked her, this is not over, and since nothing really happened, we're going to have a little bit of a problem, because if we do this again, it's going to be kind of ineffective. We need to get the name of that demon.
Yes, sir.
And she remembered, this may be helpful. She said that when her church wouldn't help her, she decided to go online to find out how to get rid of demons.
Yes.
But she didn't have a computer, so she went to her friend's computer, and so she looked up a website, and it gave a whole list of demons. And she looked at one that described exactly what was happening to her children. And when she went to look at the name, the computer went off. And so she had to turn it back on, and then get back on the website, on the internet, back onto the website, find the web page. And again, she went down and looked for the description. And when she went to look at the name again, the second time it went out. Now, this time her friend says, you're not putting your demons in my computer. It's time to go home. And then that friend had like a headache for 2 weeks and wouldn't speak to her at all. It had nothing to do with her. And I said, oh, okay. So maybe what we could do is, give me the name of that website. What I could do is print it up, the list, and then you point out the name, and then it won't be able to mess it up.
There you go.
And so we set up for the following Friday to do the next exorcism, number 2, and so I didn't want to have that list around too long, but Friday was very busy for me, so we were going to do the exorcism in the afternoon, but I was busy all the way till then. And Thursday's my day off. And so I usually on my day off, it was a beautiful day that day was to go for a bike ride.
Yes, sir.
And so about an hour before I would go on my bike ride, I was trying to, print out that list. And I was doing everything possible. It would not let me print it out, and trying out all kinds of games and everything. And then finally, about an hour later, it printed out, and it was time for my bike ride. And so, and this is probably the most I ever experienced, this particular demon. So the bike ride starts out, and it is a beautiful day, and something was happening that I never see happen before. I was going through my neighborhood, and I was then kind of on the other side of the street, but someone, across the street there would be so exuberant and say, "Hi, how's it going? Isn't it a beautiful day?" And go down a couple more houses, and someone else, whatever they were out there doing, they would have the same kind of reaction. And, and then I went, still, I think a third place, a neighbor was, and I don't even know these people, and, they, just saying, "Oh, isn't it, what a great day for you to go on a bike ride," so really strange, exuberance and such. And then when I finally got onto the bike path, it seemed like everyone I was passing was, acknowledging me. Saying hi or, thumbs up or saluting or, however they would usually kind of, say hi or, right. And usually you may get maybe half the people to do that, half the people might, do that, but it seemed like everyone I was passing. And so I was kind of feeling good, about all that. And then I get to the end of the path, and it empties out into this sleepy little street. But this car comes, racing around the corner and slams on the brakes right in front of me. And I pulled out right in front of me. And I said, "Oh, you gotta be careful here. You know that name." And then the whole tenor started to change because I would get onto this other bike path. And now everyone is, if they do look at me, they're staring at me like, with a puzzled look, like they're trying to figure out what's riding this bike, type of thing.
Wow.
And I remember one time there was a family of four, two bikes, and you just like the four sets of eyes are staring at you as you ride by and such, and 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 now occasionally people wouldn't look, so they just drive by, but anyone who looked at me, they just had this stare and and puzzled look, and I was wondering, what are they seeing?
Right.
So it was really freaking me out, and no one said hi. It was all, if either ignored me or you stared at me.
Okay, but this all changed when this car screeched and just barely missed you.
Yeah. And so I get to the end of the path and then turn around and then go through the gate, and all of a sudden I'm thrown to the side of the path. I'm knocked down. And I go, what was that?
Right off the bike?
Yeah, I was thrown right off the bike, and then I see my bicycle seat with it's like 45 degrees off. And I said, "Oh, it's a loose seat."
Yes.
But then I went to turn it. I couldn't turn it. That's pretty solid. And in fact, I had to, go to the gate and pound on it to get it so I could ride it. So it was, super tight. So it wasn't that, but something had the force to move that bicycle seat 45 degrees off and knock me down. And then and I know one thing was, you can't be intimidated by these things. If it gets you to stop doing it, then, doing what you're doing, because I was kind of thinking maybe I should,
At this point, you had the name of this demon that you were going to use in the exorcism, right?
Exorcism, yeah. And
you're lucky you weren't killed.
Yeah, so that's what I was thinking. So, but I said, well, okay. I mean, I'm sure it would have wanted me to, spill out onto the pavement and, be scraped up and everything.
Yes.
But I felt was protected. I did, it was a close call, but I was all right. But then I go about a mile, and there's a series of S-curves, and there's this guy, he's zooming, he's like all dressed up like Lance Armstrong. He's just focused, looking at the ground. He's pedaling as fast as he could through these series of curves, but he's right in my lane, coming straight toward me, not looking where he's going. And, and I was thinking to myself, do I get out of his way? But I didn't want to, get into a dance with him, and so I was about ready to jump off the bike, and he looks up and then gets out of the way. I go, oh man, that was almost a head-on collision. On a bike. Wow. So, and then I go another mile, and we come to, there's these two mothers towing their babies in these little bike trailers. And so they go through the gate and line up on the street there, and then the other one comes through. But they take up that whole area, and it's the only place where, there's a ditch on either side. So I don't go to that one. I couldn't get in between them. If I go to the other side, and there's maybe about a foot or so to get around them as they're waiting for this car, but I'm kind of shaking and such, and I just got thrown, off the side. I'm kind of praying, please don't throw me into their babies and such, silently, and the car passes, and then I do go around them, and then I hear them say, I'm sorry, because there was another bike coming across the street, but I think he had to stop right in the middle of the street so that one of them could get out of the way so he could get by. And so, but I was, thinking, okay, at least I didn't, that didn't happen.
Yes.
And so I go about another mile or two, and there's this mother with her little boy, maybe like 3 years old. He's pulling a plastic wagon behind him. They're in the other lane, and so I'm about ready to pass them. And all of a sudden, the boy decides to dart out in front of me. But luckily, the mother just as quickly grabs him and to not go, because if she didn't do that and he just would dart, I wouldn't go in front of him, but I would have to go behind him and hit his wagon and send him flying, send me flying and everything else.
At some point in all of this, Father, aren't you beginning to realize this is way not normal?
Yeah.
Something's
this was I had 20 bullets, and I know I can't stop it, because if it knows I will stop at this point, it has the upper hand. It knows what will get me to stop. And so I have to keep on plugging along.
Yes.
And so, and then we come to, there's this bike tunnel under a very busy street, and it's kind of a narrow bike tunnel. And there's it was the last day of school, and so there was either a set of kindergarten kids, they're small kids, or there's also a nursery kind of school, kitty corner on the other side. But as I was going down into this bike tunnel, and it was a bright sunny day, and so as my eyes are adjusting, I hear, get to the wall. And all of a sudden I see about 15 kids. Luckily, they all go to the one wall, and I could, get into the other lane and go past them all. And then I'm also hoping that another bike's not zooming down on the other side. And then and luckily there wasn't.
So you were headed straight for those kids.
Yeah. So, and luckily, and if the kids didn't, if they all went, some went one way, some went the other way, some froze. It would have been disastrous.
Right.
Really, I don't think I could,
couldn't have avoided them.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, so it would have just something. And also, if a bike was coming down the other side, I mean, we either would collide. I don't know. It would have really been tight squeeze. So it was. And I got beyond that. And I was thinking, man, was that dangerous? Why would you? But luckily, the kids did obey their teacher and knew where to go and everything. As I go, boy, was that, And I go, man, luckily that was the last thing, because I don't remember anything. I mean, even seeing another person after that. But it was. I mean, it was.
That was plenty.
I was sweating bullets. It was.
That's an incredible story. Okay, so you've got the name of this demon, and you've still got your life in your hands, barely. So there's one more exorcism coming, I take it, and this would be the one.
This one I used the name. So before, so again, it was like nothing happened. Got to the, with the crucifix, nothing happened, and then I asked for its name, and nothing was said. Then I said, "Is your name such and such?" And then she began convulsing.
Wow.
And then once I had that, then I just kept on using that name over and over, and she got more and more, the convulsions got bigger and bigger, and then eventually they kind of lessened, and she fell asleep. And so that took care of that one.
That one. Have there been others since?
Yeah, so we kind of knew, we took care of the, she never spoke, so we kind of knew, the kids would do these rhyming type of things. And so there was a speaking demon with the kids, also the levitating one or the throwing one, so we knew that one was still kind of there. And so, and since we had no other name, well, we did have another name. She kind of pointed it out.
All right, now you're confusing me a little. You exorcised the demon in her, right? In mom. But even that done, you're saying the children still experienced.
Yeah, so the children were still experiencing, these things in there where they were at in the foster care and such.
Even there,
so we knew and she didn't manifest those, and so we decided to go to the Latin exorcism and the old rite. Let's just try that, and so when we did that one.
This was on the child. This was, on the child or children?
No, they were still locked up. They were still, away from her.
Yes.
So we're going to see if we wanted to get, them all out of her, so that, and then see if, then work on the children once we had access to them. And so the next plan was to do it in Latin, the old rite.
Okay, again, you're talking about Latoya?
With Latoya, yeah.
So when you got one demon out, you did that by name, the name you had retrieved, right? And and so that demon.
That one was out. That one was out, yeah.
But that wasn't the only one.
So there seemed to be, so she felt there was 6 of them in her, but but we were kind of trying to identify them by personality, look at like what the kids did. So one would seem to make them do rhymes, one would throw them around, one would now we're not sure if the throwing around is with the levitating, so those didn't manifest yet. So we thought we had to at least deal with those. And so we would do the one in Latin. Now, the interesting thing with the Latin one was I was the only one who knew Latin. And, in fact, there was someone who would do the responses, but I had to train her how to phonetically do those responses. So she didn't know what she was saying. She was just, mouthing it. And so what was interesting is as long as you were praising God, it didn't bother this one. But when you started condemning it, then she would convulse again. And so, and it would know, and immediately when he went to praising God again, it would stop.
Did you have a name that you were after this time, or not?
No, I was just doing the left and right. It didn't give me a name, but it was reacting. So, and then, so it was going back and forth, and that happens 3 times. And so I decided just to do the condemnation part of the right, and just attack the demon because it just can't stand it. And so it got more and more violent, her convulsions, and then like before, then it finally dissipated, and then she finally fell asleep. And then when that was happening, I saw that she was trying to speak something, say something. Her mouth was moving, but nothing was coming out. And she also mentioned she felt like, did she lift up? She felt something was trying to lift her up. I said, no, we didn't see her lift, but she's not, it's in a church, so it's hard to get the energy that they need to do that. And also, she's a bigger woman, and it's a little different with a child. And so we weren't sure if those left or not, and so.
All right. Is this where it ends? Is this the end of the story? I have thought that the story was ending any number of times, and then something awful happened again.
Yeah, so after the third one, we just would always set up for everyone present, when we could meet again, if need be. And so at that time, it was around 4th of July. And so there was so everyone had plans and, different things. So we're kind of working out when she could get back. She, the third was a possibility, or that Friday again.
Right.
And so, and we kind of got everyone's schedules so they could do, the third or that Friday. And I think the 4th was on a Thursday. So, so we were going to wait for her to let us know which day she preferred, if need be. And so she never called us back. And so there was like, no news is good news.
Right.
And so we never really heard from her. Next time I would hear from her was in October. She would give me a call that she's having her final hearing for her children, and to get them back, and if I could give her a rosary. And I said, oh, sure, okay. And I was kind of expecting to, see her after her hearing and then talk about how everything was going. But for some reason, she didn't even show up for the rosary, so I never heard anything until, after the story broke, and I found out that she did get her children back. They had a big party in November, celebrating, that, and that things have been fine ever since. And it seemed like it stopped, affecting the children after her final exorcism.
I see.
So,
I understand that you have no book, you didn't write a book, you have no website, but there are plans, apparently, to make a movie of this story. Is that correct?
Yeah, the documentary is in its final stages of completion, and that's with Zach Bagans doing. In fact, he could almost do it in 2 parts. He has so much material; it's really hard to kind of keep it, because he wants to keep it to like a feature-length documentary, movie length, so 2 to 2.5 hours. But he's finding it very difficult to keep it, get it down to that.
Right.
But so that's in the plans, and also there was a plan for a movie, but that was Relativity was going to be the company doing it, and they went bankrupt. And so it's kind of opening up, for other companies to kind of get back into that picture there. But right now it's kind of tied up in the bankruptcy thing.
I see. Well, I can understand why they'd want to make a movie of it, that's for sure.
Yeah. So.
This rate's right up there. I mean, it unfolds slowly, but in the totality of the story, it is absolutely terrifying. God. One quick question. The, in quotes, boyfriend, what became of him, or did he just, disappear?
Yeah, Zach did try to interview him, and wanted to give him equal time and such if he wanted to dispute anything or whatever. And he wasn't interested. And I did say, most likely because he's probably possessed and would probably need an exorcism himself and maybe even his wife. And if they wanted that, I would be willing to help them out that way. And Zach even proposed that to him, and he thought about it for a while, and then decided, against that. But he didn't come out kicking and screaming that he's going to sue us, that we're defaming him or anything like that. So he seemed to consider what we were going to propose, but in the end, decided against it.
Is there anything else you wanted to get in that we didn't include in the interview? It was certainly a very detailed interview. Did we get it all in?
Well, there is also probably the other aspect, because it also affects the house. The house, it is kind of a perfect storm. And as I mentioned, the policeman discovered that there was the basement was poured concrete, but underneath the stairs it was broken and it was sand. And so we were thinking, I didn't, when I went and blessed the house and that, I didn't realize that was underneath the stairs. And so I said, we do need to see something's buried in there. So we need to figure what that is. And there is mention, because the Yamans would also be seeing there was the guy coming up and down the stairs with even the footprints. There was also the boy, the youngest boy was always talking to this other boy in the closet that only he would see.
Right, so did they dig?
And so we first of all got a dog, and the dog didn't react to anything. So we then started to dig, and about there seems to be 2 levels, about 2 feet deep and 2.5 feet deep. So the 2 feet deep would have meant the second thing that was buried, and it was coming up with things kind of relating to an older woman. First of all, the first thing we found was a fingernail, and we weren't sure if it's a real fingernail. We were thinking it was an applique, fake fingernail for a woman, but we weren't positive on that yet. And then the next thing we found was it looked like a pair of old women's panties or a slip, some sort of undergarment.
Yes.
But it was kind of old. It was very plain as far as cottony. It was very sandy, but it was not a fancy thing. But it was kind of something that you kind of would think would be around the war, World War II or Depression era.
Right.
And then we found also the third thing was this red, looked like a top of a tea kettle. And we were looking for the container, but we didn't find anything there. So there was 3 objects that seemed to be to an older woman. Then we went about 2.5 feet deep.
Yes.
And then we found a pair of like boys' socks. And what was interesting, well, what we didn't realize it till later, but when we saw it, it looked like the ankle portions of the sock, and the foot portion we thought was cut off. Later on, we would discover that actually the foot portion of the sock was tucked in underneath the ankle portion. And it was the ankle, it was, again, like a cottony sock that would be around the, 30s or 40s, very plain.
Listen, Father, at this point, I would be thinking somewhere under there is a body.
Yeah. So that's why the policemen were doing this.
I see.
Then the next thing we found was this weight. And it weighed about, it was heavy metal, 10 pounds or so, all corroded, been there a long time. Had a little hook-like thing at the top.
Yes,
We're trying to figure out what it was, and the thing is that weight to a grandfather's clock, but that house didn't seem like that kind of type, and it wasn't that big. And then they were kind of saying, the Gary policeman said, in these old houses, they used to, for the cord to open the drapes, they would put this weight on it and to hold the cord down. And then the next thing we found was this long brown thing. And now they were thinking, oh, this looks like a bone, And so they were going very carefully, taking pictures.
Yes.
And sweep, brushing and all this kind of stuff, going very easy on it. Then they kind of tapped it and sound plastic-like, and so they pulled it up, and it looked like it's one of those old-time shoe horns, but it was, for some reason, was broken in half, lengthwise. And so we were kind of thinking that these look like objects that would be tied to necromancy, to conjuring up the dead,
Right.
And so the first thing that was buried was probably we were trying to find out if the house was built in 1926 and sold to a newlywed couple, and we were trying to find out if they ever had a boy, and we haven't been able to find that yet. But we're maybe thinking if that's the boy that was appearing in the closet, that maybe he accidentally killed himself by, maybe twirling around that weight and it conked him in the head or went off the wall and knocked him out, or, wrapped around his neck or something like that and choked him. So that might have been the thing that killed him, and with his socks and the tied to the feet type of thing. So, and the other one could have been either the woman's mother, because the kids also, when they came off the bus one time and coming home from school, they saw this old lady in their backyard, and they came and they were walking back to her and going to ask her, "What are you doing in our backyard?" And when she turned around, she had red eyes, and so they ran into the house and got their mother and grandmother, and they came running out, and she wasn't there. And a second time they saw the woman in the backyard, and they came running into the house to try to get their mother to go out there, and again it was missing. So there seemed to be three human ghost-like figures tied to the house as well. So it's kind of a perfect storm.
Does that house now stand alone? Is there somebody living in it now, or what's become of it?
Zach Bagans bought the house, and it is interesting. He kind of boarded it up because it's very active, and in fact, he was doing some filming on it this past winter, and one of the cameramen ended up seeing this goat head thing, and he quit, and he went back to it. he gave up on the project.
It's amazing. Have you, Father, stopped doing exorcisms, or have you now done others? I mean, I guess you've done it once, and people know you have done them.
Mm-hmm.
You probably get requests for them, don't you?
Yeah, so I did do three others.
Three?
Beside that one.
Each one you went to, did you go back to the bishop?
Yeah, so each one.
Each one?
All four were approved by the bishop. Well, the one was tied to the house, so that one I had permission for. Anything with that house I have permission for. But the other two were two separate people, two separate cases.
Mm-hmm. I have never heard. I've never heard anything like this story, Father. It's just amazing. I don't know what to say about it. There's very little I can say about it. It is what it is, and what it is sounds to me like clearly possession.
Mm-hmm.
And clearly, do you think it's completely gone, Father, or are you still concerned?
No, we're still concerned because, in fact, when after the cameraman incident, he boarded up the house.
Right.
He didn't want anyone there messing with it. And now we recently did some more filming, so they unboarded it. And when they walked inside, they saw no one has been in there since the wintertime, and so there's dust on this table. But then there's this handprint with long fingers.
It just never ends, does it?
And also, there was this hole in the ceiling, and so they were thinking some animal, like a raccoon or something, must have dug a hole. It knocked all the debris and such to the ground, and all kinds of water and mold and everything kind of got in there. And they were looking for the animal that would have done that, and they couldn't find anything. And they didn't see any exit. It didn't climb up the wall again. So it either just, for some reason, dug a hole in the roof so that the water could get all in. So, so the house is kind of ruined now.
Father, as I said way back in the show, I would imagine something of this magnitude would be an affirmation of your faith. Yes?
Yes.
I want to thank you for being on the program. It has been incredible to hear this story unwind. Just absolutely incredible. Blanche Barton graduated Phi Beta Kappa from Redlands College with a degree in journalism and literature. She met Anton LaVey. I guess you know who that is, right? Most of you? She met Anton LaVey the day after the previous high priestess left the Black House. Barton became LaVey's companion and mother of his only son. She became high priestess of the Church of Satan, holding this title until April 30th, 2002, when she assumed the role of chair mistress of the Council of Nine. Her biography of LaVey, The Secret Life of a Satanist, the authorized biography of Anton LaVey, was originally published in 1990, and an expanded edition is available now. Blanche also wrote The Church of Satan, a history of the world's most notorious religion. All right.
Ah, Mr. Art Bell, we meet at last.
Yes.
In the stormy desert at midnight. Best time. It's the dark of the moon, too. And the Perseid shower, I tell you, it's just kismet.
I'm old Blanche. I don't have much to lose. Anyway, welcome to the program. It's great to have you, and I assume that, you probably keep the title, much as congressmen and senators keep the title even after they've left office. You're still probably high priestess, right?
Well, people are very respectful to me, but my title officially is the Magistra Templi Rex, which is below the current high priestess, who is Peggy Nadramian, doing a bang-up job of it.
Would you mind repeating that
husband,
slowly?
Peter Gilmore, who's the high priest.
Would you mind repeating that slowly, please? Your title.
Magistra Templi Rex.
Yeah, I
and
need it.
that just means that I'm the head of the Council of Nine, and that I'm a grand poobah in the Church of Satan, right below the other ultimate grand poobahs.
Okay. Can we immediately do this and find out what is the difference, if any, between Satan and the devil? Any difference?
I would use them both interchangeably. I think it would be important for us to start our conversation with you understanding that we use Satan, the devil, Lucifer as a metaphor. We don't worship a guy with horns and a pitchfork. We don't believe that such a being exists. We don't believe that God or the devil or hell or heaven exist. It's all within us. We own our own destinies. We are our own gods. We're self-deifying. And we're responsible for our own happiness and our own success and our own failures. And to make it short and sweet, life is short. Yeah. And there's no reliable evidence that there's anything beyond this life. Mm-hmm. So you'd better make this life count and enjoy it while you can. So
okay, Blanche. Well, then here comes a big question.
All right.
If all of that is so, then why would you even bother to have a church with his name?
That is a very good question.
And
Anton LaVey was asked that very question when he started the Church of Satan. And people said, if you would just call it something else, if you called it humanism. He talks about this in the Satanic Bible, which he published in 1969. If you called it humanism or even Typhonianism or something, maybe you'd get more followers. But his point was that he didn't want more followers. The point of calling it Satanism is there's always a Satan. In every culture, there's always the accuser. There's always the other. There's always the one outside. And he's the scapegoat. And it's dangerous. It's dangerous to have scapegoats. Christianity has scapegoats. Mm-hmm. Muslim beliefs have scapegoats. And to demonize others, when you say, I'm a good guy, and those people over there are bad guys, we can kill them, we can shoot them, we can
mm-hmm.
torture them mm-hmm. because they're the bad guys. And you know that Satan is evil, right? Because you've been told that all your life. Right?
Yes.
But what else? This is a word that you've been programmed to be afraid of. So what else have you been programmed to be afraid of? Liberal?
Quite a bit.
Conservative? Abortion? How are you being manipulated by politicians and people who want to take your money? So that's the point of calling it Satanism, is don't believe the stuff that's being fed you.
Donald Trump scares me a little.
Yeah, isn't that amazing? Yeah, that's why we're here. That's why you need Satanists right now, because the political season is kicking off, and look at what you have to choose from. We're not just about anti-Christianity or anti-theism. That's a very big part of what we are, but anything that's a sacred cow has to be examined and challenged. Whenever you see broad generalizations or scapegoating or ad hominem attacks instead of actual arguments on important issues.
Right.
You were talking about we've got serious environmental problems right now. We've got serious economic problems. And what are we doing? We're killing each other over phantoms, over lies. And that's not how we bring things together to save our planet right now. And that's what we're all about.
All right. Let's get into this. Over lies. And that's a very broad brushstroke right across all of religion, from God to the devil. To Satan,
True.
right?
True. Yeah, well, the point is that we do enter the ritual chamber. We have lesser magic, greater magic that we indulge in
Oh, you
as
do?
as a part of poetic nature in humans, but we do it consciously. We go into what we call the intellectual decompression chamber. We put on our robes and we call forth the icons that we find bring us power within ourselves, but we know that we're calling forth the power within ourselves, but we're using the poetic metaphors to reach places, that part of the human brain that we don't quite understand, that a lot of your other people that are on your show try to understand more, consciousness and the powers of the human brain and human potential. We do it based first and foremost on reasonableness and rationality. Then we add in the more metaphysical explorations, or if we don't want to, it's not necessary to do that as a Satanist. But if you want to play with the poetics of it, then that's okay too. But we don't build our foundation on sand. And that's what most religions do. They build them on sand, and they lead to blindness and prejudice, and they impose ignorance on their children and a distrust of science. And that's not the best of what human beings can be.
Well, what you preach is all good stuff. The pulpit from which, the position from which you preach, perhaps calls into question, many people, the whole thing is called into question, frankly. Is Satan and the word, you're right, the devil, Satan, whatever, it scares the hell out of people. And I guess that's exactly what it's intended to do.
And that sort of surprises me because we've been around for 50 years. We've been saying the same stuff for the last 50 years.
And people don't listen.
It shows that every culture and everybody still needs the devil. They still need the other guys. They still need the bad guys, the evil ones, the outsiders. Mm-hmm. And that's okay. As far as we're concerned, we're in pretty good company. Most of the people that have are the best thinkers, the most brilliant, innovative thinkers are generally labeled as heretics. So, why not take pride in that?
You're obviously a clear thinker. Tell me about Anton.
He was a brilliant man. He was far ahead of his time. He started out interested in magic, but he also had a wonderful skill with music. So he played the oboe, and keyboards were his real love. And he became a hypnotist. He worked in the carnival. He worked in the circus. He was a police photographer.
Wow.
And out of all of those roles, he saw human tragedy and human foibles up close and personal. He saw people sneaking in to look at the burlesque girls, in the carnival, and then sneaking across on Sunday to go with their families to see the tent show revivalists and, cleanse their souls of all their wicked thoughts.
That's right. All right.
So,
let me go back. You said he began with magic. Is magic real?
Well, I believe that magic I can only answer that for myself. You have to answer that for yourself.
Well, you said Anton began with magic.
Well, he began with an interest in magic and the supernatural. And he did. He checked out as many people as he thought might have a gateway into other worlds, other ways of being. Madame Blavatsky or Aleister Crowley. And they were all so dry and boring and sad and obfuscating. He just wanted the real deal. And I think people are attracted to his philosophy. One of the reasons that they're attracted to his philosophy is because he doesn't dance around. He says what he means what he says. He says, this is how I do what I do. Go in the ritual chamber, try it. If it works for you, great. Try these methods that I wrote in The Satanic Witch about basic psychology, reading people, cold readings that he learned in the carnival, the whole process of looking at nonverbal cues, and make it work for you.
Yes, but those are all tricks. And what I'm asking is, did he find the real thing, or did he practice when he found the real thing?
Well, certainly he did. Certainly he
Well,
did.
okay, so magic is real.
Yes. I have experienced magical consequences of what I've done in the ritual chamber. As I say, though, that doesn't mean that if you go into the ritual chamber and you do exactly what I did,
Right.
it may not work for you. Because, to be honest, now this is just me speculating. This isn't Church of Satan policy. But it's almost as if everybody has a different frequency, you know?
Right.
And Anton talked about this when he was playing music for animals in the circus. He said you don't play the same song for an elephant as you do for a tiger, because they have different rhythms, they have different moods. And I think certain people are just attracted to the satanic mythos. We're attracted to the anti-hero, you know, like Lord Byron, you know, with the Miltonian anti-hero, the light bearer, Lucifer, you know, or Prometheus, for example, who risks the wrath of the gods in order to bring the fire of wisdom and intellect and creativity to human beings, you know, and he was punished for it. Or the ultimate, of course, in the Garden of Eden, the serpent, you know, tempting with the apple of knowledge from the tree of knowledge. All these metaphors are the same. And these are things that inspire me. Religion presents you with metaphors and myths, stories that codify and strengthen you. They're almost like a group art project to me, you know, because they communicate what is important to a given society, what you hold dear, what rituals you find important, and what those ideals are. So my ideal is not some guy hanging on a cross. I'm sorry, when my back is up against the wall, I want you know, a dynamic, life-affirming, poetic image of Satan who is the ultimate anti-hero.
And actually, Anton, when you look at him, certainly carried some of those physical characteristics, didn't he?
Oh, he certainly did. Yes, he certainly did, and he emphasized them. True to lesser magical ability, he saw what worked best for him, and he saw the look that he could present, and that fit, and he used it.
Okay, pinned to the wall, you admit magic is or can be real. If magic is real, then the supernatural is real. Right?
Yes.
That's a pretty grudging yes.
Well, you're leading me down to a certain conclusion, and I want to tell you that what we do in the ritual chamber is like a laboratory. I don't think enough has been understood yet about, and again, this gets back to the other guests that you've had. I mean, even like Dean Radin, The Conscious Universe, or
oh, you are a listener, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, exactly. Or what is it? The Field, McTaggart.
Yes.
You know, there's a lot that we do not understand about the interactions of time, space, matter. We're sort of nibbling around the edges, and we now understand that true to long history of witchcraft, that blood, semen, all the body fluids and hair that are used traditionally in magic, that now, lo and behold, contains people's DNA. So it is a direct link to an individual. When the witches started doing that, including blood and hair and stuff in their spells, so many millennia ago,
I'd never argue with this. No, you're dead right. We are little snowflakes, and our DNA is definitely us. And so you're right. Hair, blood, semen, bodily fluids, it's all the individual us. So if that is used in the right way by the right person, there is magic.
With the right intent. There, you know, again, Anton LaVey lays it out very clearly in the Satanic Bible. There are certain elements that need to be addressed, including, you know, imagery, and there's also the balance factor. He includes that very, very important element because, you know, he says that you need to be aware of who you are and what potency you have.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a 25-watt person, you shouldn't, and you're sexually attracted to a 100-watt woman or man,
yes.
Maybe you should set your sights a little lower than trying to attract that particular person,
Yes.
you know, to start out.
Interesting. But again, I'm going to keep going down this road as far as I can take you. And I will ask, is it possible to use a person's essence, how bodily fluids, whatever, essence, in a positive way for them, as well as a negative way for them.
Absolutely. We have 3 basic rituals. We have lust, compassion, and destruction. So the point of going into the ritual chamber in the first place is not primarily to move the universe in the way you want it to. I mean, that's of course good as a side effect, but it's a psychodrama. Let me give you an example.
Sure.
Okay, so someone at work is really working against you. Someone is telling the boss lies about you. They're making you look bad. They're hiding your materials. They're really going out of their way to hurt you.
Yes.
So you go into you're really frustrated. You're thinking about this person all the time. You can't eat. You can't sleep. You're really angry, and you feel impotent. So you go into the ritual chamber. You do a destruction ritual. You concentrate on this person, and you wish them all the bad things to happen to them, and you let it go. You let all of it go. You build up all of that energy, and like a good orgasm, you just flow out. It goes out into the universe, and then you let go of the rope. It's done. As far as you're concerned, it is done. It's a done deal.
As far as you're concerned.
You've spoken to the universe. It's going to happen. Whatever's supposed to happen will happen. So next week, you go into work, and this schmo has been promoted and moved to Hawaii. So did your curse work? Well, you don't have to deal with him anymore, do you? So... And maybe he'll get caught in a wonderful storm in Hawaii, and maybe his life will be.
So maybe you go in next
terrible.
week, and he was hit by a Mack truck, now has about 35 broken bones, and is in traction in the hospital.
There you go. You know, that's the way it goes.
Yes. Well, I love the fact that you can bring up the rosiest metaphor possible when discussing somebody you don't like.
Well, you could have asked me about a lust ritual. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, we'll get to that, sure. You are, I don't know if you want to know, you're an attorney, right?
No.
You're not an attorney? Well,
No.
you certainly sound like one.
Well, I argue a lot. Thank you. That's
I bet you do. I bet you do. Okay, this must be asked. There are many who believe that Anton LaVey actually did conjure up the devil. What do you know about that?
Well, I would say yes, absolutely.
You would?
Know, if you're talking about the metaphorical devil, I mean, he unleashed, 50 years ago, he unleashed this power of all the people that now call themselves Satanists. And we are doing fabulous things, wonderful things in publishing. We have a lot of people in military. We have people making art, tattoos, lawyers, teachers, all sorts.
If you pin down Blanche, magic is real. And she described something, frankly, that could have easily been described by Dr. Evelyn Paglini. Now, Blanche, have you been a listener long enough to have heard Evelyn Paglini on the program?
I should have. I'm sure there are a lot of Satanists out there that would, like to slap me about the head and shoulders for not knowing who that is.
She's a witch.
Ah, okay.
And she has described spells going after people like you described, the disgruntled worker, the one you're unhappy with, and how to do that, how to work spells for passion. You brought that up earlier. In other words, you two talk very much alike. You mentioned Satan, and of course you're involved in the Church of. But other than that, you just frankly sound a lot alike. So obviously you didn't hear her because I promise you she's passed on. You would have remembered. But she was a witch.
Yeah, I probably would. That they use a lot of the same. I mean, the horned god is what they call the masculine figure, witches and Wiccans, essentially. I call myself a witch. I'm a satanic witch. So we use a lot of the techniques. We use lesser magic, which is manipulative magic to get what we want on a day-to-day basis. And then we use greater magic, which is in the ritual chamber. But I think where a lot of people part company that are interested in magic part company with Wicca or witchcraft as it is now portrayed. Now they're moving a little bit away from this, but they get all squeamish about the word Satan. You know, they want to use the tools, but they don't want to align themselves with the bad guy.
I know.
And if you're going to use the tools, then our thought is you should give the credit where the credit's due.
She was not a Wiccan. She described herself as a spiritual warrior.
Okay, well, that's good. When a lot of people that talk that kind of talk and they're not Satanists, I don't understand why they're not a Satanist. It seems like a logical step to me. I know a lot of in the 60s there was a group, calling themselves WITCH. And they were essentially militant feminists that were using the metaphors of being witches and being evil and being ugly and empowering themselves, like the word queer, kind of giving themselves that life and that strength by calling themselves witches. And, as a Satanist, I think it's a little bit short of the mark. If you're going that far and you don't align yourself with, because we call ourselves Satanists for a lot of different reasons, as I've already explained, because most of the great thinkers, including and up to Copernicus, Galileo, and more recent, people have always been called heretics and blasphemers. And so why don't you pridefully say, yes, I align myself with all that you consider evil, and I go to those dark places. I mean, I consider you a fellow traveler. You go to those dark places too, and you force people to expand their paradigms. You bring in speculation and provocation, and you make people, you say, okay, here it is. You think about this. I'm forcing you to confront this. And you think about it. You can either reject it and say it doesn't exist, or you can try to expand your consciousness to include this. That's what a good scientist does.
I think that it does exist. I think magic actually does exist. I think that many things that we discuss in the paranormal world do exist. And what I don't understand is, if you feel the same way, and I know you do, how can that not lead you to a curiosity about a maker, a creator, and Satan? All of those things being possible.
Well, that does not necessarily follow for me, because the way
why? I mean, you're going down that road. How can you not continue down that road to the ultimate possible conclusion?
Well, I don't need a maker. I have evolution. I have reason. I have rationality. I don't need a God that created me. If he did, he's an absentee landlord. And I've talked to people about this before too. I can't force myself to believe in a God that I don't believe exists. I can't force myself to believe that some guy 2,000 years ago in the Middle East dying, if he did live, if he was an individual and he wasn't just a compilation of a bunch of supposed fulfillment of Jewish prophecy, I can't believe that he has any bearing on my life as I live and breathe today. I'm the one who controls what I'm doing now. And if I really tried to believe in a God that was omnipotent and omniscient, and I could pray to, and he would pay attention to me, each little sparrow and each little butterfly and each little, grain of sand in the cosmos he cares about. Okay, so there's such a being. How does he let happen what he lets happen? How can the fighting continue? How can all of these bad things? And of course they say Satan. Okay.
Well, no. They or me just might say free will.
But let me continue just a minute more.
Sure. Go ahead.
It would create such frustration and anger in me to believe in that kind of God. If I tried to, and I really tried to pray, and I really tried to understand, I would be homicidal, because I could not reconcile why this being who supposedly loves me would threaten me and manipulate me in such a petulant, petty way that I have to bow down and worship him and do what he tells me to do, or he'll throw me into a fiery pit for all eternity. I mean, what kind of love is that? And then,
I kind of agree with a lot of that. I really do. But what about the whole concept of an original creator and then free will? In other words, we're down here and left to do what we're going to do, and our ultimate, up or downville depends on how we do.
Okay, so my free will tells me that I'm a representative of Satan, because if that God created me with a brain, he wants me to have a scientific mind, a rational mind. He wants me to challenge. He wants me to be against self-deceit. And he doesn't want me to bow down and worship him, so I'm doing my job.
Well,
I'm not killing anybody. I'm not stealing from anybody. I have a very sound base of ethics that I move from. I don't need a God who's going to threaten me or strong-arm me so that I'll do the right thing. I do it because I live in a society where it's expected of me, and I want the same respect from my other fellow creatures, and so that's the contract. That's the social contract, like Rousseau talked about. I don't hurt you, you don't hurt me. I don't need a God to tell me to do that.
Okay, what has Satan done for you that God has not?
He's freed my mind. He's freed my will. He's inspired me. He's strengthened me. He is a guide for me in my life. The whole anti-heroic Miltonian attitude of even when your back is up against the wall, when you don't have anything else in you, even when you've been demonized and put upon and attacked mercilessly by the majority, you still are prideful and defiant and creative and driven. And that's where Satan leads me.
All right. Earlier I asked you if he conjured up the devil, and you responded that yes, he did.
In my mind, he has let loose the gates of hell. There's a whole generation, 2 generations now, of people applying Satanism every day of their lives. And one of the reasons why I'm on your show is, well, 3 reasons. One, because you've got a wonderful show, and it's an honor and a pleasure to be on your show. But also, people are Satanists all around the world now. It's a very popular philosophy, but a lot of times you don't even know when there's a Satanist working next to you, or teaching your children, or babysitting your parents, or you don't know that they're Satanists because they don't. It's not necessary for you to disclose that you're a Satanist. In our version of the world, if it does you no good to expose yourself, then don't do it. People are confused, they don't understand it, but I want people to know that if you find out that your coworker is a Satanist, that there's nothing for you to fear or get freaked out about. These are our ethics, these are our attitudes, these are our habits. We stick to our own most of the time. We keep our nose out of your business. As long as you don't try preaching to me, I'm not going to preach to you. You're not going to find Satanists on the street corners handing out pamphlets or knocking on your door and waking you up at 7 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday or Sunday.
Good.
We figure we want the information to be out there. That's what the Church of Satan is here for, is to continue to codify and clarify what Anton LaVey said, keep his ideas pure, blending the poetic and the rational parts of human beings. And if you're interested in it, you will seek us out and you'll find out if it's the right thing. If it's not for you, that's fine. But if you know of a Satanist, I don't want you to overreact and say, oh, yeah, I want you to understand and be able to have an intelligent conversation with them.
Just to be clear, your relationship with Anton LaVey was?
It started out, I was working in his in the office in San Francisco along with other people. And as I began to know him, I began taking notes on. He was an amazing raconteur. He'd tell jokes. He'd tell these stories about his life and about the people that he'd known, and his lion and his leopard, and people that he'd known on the police force would come by, and he'd talk with them. And I had extraordinary access I had a pencil and a tablet, and I started writing down some of these stories and some of the stuff that he was talking about, because I knew that he was an important historical man. He will be remembered,
Oh, yes.
many, many years from now, and what he was saying needed to be written down. So I wrote the biography, and we became more intimate. Our relationship changed, and that's why the new Secret Life of a Satanist is, the last few chapters are materially different than the first few chapters. The last chapters are much more, I hope I don't become too maudlin, or I hope I don't break down the image of who he was, but it's much more intimate portrait of him as a man, and what he struggled through in the last years of his life, and how productive he was at the same time. And so I want people to know the strength that he had, because he was undergoing physical challenges as well as the satanic panic and legal challenges, and he survived. He was strong, and right up until the end.
Were they coming after him legally because of what he said he was?
No, because of personal reasons. But of course, you remember the satanic panic of the mid 80s to the 90s. Early 90s, a lot of people may not remember, but it was an insane period of time. I mean, we had Geraldo and Sally Jesse Raphael and Oprah Winfrey with these people who were claiming to have been molested as children in satanic sacrifices, and baby breeders, and they tore up a whole, well, you know what happened in Manhattan Beach with the preschool.
Yes.
And the FBI finally did a thorough search of everything and said there is no international satanic conspiracy. But this was only after at least 2 documents were introduced into state legislation to ban the practice of Satanism as a religion. They, not Judaism, not Church of Christ, Satanism, which is a recognized religion in this country, recognized by in the Chaplain's Guide to the Military Services, and they wanted to ban it as a practice, and that's scary.
It never, of course, would have held up. Never.
No, of course not. And there's a lot of weird stuff introduced into state legislature, but the fact that they felt that they could have the impetus to, the backing to introduce it, was pretty scary. It didn't go anywhere, but still.
I guess it was scary, to be sure. I mean, it's like the communist purge way back, right?
Well, and people were, their lives were broken. They got fired from their jobs. They were going through divorces, and people lost their children. They had child protective custody coming in and taking their children away, just on accusations. And finally, I think the court system and the insurance companies got tired of paying these bills for these recovered memories and these supposed counselors that were behind so much of it. But it was a time of suspicion, and the 2 elements that Dr. LaVey hated so much was that they would go on these shows, and instead of talking about real Satanism, they'd talk about some animal sacrifices or child sacrifices. And so the teenagers who were watching these shows and listening to this hysteria would say, "Ooh, I want to be like, a real Satanist." And so they would go off and maybe sacrifice a dog or something, and that would end up in the local papers. And Dr. LaVey loved animals. He had many, many wonderful animals that he had a great relationship with. And one of the tenets that he makes very clear in our satanic statements and in the Satanic Bible is you would not hurt an animal or a child, because they're the most natural magicians. And instead of, waving the Satanic Bible around in disgust and saying, "Ooh, isn't this awful?" they wouldn't read the book, and they wouldn't tell people that's what Satanism really represented. And he said, all of these animals, if there are animals being hurt or killed in this fashion because of, they think that that's what real Satanists do, these animals should be placed on Oprah Winfrey's and Geraldo Rivera's doorsteps, because they're the ones that are doing it, not us. They're the ones that are leading these people to do this. And he felt very sad about that aspect of it.
I once had a young lady on my show whose name was Patsy. she had devoted her life to the devil, to Satan, and she said that she would ensure that her, I think it was daughter, son, rather, would be taken by the devil, as well as herself. Now, she wasn't just a caller. When she began as a caller, and I went on to interview her in depth. But this, I'm telling you right now, this gal named Patsy meant what she said. Now, I understand that that is not what you've told us about tonight. But how many Patsies are out there?
Well, there are people that use any number of contexts for their disturbances. They create fantasies for what, I mean, I'm not a psychoanalyst and I haven't talked to her. I don't know about her specifically, but, you know, I'm not qualified to pass judgment on her particular diagnosis, but I know people do a lot who want attention, and who, you know, they may feel even that they have a real pain or they have real memories or something, but usually it can be traced to something very specific, and it's a context that they need to put their pain in, and they need you know, a counselor that can actually help them, not feed their fantasies, but actually help them move away from their fantasies into a productive life.
Anton LaVey's partner in life, I think that's probably a fair way to put it, and of course, you also have a child now. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So, again, I'm struggling a little bit with this, Blanche, because on the one hand, you sort of lay out Satanism as humanism, but then on the other hand, you'll go down that highway saying, well, yes, some magic is certainly real, and much of the paranormal could be real, and certainly I've discussed a great deal of this, and that's kind of where you stop. You don't continue down that road. It seems to me once you've embraced the paranormal and the fact that real magic can be done, then you have to be looking at a power beyond human power, humanism.
Okay, let's try this.
Okay.
We start from the position that humans are rational animals. We're animals. That's the seventh, you know, our foundational document is the 9 satanic statement. And the seventh, if I may, if you will indulge me,
sure.
Satan represents man as just another animal, sometimes better, more often worse than those that walk on all fours, who because of his divine spiritual and intellectual development has become the most vicious animal of all. And we can see what's happening because of that viciousness to animals all around the world. So we're selfish and short-sighted creatures. But instead of just leaving it at that, I could be an atheist or I could be a humanist, but there's a whole half of our brain that isn't addressed by atheism or humanism, because in Anton LaVey, for the first time in history, he reconciled the irreconcilable. He reconciled the poetry, the mystery, the magic of being a human being, of writing symphonies, of writing great literature, of having visions and creating great architecture and creating love, relationships, all of these fantasies that are human, that are a big part of being human. So he fed that into sort of a pomp and mystery of satanic imagery so that we can utilize all the power within us. And I don't see any irreconcilable there at all. The power does not come from an external source. It comes from me. It comes from you. It comes from the other people that are working with me for the same goals. And that is now being quantified, again, getting back to, recent books by Dean Radin and McTaggart and other people. It's now being quantified in a scientific way that there is a group effect when several people, lots of people are concentrating in the same direction at the same time. It does have a measurable effect there. And I don't understand it, and I don't pretend to understand the dynamics of it. I think that scientists will be studying it more and more. But we're storytelling creatures. That's what we do. If some alien came from another planet, imagine how weird it would look that we go to movies, that we watch these little boxes with all these stories on them, that we read these books, and they're all fantasies. They're all stories. Why do we do that? Because we're storytelling creatures. And we gain strength from these metaphors and these images and these practices of various emotions. And we like drama, we like symbols, we like passion, we like rituals and celebrations that bind us together and communicate our group values. And that's all that Satanism is, like any other religion.
I've got an atheist that I bring on the show from time to time named Matthew Alper. Very interesting guy. Maybe you heard him one time. Anyway, he wrote a book that I find fascinating, and I would like to describe to you the premise. The book is called The God Part of the Brain. And it basically, I'm not going to do it justice here, but basically it suggests that all human beings, and we include those who are found on otherwise uninhabited islands, natives that worship one thing or another, if the sun perhaps, the moon, the trees, it doesn't matter, that human beings are programmed by something in our brain, or some part of our brain, that demands that we worship something, that we believe in some sort of deity greater than ourselves. And he thinks that they will eventually identify that part of the brain that causes this. I wonder how you feel about that, because it is true. If you look around the world, everybody, just about everybody, even you, worship something.
Well, that I hesitate with the word worship, except that I worship myself, but I don't worship something external. Just metaphorically, that's a poetic representation of me. That those images are a poetic projection of me. But yeah, I certainly think it's a fascinating study, the God part of the brain. I can definitely see that, because it is a near universal that people like to. And what I've credited to, and I don't think I'm alone in this, is that and maybe he even includes this part, when we're in nature, when we're trying to survive, when we were in our earliest stages, our brains were developing, our survival depended on seeing patterns, seeing the gestalt, seeing the tiger hidden in the trees. And so we look for patterns and we try to make sense of things. That's what we do all the time. That's the scientific part of our mind, is trying to make sense. And we like things to progress in beginning, middle, end. We like things to be just. We like for good people to get rewarded and bad people to go to a bad place and get punished. We like that. So we tell stories to ourselves that that's what's really happening. So yeah, I can see that would be a very interesting study. I would like to read his book.
I thought you might. All right, so I have a computer, and I have this thing called the wormhole, and they can go to a certain place and send me a message as I'm doing a program, like right now. And before I read you anything, what would you imagine the response to your being on the program is tonight?
Oh, I think probably people are very happy to talk, to have a real Satanist telling them exactly what Satanism really is. I would imagine, in my mind, that's the way I would like it to be. They say, oh, what an interesting young woman. I really enjoy hearing what Satanism really is. And now when I find out that my boss is a Satanist, I won't be freaked out. That's probably it.
All right. Well, I would say it's more of a mixture. For example, oh, my God, Art, how can you do this? How can you put on this satanic crap? Click, goodbye. That's somebody scared. And then I've got from, Roman in Indio, California. Absolutely fantastic guest, Art. Very intelligent woman. Really enjoying this. So it's either love or hate, Blanche.
Yeah, I can see that. People have that reaction to the Satanic Bible. Anton LaVey said that people will pick up his book and they'll read it and they'll either say, my God, I felt this way all my life, but I didn't know what to call myself. I guess I'm a Satanist. That's exactly the way I feel. Or they, throw the book across the room in disgust. It's one way or the other. And that's fine. That's great. That's the way it should be.
All right. So then why not call yourself a humanist and avoid all